Welcome in, everybody, to Fantasy Pros. This is the NFL Draft Night 2. Rounds 2 and 3 of the NFL Draft are going to happen in just a little over an hour from now. But before that happens, we're happening. So welcome aboard, everybody, to the roller coaster that is the NFL Draft. And last night, there was all the thrills and certain times where some of us felt a little sick at certain moments. But regardless, we're going to break down what happened last night. We're going to look ahead to tonight. Some teams finally are going to make their first pick of the 2024 NFL Draft. We've also got discussions of trades heating up and all sorts of news to break. We're going to have a lot of guests on tonight also, so everything's going to be very rapid fire. And of course, I can't do the show without my two favorites, Dumb and Dumber, Cheech and Chong, whatever you want to call them. It's Thor Nystrom, my friends, the Minnesota Madman himself. And, of course, D-Bro, Derek Brown, the king of bros. We're all here with you. Andrew Erickson will join us later. So will Scott Bogman, Russell Brown, John Middlecoff. Oh, my goodness. What an incredible festival of friendship we've got here on the show today. Thor, it's great to see you back, my friend. I hope your back is holding up after yesterday's celebration jumps for all of the J.J. McCarthy stuff. How did you sleep last night, my friend? I guess that's the big question, because you were pretty amped when we left about midnight Eastern.
Yeah, I did not sleep very much. I never do after round one, but especially after yesterday's bonanza for the Vikings, it was a late night over here. But yeah, a fun round one, and we got a lot of fireworks, a lot of surprises, a lot of twists and turns, even more so than we thought heading in, and we knew it was going to be a wild night. So looking forward to tonight. If there is the amount of curveballs that we got yesterday, we are in store for another very interesting night.
Double the record of offensive players taken to open a draft in a row. And it was just one of those odd things, though, where it just kept happening. And then finally, I kind of looked back and I started looking at it and I said, this seems different. This seems unique and special. And every draft is a snowflake. And speaking of snowflakes, the delicate Derek Brown, you're back for more in round two. D-Bro, last night there were some curveballs, certainly. The Michael Penix reaction from Thor is already a meme. I've seen it now all over the place. Now, it replaces the one of the squirrel. You know, the one where the squirrel looks at you like this? That's now the Thor Nystrom one with the Michael Penix selection. So outside of Penix going where he went and all the quarterbacks that ended up going in the first round, what was the biggest surprise to you last night when you start to look back at things?
When you're on the clock as the Las Vegas Raiders at 13 and you have needs at tackle and needs at guard, and you drafted a tight end last year, and you say, hey, let's go Brock Bowers. That was honestly one of the most surprising picks of the first round. And I get it if you look at him as an offensive weapon, and I'm not telling anybody not to look at him that way. But with all the other needs this team has, why?
Best player available, I can understand. I think the stranger one, Derek, has got to be the Buffalo Bills saying, oh, I'm sorry, Kansas City? Oh, you'd like to move up and take a Tyreek Hill-esque sort of wide receiver and pound us into oblivion for the next 5 years in the AFC Championship game? Didn't that one sort of stick in your craw a little bit and make a very little sense to you?
I mean, personally, I loved it with Xavier Worthy going to KC, so I'm not going to fret too much about that one. But I do find it very, very interesting that Buffalo just said, yeah, first round picks, nah, we're good. We're just going to trade back. Wide receivers, nah, we're good. We're just going to trade back. I mean, we talked about this when we were towing the line of how many offensive linemen go, and we're sitting there at what was it, Joey? Like pick 26, 27, and we're like, all right, we still got a lot of outs, and then we see this massive run of wide receivers, and Buffalo is just like, nah, we're good. We don't need any wide receivers. Nah, it's all good.
It is all good. But we're going to go ahead and we're going to break down the winners and losers of round one and certainly preview round two before we get to all of that. Today's broadcast is brought to you by Betting Pros, our sister or our brother network, depending on how you think of them any given day. But Betting Pros is the spot to go if you are looking to get into the world of wagering, whether it be just dipping your toes in the water or if you are a full-fledged degen like the three of us. Betting Pros has all the tools you need to be successful, whether it be pick tracking, syncing your sports books for free, and finding the best lines at the best houses available. That's what Betting Pros is about, giving you the tools to be a successful sports wagerer. And it is an art, it is a science, And it's something that the folks who are using the Betting Pros app are learning every single day how valuable it is. So make sure you're one of those people right now. Download the Betting Pros app or go to bettingpros.com to check it out for yourself. And don't forget to sync your sports books for free, track all your bets, and use amazing tools like the Prop Bet Cheat Sheet for all the games that are going on. We've got MLB, NBA, NHL, everything is going right now. So sync, track, start betting smarter, not harder with Betting Pros. So Thor Nystrom, let's start at the top. The Chicago Bears yesterday, certainly, I think, a good feeling for the Bears. A new stadium on the horizon, a new franchise quarterback, offensive weapons. This is not your father's Bears team. This is a little bit different looking. There's actual wide receivers and somebody who's throwing the football theoretically. And, of course, they got another wide receiver, too, in Rome Odunze. So let's talk about the Bears night last night, Thor. What did you make of it?
I thought it was great. You got the free spot with Caleb Williams, but of course they set that up with their master stroke trade last year. So you take that gift that you were given, and then they actually had a decision at number 9, a couple different directions that they could have gone, and I love the decision that they made in taking Rome Odunze. He was that third receiver in the three-headed monster receiver troika that we had at the top of this nasty receiver class. And getting him at number 9, I thought was great value. He's number 7 on my board. I think he was above number 9 on any board you look at. You add him to DJ Moore and to Keenan Allen. How could Caleb Williams ask for a nastier receiving core? You guys remember what Justin Fields' supporting cast was when he entered the starting lineup there in Chicago? And I'm not looking to make excuses for Justin Fields, but there will be no excuses for Caleb Williams if he fails. He has everything there that he needs to be a star. So if he does not become one, there will be no excuses and you can move on from him. But I expect him to hit the ground running.
The Arizona Cardinals hit the ground running with an early pick of Marvin Harrison Jr. Then they followed up with an edge rusher in Darius Robinson. Debro, how did the Cardinals do in terms of your grade on their night 1 draft?
I thought it was an A+. I mean, at least an A. I'm not going to ding them at all. I mean, getting the guys where they got them and addressing 2 big needs, both being edge and wide receiver, they covered both sides of the ball, Joe. And we could have talked about for days about, okay, do you trade down? Do you really focus on defense? And with this class, do you get a wide receiver later? But there's only so many elite guys in the NFL. Marvin Harrison Jr. should step into the NFL and be one of them.
All right, when you're looking ahead, Derek, to the franchise quarterbacks, Jayden Daniels, Drake Maye go off the board, then 2 and 3. Who do you think is going to be more successful in the long term, in the fantasy perspective here in dynasty leagues? Do you think it's going to be Daniels with his style of play and some of his history, or do you think it's going to be Drake Maye, who has the prototypical size that you're looking for when it comes to NFL quarterbacks from the historical sense of the position?
Been here. Still here, it's Jayden Daniels. He's been my QB1. And even if you just wanted to talk about just the rushing alone and nothing else, that's fine. Jayden Daniels should still be above Drake Maye, and people can hate it all they want to, but it's a fact with the rushing equity. And then you throw on top of it that he was one of the best passers in the nation by whatever metric that you look at. I mean, he led this class out of all the top guys in the ability, not only like, is he a great deep ball passer? He led this class in next read percentage at 14.8%. And that's him going through progression. So not only does he have the rushing equity, he has the ability to launch the deep ball, but he's proven he's an anticipatory passer and he can go through progression. So how can I not walk away with him being on top of Drake Maye as the guy that's a clear QB1 over if we're comparing the two of those guys?
Now, I know we touched on this with you, Thor, last night, but for those people who might have missed that, let's get your 2 cents on those 2 quarterbacks, Jayden Daniels and his landing spot in Washington and Drake Maye. I'll pose the same question to you. Who ends up having the better NFL career? I'm not saying who's the better prospect. Who do you think has the better NFL career based on where they landed last night?
I think it's Jayden Daniels. I think Jayden Daniels has the higher ceiling, and I also think he has the higher floor. I think both are embedded by the 2 superpowers that Jayden Daniels brings into the NFL, the downfield throwing arm and the touch that he has with that. And then he's going to be that ludicrous scrambler as well. So just with the rest of this stuff, if people want to debate about that, go ahead. But those two things will carry over. We know that. So you have those two things. You got a floor with that, and then the ceiling to build around, depending on the translation of the rest of the stuff. With Drake Maye, he's going to be a fabulous pocket passer with some rushing utility in the short area around the goal line, short yardage, and keeping it on RPO stuff. But only if you pull some weeds out of his game. And that was my only thing, in ranking him QB4 and number 8 overall on my big board, was just trying to sort of accurately nod at some of those weeds, a slightly higher risk profile, I think, than maybe was the commonly spoken about. But those things are correctable. They are fixable. So New England will have to see the plan that they have for them for Drake Maye. I'm hoping that they go slower with him and exercise some patience. If they do that and then they pull out those weeds, they could have a star on their hands, absolutely, with a ceiling that could rival Jayden Daniels. But I do believe that Daniels, you compare their high-end ceiling bonanzas, I would still go Daniels just a bit higher.
In the beginning of this this little take here of yours, you mentioned Ludacris. Now, last night there were a lot of Spaceball references from Thor.
Yeah.
So I was a little worried we were going to go right to Ludacris speed, and then I realized last night you already went to plaid because you already had the shirt on. The flannel was already rocking. So at some point last night, Thor went to plaid. So who knows what tonight will bring. That's why you watch. And if you haven't already, make sure you subscribe to the Fantasy Pros YouTube channel. Drop your comments below. And of course, make sure to ring that bell for notifications. Every time a piece of content drops here on the channel, we've got a lot of it. We've got all the short form content. You got the long form. We've got the podcast. We've got everything and some amazing live streams coming at you. So we're going to have a lot of shows breaking down these drafts, breaking down the new rankings now that these players have landed in spots. And of course, you go to fantasypros.com as well. Amazing articles going up there right now with all of that information, including these new ranks, including the new analysis of where these guys have landed and what it means for your fantasy shares, because that's what you care about. That's why you tune into us, because we're the ones who are going to tell you like it is. No sugarcoating. No candy, none of that stuff. It's all just cold, hard facts around these parts. All right, let's get to some more of the guys who landed in some good spots. Thor, of all the offensive linemen that landed, which quarterback or offense do you think is going to benefit the most from the guy that landed where they did in 2024 round 1 last night?
I would say... I would probably say Will Levis with J.C. Latham, just because their tackles play was, and their projected starting tackles were so bad, and they had to do something there. I think Tennessee may have preferred Joe Alt just because he can handle the left side. I do appreciate that the Titans took Latham over reaching for Fashanu, even though Fashanu could handle, he was the more pure left tackle projection. Latham's a better prospect. He is going to be playing right tackle in the NFL, though, but he's going to be a very good one. Certainly upgrades your right tackle position there. So I would probably say him, certainly immediately, right? Like in terms of improving your 2024 tackle play quality. And especially because Will Levis, the thing we talked about last night, the bugaboo with him, it's the pass rush and the eschewing of mechanics when you're under duress and the decision-making when you're under duress. Nobody questions Will Levis's physical ability. It's keeping Will Levis clean. The cleaner you keep Will Levis, the better Will Levis will play. It's a very simple equation. So improving that offensive line, you will see Will Levis get better and better just because of that. So definitely doing that. You have to appreciate what Tennessee did with that.
Let's talk about some surprises here. Debro, wide receiver that you had your eye on and talked quite a bit about, actually got drafted in the first round last night, Ricky Pearsall. Now, I know Thor had a first-round grade on him as well. A lot of people were surprised by this. He ended up going to San Francisco, to the 49ers there. He had a good career at Florida. What do you think of this selection here of Pearsall, and what does it mean now for the future of Brandon Aiyuk or Deebo Samuel?
One of them is going to get traded tonight. I'm adamant that we're going to see one of these guys move. Now the question is who, and that all comes down to compensation and teams, and do they want to pay Brandon Aiyuk? Because trading for Brandon Aiyuk, you're going to hand him the bag, you're going to give him a new contract, and we've seen the size of these wide receiver contracts, and I'm not saying they're not deserved, but you have to also, you're baking that in if you make the trade, and he's younger, so he's going to cost more in equity. So looking at that, I think that we probably get Debo or Brandon Aiyuk moved to another team and Pearsall, that selection. And I'm here for it, man. I mean, give Thor all of his flowers. 32nd on the Thor 500. Like, he gave him a first round grade. I don't know many people out there that had a first round grade on freaking Ricky Pearsall. So all power be to the Thor 500 here.
There you go. And the Thor 500 you can find and see all the comps too. 500 player comps. Unbelievable from the Minnesota Madman Thor Nystrom. It's on fantasypros.com. Go check it out right now. Thor, another interesting curveball wide receiver that got selected. I don't know if you're going to feel as positive as the Ricky Pearsall one we just talked about was Xavier Legette. Now, what happened here was this was not the first time, but the second time the Buffalo Bills moved out and the Carolina Panthers moved in from 33 to 32. So Buffalo will start us off tonight. The idea, I guess, being that you get that fifth year of control, and that is a big plus for certain organizations, obviously more than others. But the Carolina Panthers moved up to get Legette. Was this the right call?
Yeah, it was super smart. You get that extra year of control. The thing that I like to control more is not trading away draft equity for free, torching it, which it feels like Carolina did there and moving up one slot for no reason. I don't know. Was anyone else moving up for Xavier Legette to tack on the extra the extra year? I don't know about that. I think I would have just stayed in the 33rd slot there. Buffalo's a team that needs a wide receiver, so their openness to be like, okay, yeah, we'll take that free pick and we'll move down a spot and probably take a receiver that is not named Xavier Legette that we were going to take anyway at 33. But I'm not going to quibble too much with Xavier Legette, although there's a few receivers I would have taken over him. You wonder how much the local angle played a factor there. A kid coming from South Carolina. I had him 48th overall on my board. He went 32nd. Certainly, I would have taken Ladd McConkey and a guy in the vein of what Carolina seemingly was looking for to stock up for to give Bryce Young help in the Deontay Johnson vein, right? Like they were looking for guys to create separation. McConkey is at the top of this class or top couple in terms of that. But Troy Franklin, Roman Wilson, Keon Coleman were the other couple guys that I had. The other three names, just slightly ahead of Xavier Legette. But Ladd McConkey for me was that guy. If Buffalo takes him right here, that for me would be the tip of the cap to Buffalo. But if you're going to take Legette, I just would have stayed in your original slot.
Almost makes up for giving your conference rival what could be, again, the next Tyreek Hill. Let's talk about him. Let's talk about Xavier Worthy, the Texas wide receiver. D-Bro, I know everybody sees this and gets very excited, but we've been excited before. You mentioned Sky Moore last night. That did not work out. Why is it different this time when it comes to Worthy when you're breaking him down? Is it the speed, or is there more to his game that everybody should be more excited about when it comes to this landing spot in Kansas City?
I think it's the speed, as well as, despite Sky Moore is not a size receiver, not an X guy, but I think if you're looking at the skill sets, I think they're absolutely and totally different wide receivers. Like, Sky Moore was not a burner. He was not a guy you were ever going to ask to take the top off a defense. Now, in his projection as a prospect, could he, or at least were they hoping, could he at least have the ability to do that in spots? Sure. But Xavier Worthy is a guy that I've talked about. We talked about him yesterday, and the route running is underrated, and we know the speed is there. Like, I didn't need to watch him blaze at the combine to know he's freaking fast. You turn the film on and you know that immediately. So looking at the skills of these two guys, like it stops immediately once you get past like, oh, maybe size and they're not big, burly X receivers. Once we get past that, totally different wide receivers.
Brian Thomas, another wide receiver, Thor, that landed with Jacksonville. This was another team that could use another weapon here. So how will our good friend Trevor Lawrence benefit from Brian Thomas's presence in this offense?
That's a downtown one. What did they used to say in that Sports Center commercial? Chicks dig the
long ball.
Chicks dig the long ball.
That's right.
That's Brian Thomas. That's what he'll do. He hits the long ball. He hits the dingers. What else can he do? Open for interpretation. But what he did at LSU was hit the long ball. The rest of the things they're going to have to work on. His whole route tree at LSU was Brian run deep and Jayden going to hit you there when you're one-on-one. The rest of it, we're going to have to find out. Jacksonville will work on him with it, but it is difficult to stay with Brian Thomas when it is a one-on-one proposition, when that guy gets to full speed. 6'3", 209 with the 98th percentile athleticism and the 4.3 wheels, and he has those ball skills downtown. But again, we have not seen him win with the other routes, but in his defense, he just wasn't deployed that way at LSU.
All right, let's talk about the elephant or the elephant in the room, because
Debrow's outfit yesterday.
Well, no, that was a beautiful thing. It's
wow,
in the right now.
Strays, shots fired. Really?
Shots fired.
Wow.
Okay. Let's talk about the two quarterbacks that went a little earlier than a lot of us anticipated. Michael Pennix goes to the Atlanta Falcons. Bo Nix to the Denver Broncos. Now, the Nix one is not a giant surprise, I think, to a lot of us. The Pennix one is interesting, and apparently Kirk Cousins did not know this was happening. Someone described it, I heard today, as it's like cheating on your wife on the honeymoon, basically. Kirk Cousins was at the draft party for the Falcons, doing the Kirk Cousins dance, which I can only assume is something like that. And then all of a sudden, turns out they're drafting other quarterbacks. So it seems like, for the next 3 years, you're going to get Kirk Cousins. Now, I understand he's a little bit older, 36 years old. I get, that he is going to be the starting guy, and he is coming off an injury too. But when you're looking here at Pennix and Bo Nix, I know this is a loaded question, especially with the two of you. But Debro, which is going to have the better NFL career potentially, in your opinion, based off of where they landed?
Based off of where they landed, I'm going to go Michael Pennix. I mean, in my rookie rankings, I have Pennix over Nix. And just if we want to talk about the situations, Denver, what's the great part of that situation? Oh, all the skilled pass catchers. Where are those at? You got Cortland Sutton, and then
Cortland Sutton's there.
Adam Troutman, Greg Dulcich, and then I think the wide receiver one in that offense could be Jaleel McLaughlin with Bo Nix and his minus 4 yards of ADOT and stuff. But I'll go with Michael Pennix. We talk about the situation around him with Kyle Pitts, Darnell Mooney, and as well as Drake London. I think if you're looking at the situation, as well as the offensive line. Now, I know the offensive line didn't play up to their expectations, but I think it's Michael Pennix. And the really curious part, and I threw this out on social media, Joey, earlier today, was Fontenot's talking about, if you got like two guys in and one sits for 4 to 5 years, okay, that's just great and grand. So Michael Pennix, if we follow that timeline, is going to be what? Close to 30 before
he'll be
starts?
27. He'll be 27. Still younger than Andrew Erickson, which is a lot, just saying. But I guess that is the point, is the notion, Thor, I guess, that they're trying to sell us on is, hey, we plan on being a good football team, and we recognize the quarterback we're going to try to do it with is a little up in age and coming off an injury. So we don't want to not have somebody to pivot to if we need to, if there's an injury or some kind of issue. But also, we don't know when we're going to be in a position to take a quarterback again that might be what Pennix could be. Does that at all make sense to you now that we've had a little bit more time to let it settle in what the Atlanta Falcons did last night?
No, I definitely appreciate that, but Terry Fontenot wouldn't be able to sell me a glass of water if I've been stranded in the desert for the past week. The guy's a dope. It's one thing if you want to egregiously reach for a 6-year quarterback in the top 10 that should have been at best a late first round pick because you've fallen in love with him. Great. But why did you give your war chest of salary cap space to a 3-year commitment at minimum veteran quarterback then a month and a half, 2 months before that? It doesn't make any sense. Hey, Terry, you listening to me? You had an enormous amount of salary cap space here. And then you had the draft equity of your top 10 draft slots. You had the quarterback need, and then you had several defensive holes. So you can do with the one, you do the quarterback, and the other one, you have to fill the defensive needs. If you put both of them into the quarterback, now your defense is going to stink, and it's going to wither on the vine. The only goal of this thing is to win the Super Bowl. You have now nullified your opportunity to do that. To me, you have violated your station. I would have fired him on the spot if I was Arthur Blank. they showed this last night on the NFL Network. There was like a look in. You didn't get to hear what they were saying, but Blank appeared not only agitated, but appearing to ask him for an explanation for the card that had just been submitted. And you can see why. If you were a billionaire that owned a billionaire business and you would just sign this employee that was now your highest paid employee to fill this very particular role for the next several years in your business, and then one of your management people, then he uses a big time resource to go and bring in someone else under the same role. And you have all these other issues in other departments that now are not going to be addressed because the resources went into the same thing. It'd be like, bro, what are you doing? Especially when you didn't loop me in advance. It's both the egregious reach, yes, on a prospect that doesn't make any sense to do so on, a guy who has durability concerns, that doesn't have any untapped ability left. He's a tapped out guy at an elevated age. But then also at the same position, if you're going to, if you love Pennix, great, take him there, but you have to play him right away. So you have to put the cap space into the defense. Doesn't make sense on any way of looking at it.
Thor Nystrom, ladies and gentlemen, he is available to be the next GM of the Atlanta Falcons. Arthur Blank, if you're listening, he is ready and willing to take the job. And Thor, to your question, I look forward to the moment where I'm a billionaire and I can hire Derek Brown, only to fire him several years later. That's something I'm looking forward to quite a bit. Let's start looking ahead to some of the teams that haven't made a pick yet and some of the needs of those teams. Before we do, we have another giveaway here. If you're watching us on the stream, comment below, subscribe to the channel, ring the bell till it goes ding, and you might win yourself a Jameson Williams Alabama signed jersey. Look at that bad boy. It's a good-looking jersey right there. It can be yours. Again,
can I get involved? Or
No.
our employees? Are we not?
No, Thor.
And even if you were allowed, I wouldn't let you do it anyway. Everybody else, subscribe to the channel, drop a comment below, and ring the bell till it goes ding so we can notify you if you're the big winner. You can get this Jameson Williams autographed jersey again. Last time we saw him, where he was really good, it feels like. So maybe
he was sick of him.
Yeah, it's I
want that jersey.
Moment. Yeah, it is a good looking jersey.
Yeah,
JMO catching strays here.
You're an Iowa guy. What's going on here?
But JMO was nasty at Bama.
He was nasty.
That was good. That was good times. Yeah.
Do you realize how excited Derek Brown and I both were when he came into the league, and we were like, oh, and he landed here in this great spot here, and Jared Goff can throw the ball. All right, let's go. And look, there were some moments last year.
How worthless has that trade been of so far of the Louis Cine and JMO? Jameson Williams obviously is going to give more NFL value than Louis Cine, which is the inverse. Is provided negative value, but
the value has not been seen. Thor,
D-bro, that is why
I'll see myself out.
That is why you are the best. The turns of phrase. Incredible.
I'll see myself out. I'm sorry, Chad.
Folks, you're not going to see that kind of linguistic mastery on any other draft stream tonight. I can promise you that.
It feels like hour 7 is like right here already. Like it feels like that's, you can see it's cumulative from one night to the other here on the channel. This is why you hang out with us. We're having a good time. Let's get to some of the team needs here. Let's start with the Buffalo Bills, who traded back and then traded back out of the first round altogether here. And they picked up some draft capital when they did. So look, we know what the big need is. The big need for the Buffalo Bills, boys, let's be honest. It's wide receiver. So D-Bro, I've seen a lot of people talk about Mitchell. I've seen Thor talk about Ladd McConkey. Tell me who they should take and who you think they're going to take.
I think they should take Ladd McConkey. I think they are going to take Ladd McConkey. And I put this out on X earlier today. And actually, I sent a text to Thor and I said, look at this beautiful bet. They had on DraftKings Sportsbook today, they had, if you could bet who goes first, Adonai Mitchell, who was the huge favorite. I think the juice was up to like minus 250, and Ladd McConkey was at plus 160 when I bet it to be the first wide receiver between the two of them. So it should be Ladd, and I hope it is too, secretly for my own action.
Thor, I'll pose the same question to you. Who do you think it should be? Obviously, the answer is Ladd McConkey. But who do you think they're going to take? Because Vegas, as we all know, Vegas usually is right about things. That's why they build hotels. So do you think they have an idea that Mitchell is actually their consensus guy? And if it is Mitchell, I know that's a guy you've been very tough on in terms of grade.
I'm not going to say what D-Bro's nickname is for
Oh, don't.
AD
I
that,
don't think you
Don't do
should.
it.
Whatever
Don't
it
do it.
is, I don't think you
I'm
should.
not going to. I
Don't do it.
said I was not going to.
Yeah, I know, but you're teasing it like you might. Please don't do that to me.
No, I said I said I wasn't.
Does it start with the word sugar? That's all I want to know.
Well,
No.
no, it does not.
Mm,
The,
Good guess, but no.
So as far as the sportsbooks odds with like the first pick in the day two, because you see this every year, they're consistently wrong. It's we could just go year by year. So I don't care about that. I think they're going with positional need and then the biggest name on it. I don't know about that. I called Adonai Mitchell falling out of the first round quite a while ago, so not a surprise to me. And I would not be surprised if he's got a little while longer to hear his name called. I gotta say Ladd. Like, because I also just like his fit with that offense. But AD Mitch. The other thing with him is like I think people are, it's like, oh, Gabe Davis left, and at minimum AD Mitchell could fill that role. So I guess you could see that, but Ladd McConkey is a far superior player, and you don't have to take my word for it. Call up Kirby Smart right now. Kirby Smart, when AD Mitchell left Georgia, didn't appear to care too much. I don't think there were too many tears shed. If Ladd McConkey had called up Kirby and's like, yeah, I'm leaving for Steve Sarkisian in Texas, Kirby Smart would have called the Athens PD and been like, lock down the city limits. We are not letting that guy out of Athens. No, you cannot leave, Ladd. So, I'll just say that.
But
All
Thor,
right,
when
there
you
you
could take DJ Chark again in the first round, right? Like you
got to do
it, right?
Every
like,
time you got to do it.
Have to.
You got to do it. And my comp for Ladd, and that is AD Mitchell, of course. My comp for Ladd McConkey is Jordan Addison. I think the thing that gets slept on with Ladd McConkey is not only can play on the boundary, he was a boundary receiver at Georgia. And not Georgia State, not Georgia Southern. We're talking about the team that won 2 of the 3 last national titles and would have had the opportunity to potentially three-peat if they hadn't just narrowly lost to Alabama in the last SEC title game.
There you have it, folks. All right, let's move on to another team with some needs that hasn't made a pick yet, the Houston Texans, the surprise playoff team of last year. Most people thought they were going to win 3 or 4 games. Well, CJ Stroud had other plans, and the Houston Texans were one of the best stories in the NFL. Let's just be honest. Tank Dell was super fun. Not to mention, obviously, the real turnaround of the Houston Texans and their ability to, I think, kind of capture not just the NFL fans. When a team's down for so long, all of a sudden now it becomes a fun thing where collectively you're just sort of happy to see them do well. And you're happy to look and say, hey, look, the Houston Texans aren't the doormat anymore. This is a team where I think you can go in some different spots and different needs. Nico Collins, obviously the breakout star, I think last year. Derek, you would agree on that. Nico Collins is somebody that I think probably you and I are higher on, would be my guess, than the consensus rankings right now, because Nico's at 19, and I think that's a joke, personally. So they've got their wide receivers kind of taken care of. They've kind of addressed that in the offseason too. When you're looking at the Houston Texans and the needs of that team, Debro, what should they try to pick up here in round 2?
I think they should be trading up for one of 2 players that did not go in the first round. Just looking at the board right now, it would feel a massive need for them if they made the trade up for either Cooper DeJean or Johnny Newton. Both these players, we thought they were going to go in round 1. They have needs at both of these positions. So Houston has been padding the offensive side with Joe Mixon, making the trade for Steph Diggs, retaining Dalton Schultz, and they already we know they have Tank and they have Nico also. They're set on that side, as well as the offensive line. The offensive line is ready to go. But on the defensive side of the ball, they have needs at corner. Who are they going to play opposite Stingley? Because they've got an island of misfit toys of guys that have either not been productive or been hurt for most of their NFL careers. So going with Cooper DeJean, a guy that could really, tell me that coaching staff would not love the versatility of DeJean in that secondary. It would be fantastic. Yes. Or go with Johnny Newton, a player that I don't think many of us thought he was going to fall straight up out of the first round. So either one of these guys, I would not be surprised if Buffalo sticks and picks and Houston is calling people frantically like, all right, come on, we're coming up the board. Who wants to trade with us?
Newton, Thor, was your 22nd overall player. He's fallen out of the first round altogether. We're going to talk about him and a lot of the other players, too, that are still on the board that we think are going to go early. Do you think Newton would be a good fit in Houston?
For sure. Yeah. And at a position of need, of course. And with the Texans, done such a good job of adding the offensive firepower, obviously. Speaking of setting a young quarterback up to succeed, although maybe you'd say it vice versa in this case. Got to give Debro his flowers. I so rarely do it, but Debro was one of the voices out there in the wilderness saying, no, Bryce Young is not the best quarterback in this class. It is CJ Stroud. And immediately turned that thing around, and now they've fleshed out the rest of the thing. And CJ Stroud, by the way, might be one of the better wide receiver draft analysts we have out there. When he told they draft him, and then he calls up the GM. He's like, in the third round, he's like, take Tank Dell here. Just trust me on this one. And obviously was vindicated on that one. And then now they make the trade for Diggs. So you have all that going on. Defense. They didn't pick in the first round, like you mentioned. It's defense the rest of the way here. Could go Newton here early on. That would definitely be a pick of value. Talk about Cooper. DeJean could definitely go that away. Did they see him as the boundary guy, the position that they need, or do they see him as a nickel? That would probably be the scenario where they would eschew him. You could also look at offensive line here, although as we all know, yesterday that group was a bit picked apart. But there's a couple guys you could look at there, particularly if you look at Jackson Powers-Johnston as a guard, because they could use some immediate help there.
Joey, I do find it very curious this year. We haven't heard anything about S2 scores. Have you heard anything about S2 scores? I mean, it was super influential last year. I mean,
hey, Debro,
something that was so big would be really talked
about.
Are they in
here?
Year?
Maybe they're under I don't know. I'm looking under here. I don't see them anywhere, Derek. It's kind of
I feel like we should all do the S2 test live on this stream.
No, we definitely
negative because I might be there.
Yeah, if we're being evaluated on that, it's going to be a very fast and swift and ugly evaluation. But Derek Brown, I also seem to remember that you were not alone on that CJ Stroud island last year. You had some company. Who was on there with you? Tell the truth.
Fine, it was Joey P.
That's right. And we made money on it, most importantly.
Yes,
we made a lot of money on it last year because all that Reddit Will Levis noise that popped up 48 hours before, we ignored that noise, thank goodness, and we just doubled down on CJ Stroud. If only the Carolina Panthers had been a little smarter, maybe they would.
Hooker was a better prospect, so I was told by social media as well last year. But
how could anybody watch the combine last year and not come away with? I remember we watched it together, and we all sat there after, and I said, "There's just no doubt right now. Richardson's fun, and Richardson, ceiling wise, might be the guy that breaks the wheel." But it's very raw, and you've got to hope that he, number one, lands in the right spot, which I think he did with Shane Steichen. So I'm very excited about Richardson. But still, you had to know that CJ Stroud, after watching the combine, there was no doubt about that kid being a star in the NFL. So good on you, CJ. Good on you. And maybe we can have him on and talk about some of the wide receivers coming up here. Before we get to the Browns, fun fact here from our own Mike Mayer, who is full of useless information. I always say that about Mike. Pick 203 in the NFL draft has already been traded 3 times. Did you know? The Browns traded it to the Broncos in the Jerry Jeudy trade. Then the Broncos traded it to the Jets in the Zach Wilson trade. And then the Jets traded it to the Vikings in the J.J. McCarthy trade. Nobody wants to make the 203 pick.
Wow.
I can't wait to see when we get there who it is. That's what I can't wait to see after all that. If that guy ends up being a Hall of Fame player, that is going to be one of the most fun, useless bits of information ever. I can tell you that right now. Let's take a look at the Browns. Oh, the Browns. They did not pick last night, and frankly, this is an organization where everybody's scratching their heads a little bit here. Deshaun Watson, I think we could say so far that has not worked out, that decision. I think that's safe to say. Defensively, they have a lot to work with. The Nick Chubb injury, obviously, a huge one, a huge blow to the confidence, I think, of that team. But the Cleveland Browns still did compete to the best of their ability. Thor, when you look at this Browns roster, you look at the needs of the Cleveland Browns. What should they do here in night 2?
Yeah, the Deshaun Watson thing, brutal there. So that team, you're looking for infrastructure, both sides of the line of scrimmage. I think I would advocate for interior defensive line at the top. Offensive tackle would be another one. But again, like I just alluded to, And as we recall from last night, that was the thing that everyone was fetishizing, if not quarterback. Like, it was those two things. Everyone was just pushing up the board. It was like a race to the top on that one. And everyone was climbing over themselves to take one or the other. There still is a couple of tackles, though, that in particular, for me, Kingsley Suamataia would be like the last one that I'm still super duper intrigued by. Patrick Paul would be the other one that I have a round 2 grade on. So those would be the two guys. And then as far as interior defensive line, flipping to we mentioned Johnny Newton before. He could go at any point. There's a couple more guys with round 2 grades at that positional grouping, and guys that are intriguing there. Chris Jenkins from Michigan was the interior guy on that nasty defense they have for the past couple of years. Also a Feldman freak lister. Also, his veins are coursing with NFL bloodlines. Of course, his father, and everything like that, played the same position, et cetera, et cetera. I have him number 41 overall on my board. Then 45, Ruke. Okay, I've been practicing. I'm gonna do.
I've been practicing too. So better you than me.
Oh,
are you gonna?
I was gonna say better Joey.
Thor. I'm gonna do my best.
Okay.
Is it Ruke or Ruke? First of all,
I think it's Ruke.
Okay, so Ruke Orhorhoro. Ruke Orhorhoro.
Orhorhoro?
We'll go with that. Yeah,
we'll go with that.
Clemson.
You just say it. Let's call him the Big O.
The Big O.
That'll be there.
I like that. Yeah, and a freak athlete. That kid, 6'4", 294, 99th percentile athleticism. The thing, so that's what you like with that kid, and long and everything like that, and you see the athleticism on the field. It's just you don't see any polish whatsoever. He was at Clemson for 5 years, coming out as a redshirt senior, and a pretty good coaching staff at Clemson. I think we would all agree the consistency has never been there with him. Like, will the light turn on with him? You have all the physical ability that you would want. He did start the game late. And so that is the reason that I'm probably more bullish than I would otherwise be with a profile like this. He has not played the sport as long as some other dudes. So that's why I rank him 45th overall on my board. I still think that there is upside to untap there. And I think if he had played the sport longer, I think he would be further along in that developmental curve. So we'll see if we're going to find out tonight how bullish the NFL is, and if they're as bullish as I am. 51, I have Branden Fiske from Florida State. He's another athletic freak, almost 6'4", 292, and another 99th percentile RAS athlete.
All I heard was some NFL team is going to make the big O face tonight. Just going to throw that.
Oh, there you go. That'll do. That'll do. But we've seen this before, where the NFL takes these raw athletes, new to the game, and sometimes they turn into some great players. I mean, hell, I remember Christian Okoye back in the day, who did not have a lot of NFL experience. He became a pretty good running back in the NFL. It took a little time.
For sure.
He became a pretty good player. So,
for sure.
And at that,
yeah, and along the line of scrimmage, I tend to think that athleticism and athletic traits are more important there than, for instance, on the boundary wide receiver in particular. Debro, since we're giving out flowers,
you're going to go there.
Well, the Puka Nacua thing last year, but Puka's not a good athlete, right? Like, I mean, that's not why he gets separation. And at that position, what you want to?
I was told he was slow.
Flowers. Like with that position, it's other stuff, whatever. But you need the athletic traits on the inside. But these guys are interesting. The ones where you have the juiced up athleticism, so the NFL teams can jive that at that position, but they don't have the polish whatsoever. Last class, the kid from Northwestern was like this with the absolutely ludicrous. In fact, he might have finished with the 10. The kid that went to the Colts. Totally blanking on his name.
Orhorhoro?
No. So, the fourth round interior defensive lineman who went to the Colts. I'm totally blank. Someone on our stream, probably 100 people are shouting it at.
Probably.
Can someone look it up?
Stewart, Raekwon Davis.
No. The small jitterbuggy 3-tech that they had.
Gosh.
From Northwestern.
I'm trying to
think.
Anyway.
Anyone have Google? That's on the screen with me right now?
Well, everyone has
Adebaware.
Adebaware, exactly.
That's who it was.
Ademire Adebaware.
So
See, I got it there eventually.
You did get it.
Appreciate
Another
that,
one
Jim.
of our favorite names from last year.
But that's an example of a guy where you would have thought heading in, based on the profile, that the NFL would take him in round 2 as the ball of clay guy, just on that freaky athleticism. Some of these guys, it'll be interesting because they have that freaky athleticism, but how did the NFL team see that? How far do we have to go with that bridge to get them there? Adebawore was a guy, again, on a lot of boards, top 50, some higher, and then he ends up falling to the 4th round. So, Big O.
Big O.
He's a guy certainly would fall
Ruke
into that
Orhorhoro.
phylum, whereas Jenkins would be the more, he's pretty safe, and also with the NFL bloodline. So the higher floor, certainly.
Okay. How to get this back on track now, I'll never know, but I'm going to do my best. That's what I'm going to do.
That's your job, Joey. That's why you get paid the big bucks.
It is my job,
Sure.
my friends. With you two, it's a job. All right. Let's get to
I mean, you're not wrong. You're not wrong. So
there's no other job I'd rather have because I love you both dearly, and you know that. That's why we're here, man. We have a good time, and there's nobody better than this group to break down all of these guys with. The Eagles. I want to talk about the Eagles because once again, Howie looks like a genius. Quinion Mitchell falls in their lap, and now tonight, boys, they've got pick number 18 and they've got pick number 21. That's 3 picks within the top 53, and they already picked off a guy who, if you look at Thor's big board too, you had somebody who was, I think Thor, you had him in the top 10. No, I'm sorry, 11 overall. So they've already got a player on Thor's top 10-ish. Thor, I mean, what do you think here with the Eagles tonight? What do you think they might do here to again take advantage of what might fall into their lap yet again?
Yeah, so every year after the draft, I write draft grades on Saturday night when the thing gets done. And the way I do, I have the tables of the teams of the players that they picked, and you have the slot, and then you have where I rank them. The Eagles, every single year, you have the slot, and then my rank, it's always higher, right? Like, because they're a team where they just accept the gift that the NFL gives them every single year. They take the steal every single round. Again, we were talking about this last night where it's just the way that Howie does it. It's so similar to, it just evokes Ozzie Newsome, the way he used to do it for the Ravens. What are they going to do with their first 2 picks tonight? I know exactly what they're going to do. The 2 dudes who are just falling down and everyone's like, what? Why are these guys falling down? Who's going to pick them up? Howie's like, it's me. Guys, I we're going to stop their fall. So it's just what they do. And it's how that roster has so much talent. They just accrue it like that. They don't fixate on one position or another. They keep all their options open and they accept the gifts that they're given.
All right. The gifts keep on giving for the Philadelphia Eagles here, D-Bro. What did you make of last night's Quinion Mitchell pick? Obviously a huge need at corner. And what do you make of tonight's prospects for them? Again, the Eagles could very well come out here with a top 4 or 5 draft, and that's without having a pick in the top 20.
Oh, I think it absolutely can happen. And this is a really good spot where the Eagles can continue. If Howie wants to trade back, I mean, the top 2 needs on their board right now, I think, are linebacker and safety. And I think they could easily fill both of those needs while doing what Howie does and trading back. Depending on what their board looks like, you don't have to stay where you're at and get an Edgerrin Cooper. Maybe use somebody like Peyton Willis and the medicals, the concerns, and things like that. They could take the shot on him. Or with the safety class, there's no ballyhooed safety that's like, oh, he's going to go for round 1, blah, 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 blah. There's a grouping of guys, and they could say, well, if we see them all very similar, sure, we'll trade back. We'll take your equity. You can trade up. And Howie will just continue to do Howie things, and Mike Mayer will be insufferable tonight.
How is that different than every other night?
It's not.
We've also used the phrase bonanza and ballyhoo, and we're not even an hour into the broadcast. So I just want to point that out. God knows where we're going to go from here as the draft is going to start up in just a few moments. Your Vikings, Thor, let's go back to them. Obviously coming away with a pretty strong draft here. The J.J. McCarthy feelings are very good. What do you look forward to here for the rest of the draft for the Minnesota Vikings coming up?
Well, tonight, it's like What do they say in the Bible? On the seventh day you rest. And after last night's bonanza, the Vikings have no picks today. So it's a little bit of resting that's going to be going on today in the great state of Minnesota. Kwesi going to get back at it tomorrow. But after all the cooking, it's hot in the kitchen. So we're going to lay down and rest tonight. And there's going to be some picks tomorrow.
There you go. Some picks tomorrow. And as we continue to go on here through Debro, I want to get your take here on another team here, the Bears, because the Bears already had a really good night one. How do they continue this momentum now with 2 offensive picks? So do you think they have to go on the other side of the ball here, or are they going to pick the carcass apart that is offensive line, or what's left of it?
I think it's offensive line, but Thor and I have talked about this numerous times. One of the strengths of this class, because everybody's talked about this class with the wide receivers and the tackles and stuff, people are not giving it enough credit how good this class is at guard. And with the Bears, they have a big guard need. Nate Davis was, I'll just kindly say, he struggled last year. He had a down year. But looking at that, you could take that pick in the 3rd, 4th round, whatever they want to do. You could legitimately find a starting guard in this class right where the Bears are. Hell, maybe they trade back and get some more equity and still come away with a really solid guard. So that's where I think they go with their next pick. And it may be with a trade back or 2 in the process.
Ooh, a trade back or 2 in the process. Speaking of trades, Thor, I already asked this to Derek Brown. Do you think it's Aiyuk? Do you think it's Deebo Samuel? Which one do you think might get dealt tonight?
Well, the higher odds, wouldn't it be Aiyuk?
Well, I'm asking you. I mean, you can have all the. You just pointed out to us earlier with the Mitchell discussion. Higher odds be damned. I'm asking the expert here, the guy who knows the things outside of the guy who's already taken the Atlanta Falcons GM job at the end of the show today. I'm asking that guy.
Yeah, I agree with Thor. I think I'm just going to put that on record. I agree with Thor. It's Aiyuk, but
I mean, it would, the past couple of months, I just been watching all these college dudes, so I don't know about gauging the odds of which of those two guys. I hear Aiyuk more, but I don't have any special insight on that.
Once they graduate to the NFL, Thor's got no need for him. He's over it. He's moved on.
I pass him along to Debro and Erickson and my buddy Fitz, and I go back to where I belong.
So Thor is like the Leonardo DiCaprio of college football?
Yikes.
And where is that's what they say.
If I might ask, where is it you belong?
Back, CFB Gridiron over there.
There you go. The CFB Gridiron. There we go. All right. So we are getting very close to things kicking off here. Obviously, a very exciting time here as we continue to look forward. Thor, when we look forward to your draft board now, who are the best remaining players on it? We know that Pearsall was the guy that kind of snuck in at 32 for you, and he ended up going at 31, so you nailed that one. Obviously, when you're looking around, I know on your board, Xavier Worthy was right on that cusp. He went in the 1st round. Who is remaining that shouldn't be, and who do you think is going to be an early selection tonight in round 2?
Top 2 on the board defenders from the Big Ten. Cooper DeJean, the top one. I top 20 guy on my board. Cornerback can play on the boundary. Nickel defender as well. Could play safety as the center field guy. Literally can move them all around. And in the box as well. You can send him after the quarterback. And also Iowa in stack boxes, they would put him there. He can go sideline to sideline and he will hit running backs. And then the other thing, they played him on all the special teams units his entire career, and he's an awesome punt returner. He should absolutely not be available right now. The only reason he did not go in the 1st round is because he tore his ACL in early November or whatever. The reason it surprises me is because was healthy enough or, recovered in time to give the private pro day, or I said private pro day, yes, the personal pro day or whatever. And during that, did the 98th percentile RAS composite. So he proved he was healthy, proved he was a stud athlete. He should go very quickly. The versatility and the utility all the way around, the 2-way, all that sort of stuff. Johnny Newton, we talked about him before, number 22 on my board. Ladd McConkey, we talked about him. I got him 24th. Kool-Aid McKinstry, coming into this season, Kool-Aid McKinstry was dang near top 10 on the too early list. It drops down a little bit because his teammate Terrion Arnold had the great season. Kool-Aid wasn't quite as good, but still, in my opinion, was a first-round caliber player. I wouldn't expect him to have to wait too long. But the cornerbacks got pushed down a little bit. Some of a lot of the defenders did because of the thing you talked about before, Joe, setting the record with the 14 straight offensive guys off the board, doubling the previous record in this historical anomaly that we saw last night. And then the other first round player that was on my board in terms of grade was Jackson Powers-Johnston, the one offensive lineman who got left out of the party of all those guys that were getting pulled up. And the reasoning that the under hit on the 9.5 prop of offensive linemen in the first round, Jackson Powers-Johnston not going in the first round is the reason it was 9 and not 10. So there was some bettors that were sort of crying on that one. But those are the 5 guys on my board currently that have a first round grade.
D-Bro, there's one more quarterback prospect floating out there, and it's Spencer Rattler. And I'm curious. Now, Rattler once upon a time was... on a lot of people's boards entering college, the guy that was going to be the next big thing. And the story did not exactly go that route. However, there's certainly been glimpses in the college career of Spencer Rattler having the ability to show you that he's at least a quarterback prospect worthy of drafting. That's for sure. Do we see him go tonight, in your opinion? And if he does go tonight, where would you like to see him land?
I do think we see him go tonight. I actually already bet this. I tweeted this out a few days ago that I bet the under 79.5 on his draft prop position over on Betting Pros because there's so many teams, and I went through all the top 30 visits. He's had top 30 visits, and all these teams have picks in the third round. Seattle, well, not Atlanta because, well, they did what they did. The Giants also have a pick at 70, as well as Tampa Bay has 2 picks in the third round. Baker's got about 2 years of money in his contract. I think Rattler goes in the third round, and I bet the under here because you're talking about, Joe, like after this tier of quarterbacks, all the guys we saw fly off the board in the first round, Rattler's done nothing but crush this entire process. Thor and I got a chance to meet him down in Mobile, and he was nothing but amazing in every interview. He was good in practice. Now, were there ups and downs in practice? Sure, but you still saw the talent there. And we saw the talent last year at South Carolina for a player that, yes, like has his career in college to that point taken a roller coaster effect. There's been really, really big highs as well as the lows, but for a player that I think has grown up in the process. And that's what we want to see guys going to the NFL, because when you hit lumps or you hit a wall in the NFL, we're talking about the ability to overcome adversity and to continue to grow not only as a player, but as a person. Rattler's did that in college. So to expect him to do that in the pros is not that far of a stretch. So I think he's definitely third round bound, and I would probably project him to the top end of the third round.
Is he a better prospect, in your opinion, than Bo Nix?
Yes, adamantly.
Interesting. Thor, same question to you.
Is he a better prospect than Bo Nix?
Yeah.
For sure.
There you go. 2 for 2 on this one. All right. Derek Brown, we're going to say goodbye to you here at the top of the hour, but it's not farewell. You will be joining us again later on. We're going to go bring in Andrew Erickson in a second. Before we do, I want to tell everybody about an amazing opportunity to play some fantasy football, because that's what you're here for after all. The Fantasy Pros Championship is back at FFPC. The fast drafts, the slow drafts, they're all live right now. $350 entry fee is available for you at fantasypros.com/FFPC. And when you sign up with the promo code FantasyPros, you get $25 off your first entry to the FFPC Fantasy Pros Championship. $1 million at stake here for first prize, the world's largest online season-long tournament. It does not get any bigger than this when it comes to fantasy football, and you get an early bird discount too. If you register by June 15th and draft your team by June 30th, you get an extra $35 team credit. You take the 35, you take the 25 with the promo code FantasyPros, and go win yourself $1 million. And when you do, give me half. Let's welcome in Andrew Erickson, or maybe 20%. I'll take it. Andrew Erickson, welcome back, my friend. This is the Fantasy Pros stream, and we are very close to kicking off round 2. But before we do, Andrew, I want to talk about the running backs, because this running back class has taken a lot of heat. It's not the running back class of last year. It doesn't have the star power of a Bijan Robinson or a Jahmyr Gibbs, But alas, we do have some running backs that are going to go tonight. So break down the RBs for us, Andrew Erickson. Who is your number one guy on the board, and where would you like to see him land potentially here in night 2?
So my number one guy for fantasy is Trey Benson from Florida State, but I don't know if he's going to be the first running back selected. So I really think that the way that this running back class is set up, you could see a lot of different running backs go first. I know Jonathan Brooks, the running back from Texas, coming off a torn ACL, he's still favored, at least in the betting markets last time I checked, that he was the favorite to be the first running back taken. A lot of people are connecting him to the Dallas Cowboys. But correct me if I'm wrong, I saw a news blurb that Ezekiel Elliott's going to sign with Dallas. So maybe that makes Dallas less likely to draft a running back. I wouldn't
Shouldn't
really
it make him more likely?
I mean,
Is that one of those one-day contracts, and then you announce your retirement with that team?
I mean,
Maybe.
I watched plenty of Zeke last year. Obviously that he was on the Patriots, and I mean, he can take on volume still, but that's pretty much it for Ezekiel Elliott when it comes to his abilities. So, yeah, I think for me, it doesn't really take them out of the running back conversation. The guy that I'm most excited to kind of see where he lands, and I know it's D-Bro's guy, is Marshawn Lloyd. He's someone that I'm heavily invested in terms of being the first running back drafted. Through all of the research I've done, with these teams, how they view these running backs. Now, Marshawn Lloyd was always that other running back that was thrown in the RB1 conversation alongside Blake Corum, alongside Trey Benson, alongside Jonathan Brooks. So, and I got odds for him plus 1,400, plus 1,300, plus 1,500 for him to be the first running back drafted. And the thing that kind of sold me on it was, obviously, D-Bro did a great job. So, number one. But number two, Daniel Jeremiah also had Marshawn Lloyd as his number one ranked running back. And historically speaking, Daniel Jeremiah's rankings have been nearly identical to where they actually projected to be drafted, or where they actually are drafted in the NFL draft. So that kind of caught my attention. He was his number one ranked running back, and that's usually a good sign of how high they get drafted. So I'm hoping it's Marshawn Lloyd. My wallet's hoping it's Marshawn Lloyd. So we'll see how that plays out. But I would be very happy with, whoever ends up in Dallas really is going to be the star running back rookie du jour for us in our rookie drafts.
Thor, we haven't talked much about the running backs because, well, none of them were going to go in the first round last night. Now is the time to start to look and change our focus to the running back position. So, is the running back class disappointing this year in 2024, and who's the bright spot within it for you?
Well, yeah. I mean, in that you don't have like that mega stud. You don't have your Bijan or even your Najee Harris guy or whatever. But like you cut it off after that. You're gonna have your the first dude out the board. I would assume late second. If I had to bet one or the other, it could be very early third though. It's going to be one or the other. And there is going to be a procession of them in the third round. That's where I think there's the bonanza of the running backs. I think we see several there. The guy for me that I'm invested in there is Trey Benson, and he's the RB1 on my board. And then the longer shots, I have tickets on Lloyd as well. Lloyd is a polarizing prospect. So I have him as RB4 in the write-up that I have about him in my RB write-up scouting reports. I talk about how you could absolutely see him as RB1, and in 10 years, it would not be surprising if he is the best running back in this class. It also wouldn't be surprising in 10 years if he is outside the top 10 guys in terms of rushing yards. That eval, people are going to see it in different ways. Obviously, Daniel Jeremiah and D-Bro see it one way, two of the preeminent minds in our industry. And then there's people that see it other way, and I'm sort of in the middle of that. We'll see with the NFL teams, but all it takes is one to lead that dance. The Jonathan Brooks one, he's the guy that I've been fading. And like Erickson was mentioning, he's been the favorite guy on the board. Is it Erickson with the odds right now live? Is he the favorite still against the entire field to be RB1?
Checking.
I'm pretty sure he was last time I checked live. I'm sorry to put you on the spot with that, but I disagree with him. If he's still the favorite against the entire board, I would disagree with that just based on the context. Prior to last season, when he had his breakout, the breakout happened over a 10-game stretch. But recall, prior to that, he was stuck behind Bijan and Roshan. So his evaluation, it's literally based on a 10-game stretch, which was in a pretty advantageous situation, by the way, because you have Xavier Worthy, you have Adonai Mitchell, you had Jatavian Sanders that defenses had to worry about, Quinn Ewers, and Steve Sarkisian, one of the better play callers that we had. I'm not trying to dog on Jonathan Brooks, but he's coming off the injury, and we conveniently don't know what his athletic testing profile is because of that injury. And we know that he lacks speed. So, I'm sort of curious what the rest of it would have been, but it's a little rich for me getting to RB1 with Jonathan Brooks. We'll find out later tonight if the NFL agrees with that, but he's a guy I'm fading.
We absolutely will. Roger Goodell has taken the stage here, so the Buffalo Bills are going to start things off for us tonight. And again, we will be here all night long, like Lionel Richie, breaking down all the picks for you here in rounds 2 and rounds 3. Don't forget to subscribe to the Fantasy Pros YouTube channel. Drop your comments below. And, of course, ring that bell till it goes ding for notifications. We're giving away a Jameson Winston jersey. Not Jameson Winston. So Jameson Williams jersey. I mean, don't give away the Winston jersey. That thing stinks. You don't want that. Williams
like
still has stolen ones. But yes, it's going to certainly, there's still time for Jameson Williams to turn things around here. But last night, certainly a fun evening. We put a poll up here with all the folks here a few minutes ago. It just closed. Which team had the biggest night? Who was the biggest winner of night 1? The Bears, the Vikings, the Eagles, or other? And by other, I can only assume that means Thor Nystrom. But actually, it was probably Andrew Erickson because he had that Pennix bet. Andrew, were you the biggest winner of the night?
I mean, so the Pennix bet really more or less saved me from all my unders on the quarterbacks being drafted. So I haven't gone through all the bets. I have to look into the Betting Pros app, and it'll tell me what my ROI was. So I was just gonna let day 2 play out as well because I want to factor that in. But overall, I was pretty happy.
All right. But the results of this poll anyway. The Bears, 63%. You get the franchise QB. You get another big wide receiver, of course. You ask a fantasy group of people who had the best night, it's always going to be the quarterbacks and wide receivers, of course. The Vikings were second with 23%. The Eagles, 8%.
The audience voted the Vikings number 2?
I know. You might have to take
after voting me as the third best dressed on the panel yesterday. The Fantasy Pros audience and our readership is clearly the smartest that any readership out there. But the judgment on a couple of these polls the past couple of days,
questionable.
The flannel I was rocking last night. I mean, objectively,
good. You look good.
Hey,
I mean, you went to plaid and it looked fantastic. I'm a big fan.
The Minnesota suit we call the flannel. And I rocked that for you guys out there. I dressed up.
So what happens when you have to go to Canada?
Special occasion.
You don't wear the Canadian tuxedo, which is the all denim. You wear the all flannel. Is that what you do?
I only been there one time, and drove up there, went to Winnipeg.
Winnipeg.
People say I got an accent. You ever been to Winnipeg? Those people, you can barely, I couldn't even understand what they were saying.
Well, it's easier than trying to understand the Newfies. That's another tough one there. That's a definitive accent.
That'll get you. Yeah.
Oh, sure. Don't you know? All right, let's get to the NFL draft here. The Buffalo Bills are officially on the clock here. So we already speculated. We know where Thor's at. He says he wants Ladd McConkey. He thinks it's going to be Ladd McConkey. The Vegas odds say Mitchell, but again, sometimes those are a little on the lazy side when it comes to the NFL draft. They, as Thor pointed out earlier, Andrew, saying that they just kind of take the biggest name and they give them the best odds or the worst odds, depending on how you're looking at it. So, Andrew, what should the Buffalo Bills do here after 2 trades last night and trading out of the first round altogether?
Well, they definitely should draft a wide receiver, number 1. And do I have a preference to? I think McConkey makes the most sense in terms of, Brandon Beane talked about how he doesn't want a prototypical X receiver. And that's kind of more of what AD Mitchell, I think, has to bring to the table. And I am kind of concerned that if AD Mitchell doesn't go to Buffalo, then my New England Patriots are going to be really interested in taking him. I'm still not sure how I feel about it. So we'll see how things shake out. Just because AD Mitchell, his analytical profile is basically one of the stone cold worst that we've seen from a guy that people thought was going to be a first round pick. And then he wasn't a first round pick. So is that already a red flag in itself that he was viewed as a first round pick, then he falls out of the first round altogether, and now he's going to the second round. So it's if Belichick was the manager still for Patriots, I would no doubt believe that AD Mitchell will be the pick. No doubt in my mind. So we'll see if this new staff looks at the analytics a little bit more and maybe picks a different receiver.
I saw a lot of clips of Belichick last night. He was very entertaining, very engaging. Had a lot of good stories there. I saw him on the X today. Let's say Ladd McConkey does go to the Buffalo Bills. Let's speculate for a moment, if we will. Mike Williams right now, the consensus half PPR early ranks wide receiver 46. Would you put Ladd McConkey above or below him, Andrew?
Oh, above him, for sure.
Above him. Okay. What about if I push towards Marquise Hollywood Brown in Kansas City? Would you put him over him? Ladd McConkey is a Buffalo Bill if that were to happen?
I think so, yeah. I think that on a per game basis, I think McConkey would probably outscore Marquise Brown. So, yeah.
Yeah, and look, they lost not just Stephon Diggs, but Gabe Davis too. And I know some people will roll their eyes at that and say, I didn't know Gabe Davis was still there last year. But he was, believe it or not. There were a few games where he actually did show up. And now he has been moved on from as well. So they've got some big holes there. Jordan Poyer also gone from this team. So a lot of pieces in this Buffalo Bills roster that we were used to seeing no longer there. So a little bit of a different look. Andrew, do you buy into that whole fact too, where Stephon Diggs always had a lot of pressure on Josh Allen to demand targets? And I look, when you're produced the way he does, I think you deserve to demand targets. But at a certain point, it seemed like it might have been having an adverse effect potentially on Josh Allen's ability to see the rest of the field and make good decisions. Do you think that was indeed the case from what you saw last year?
I think so. And I think that also credits Josh Allen's maturity and how he's matured as a passer. Like when he was younger, it was much easier just to rely on Stephon Diggs as he's kind of working through his progressions. Okay, just look for Stephon Diggs and make it easy. But now that he's gotten more advanced as a passer, okay, he can go through his reads. He can actually hit his second option, his third option. So I think that's why Brandon Beane feels confident while moving away from, hey, we need to focus on getting this one guy the ball. Let's spread the wealth. We have a talented tight end. We have a couple slot receivers that we already like. Curtis Samuel is an interesting piece, and they're going to add another rookie here. I wouldn't surprise me if they add multiple rookie receivers. Like, I think that it's so smart when teams double down at position of need. You know, look at last year. That was what Green Bay did. They drafted a bunch of receivers. They needed receiver help. They drafted a bunch of tight ends, and they got a lot of tight end help. So I would not be shocked if we see Buffalo not just draft one receiver, but multiple receivers potentially today.
I was going to say the exact same thing. And in particular, not only the situation that Buffalo is in with the rancid receiving core that they have, in the situation that we sit in right now with the draft board as it is with the receiving position in this draft class, there's so many good receivers on the board right now. Buffalo has this pick, of course. They also pick at the end of the round. You could take two receivers with those picks. They're both going to start immediately on this rancid receiving core that you have. You add them to Curtis Samuel, for instance, right? Like, and you have potentially a competent receiving core. Let's start it with Ladd McConkey here. We'll see. But, and then, at 60, what is it, 61, 62? Yeah, 60. With the other one, you would have two immediate starters at wide receiver, just qualitatively, because this receiver class is so deep through round two.
All right, I've got a curveball for you here, potentially. Another wide receiver that you mentioned before. What about Keon Coleman as potentially a guy who could land here? What would that look like, Thor?
Certainly a possibility, and a guy that would be a good fit with Josh Allen. The thing that Keon Coleman will not do for you is separate from cornerbacks. He's not very fast. He ran the 4.61, and last year PFF separation percentile. Keon Coleman, not a typo, and I'm not going to make a mistake here. It was the 0th percentile. But what is he awesome at? It's downfield ball skills. He, the stuff I just said, you're like, oh, people that have never seen him before at home, you're probably like, oh, that guy must be a bum athlete. No. He started out his career at Michigan State because he was a dual sport guy who was on the Michigan State basketball team playing for Tom Izzo. The guy can leap out of the gym, and he's got the ball skills. He got vice grip hands as well. And you see the leap out of the gym thing, it's not just going up to get the ball. You will see him hurdle defenders in the open field. You try to go out and take out Keon Coleman's knees, get ready. He's going to do the pogo stick thing that he does, and then he'll just keep trucking upfield. So he's like the T. Higgins thing would be an example of a round two receiver that has a skill set like this that obviously popped. Cortland Sutton would be one. But then there's also, it could go the other way, the bus. Mike Mayer, our boss and buddy who's listening out there, already knows the name I'm going to go to here. J.J. Arcega-Whiteside would be an example the other way. But that kind of a guy goes in round two every year.
All right, Keon Coleman is the selection from Florida State wide receiver, 6'3", 213. He is the first pick for night 2, round 2 of the NFL draft. So let's talk about him. Andrew Erickson, give us the fantasy breakdown here and your evaluation of Keon Coleman, who is now a Buffalo Bill.
I really like the spot. I mean, Thor just kind of hit on how he can be effective in this offense. Look, he's going to a relatively weak wide receiver depth chart, and he mentioned, or Thor mentioned, how we saw Keon Coleman start at at Michigan State. You know who else was on that team? Jayden Reed, a guy that we saw in the NFL ball out as a rookie. Keon Coleman outproduced him at a younger age. Like, that matters to me. That when he was facing other NFL talent, he was putting up numbers and producing in that offense. And even at Florida State, a bunch of other talented players in that offense as well. So I like Keon Coleman. Looking at the 40-yard dash time, it was not great. But then you also look at, well, how did he do in in the drills, like the gauntlet drill? Oh, he's going up for 20 miles per hour in the gauntlet drill. So teams are considering that more than just looking at the hand time, the laser time of the 40-yard dash, because we have this technology. Like, how fast is Keon Coleman when he actually plays? Oh, what do you know? He's pretty fast, and he's also catching the football. So I think this is a great spot for Keon Coleman. I'm excited for him. And, you look at guys like Pearsall, you look at guys like Legette. They were taken in the first round, quote unquote. I mean, Keon Coleman got taken 2 picks later. So do not fall for he was a second round pick. Like, he went 33rd.
Right.
Like, right after these other two guys. So if you had Keon Coleman ranked ahead, I had him ranked ahead of both Legette and Pearsall pre-draft. Like, he's going to be ranked post-draft, even though he went in the second round.
So Coleman joins Dawson Knox, Dalton Kincaid, James Cook, along with Josh Allen. So I'm going to ask the same question I asked before, Andrew. We were speculating about Ladd McConkey. Now that's Keon Coleman, and you're looking at the Fantasy Pros numbers here. Mike Williams at wide receiver 46, above or below Mike Williams?
You got to stop giving me the Mike Williams ones. I'm not taking Mike Williams.
I know, but neither am I. But again, that's exactly the point I think I'm trying to make here, which is I feel like a lot of people will look at that and they'll say, oh, Mike Williams, he's playing with Aaron Rodgers. But again, he's playing on that turf. He's always hurt. To me, that's where you start looking and saying, do I want to take a chance on Mike Williams or an aging Tyler Lockett at 45 or Jameson Williams at 47, or do I start taking shots at rookies? I think right around 50 is where we're talking about, because after that, it's the Jacoby Myers, Josh Downs, Romeo Doubs grouping. I think the answer is yes on those guys. So when you push up, I don't know if I want to take him over Tyler Lockett, but over Mike Williams, I think that to me is that dividing line where I feel comfortable. Maybe if he has a good training camp, looks good in the preseason, things are going in the right direction, the buzz is good, and maybe I would take that leap of faith. Do you think you might as well?
I would. Yeah, for sure. Mike Williams, he's the same age as me. So he's washed at this point. Like, he's going to be 30 years old very, very soon. So can't draft Mike Williams. I'll take Keon Coleman. Look, this is a really talented wide receiver class. And when you get the receiver that breaks out in the second half of the season at a wide receiver 40, wide receiver 50 price tag, like, that's what a league winner looks like. So yeah, you might draft a receiver or two that doesn't end up hitting, but if you draft enough of them, you only need one or two to hit, and then you're going to be in the green. So I really
sorry to interrupt, guys. So we have a trade right now.
I've got it right here.
Yeah.
So the Patriots are trading pick number 34 and 137 to the Chargers. 37 and 112. So the Chargers have moved up, and it looks like the pick is in for them. So Thor, do you want to speculate here on what that trade might be looking at? Maybe the guy that didn't just go potentially?
I think the guy that we were banging the drum for to get taken. I think he might be walking to, well, maybe not walking to the podium, but he's about to hear his name called, Ladd McConkey. Right here. And Jim Harbaugh, people were like, oh, take the receiver at 5, which we had some fun with, because it's like, if you think Jim Harbaugh taking a wide receiver over Joe Alt, you haven't paid attention to his career, or you didn't listen to his comments at the owners' meetings. But Ladd McConkey is a receiver that is at least within the ilk of the thing that Jim Harbaugh typically looks for, an efficiency monster. You're talking about moving the chains, a decimated receiving core with the Chargers. Ladd McConkey is going to help out a ton with that. And if the Chargers, the offensive constitution of it looks on the early downs like it did with the Chargers, you're going to see, with the Michigan Wolverines, you're going to see more of the running on the early downs. But when they go back to pass, you have to be able to complete those passes. Obviously, they were last year on Michigan. Ladd McConkey gets separation at a ludicrous rate. Last year, I think it was 97th percentile on the field and over 3 yards per route run. He had less of the box score stats because he was hurt last year, right from out of training camp. He played while hurt. That cost him 2 games at the end of the season. But we see that this guy, he rolls out of bed getting separation. It's just what he does. And a guy who can play on the boundary as well. Last point I wanted to make on him, don't sleep on that. There's people that just want to think that he is a slot receiver. receiver for reasons that I won't get into, but he played 80% of his snaps on the boundary at Georgia on those dominant Georgia teams that won 2 national championships in 3 years. Last year, they only lost 1 game. Ladd McConkey is going to go in right away and probably be the wide receiver 1 on the Chargers next year and get a bunch of volume. So that's a guy for fantasy owners to keep their eye on very closely.
You had a comp of him, Jordan Addison.
Yeah.
Walk me through that. Why Jordan Addison?
Jordan Addison, a guy in the NFL right now, of course, playing in a 12 personnel offense for Kevin O'Connell with the Vikings, a guy who could play slot. We saw that in college and interchangeably play on the outside. McConkey, when he's in the slot, is great. We saw that at Georgia, but in their 12 personnel offense, when he was on 80% on the boundary there, destroys people there. I was mentioning all the separation. McConkey also has the juts to get downtown at 4.39. But the thing that reminds me of Addison, it is that ability to separate the efficiency in the routes, the ability to win at all 3 levels, the reliability of the hands, and the silky smoothness of the movement. It's not just the athleticism and the understanding of how to run routes. They almost have this movement style. It's like a jet ski. Like it's like gliding. It's not like running. It's like, it's like just like this gliding sort of movement. And so it's just like difficult for the defensive backs, because they can throttle up, throttle down, and it's just more difficult for the defensive backs to get a beat on.
All right. Looking forward here to the next pick, which is going to be, maybe it's not going to be after all. This is what night 2 has become. Lots of trades. Andrew Erickson, are you disappointed that your and my New England Patriots did not stay where they were and take Ladd McConkey? Are we going to be complaining about this for the next 10 years?
We might be. They are notorious for not drafting the right receivers. So we know
sure
they're going
are.
to take one at some point. So whoever they take is going to be compared to Ladd McConkey ad nauseum. Like Tyquan Thornton is compared to George Pickens, which is a big L on the Patriots. But we knew that was going to happen right after they made the pick. So, we'll see. I mean, the only guy that I could really see that I really like that maybe they're have interest in trading back down would be Javon Baker from UCF, who I really like a lot. I know
right now Erickson's that meme where he's like crying, but he has that mask on where it's like the smile. Erickson, you're devastated right now. I knew you wanted McConkey.
I know I did, and now I know whatever receiver
I did.
They draft is going to be
I also did.
I know you did too.
Atlanta moves up to the Cardinals spot here with this next pick here at 35. So the Cardinals trade picks 35 and 186.
Can I guess
the
this
Falcons
one, Joe?
For 43 and 79. It better not be Spencer Rattler. That's all I'm saying.
No, I think they're going to get Jer'zhan Newton. I think it's going to be Jer'zhan Newton. Like everyone's complaining about, they drafted Michael Pennix, and now they get Newton. If they get Newton, a guy that a lot of people view it as a first-round pick, a defensive tackle, maybe that'll kind of change the minds of Falcons fans. They're like, look, we had to take Pennix because we were going to take a quarterback. It's just kind of imagine it as, what if they take a Newton in the first round and they got Pennix here?
Well, this is the Lions draft of 2023 all over again, right?
I mean, would people be in uproar? I don't think so.
Well, no, the Lions ended up going to the playoffs, but everybody said last year it wasn't so much the players they took as the order in which they took them. It ended up working out. Thor, if it is Newton, would we have that same take that we had last year about the Detroit Lions? Maybe the wrong order, but the right guys?
Joe, if you think that I'm going to compliment Terrible Terry after what he did yesterday,
well,
what he did yesterday was a jailable offense of burning draft equity. I can't do it, especially in conjunction with the Cousins thing. But sure, I would at least acknowledge the good value that he got on Johnny Newton if he was to do it. But we'll see what Terrible Terry is up to. Obviously, they have an idea. Obviously because they traded up for this slot, but after yesterday, I don't know what that guy's got up his sleeve.
Could be Cooper DeJean also, another.
Please don't with my boy Cooper. I can't do it.
Well, everybody's fist pumping in the war room for the Atlanta Falcons. Arthur Blank is on the phone. He looks like he's in a much better mood today. So maybe
he's not arguing with Terry Fontenot this time after they turn the card in?
Not currently. Okay. It is not the Homer Simpson, Bart Simpson choking around the neck meme that you might think it might be. It is not that, at least not right now, at least not tonight.
It was like that.
I don't know what it looked like yesterday, but not tonight. So we're getting to the podium here to see officially what this pick is going to be. And the Falcons are taking defensive tackle Ruke Orhorhoro at 35. There you go. The Commanders are now on the clock. So there you have it. I got it out of the way early. The big O is off the board. So Thor, they got a defensive tackle. They got their quarterback.
Yeah.
Maybe it was unconventional, but this is what they needed. So
Yeah.
is all now a little bit better in Atlanta.
Yeah, I mean, with Ruke, we talked about this heading in of where is this guy going to go? Because this is the evaluation where it can go either way. And obviously the Falcons prioritize this guy. Their coaching staff and Raheem Morris and the defensive leaning stuff must think that this is a ball of clay that they can develop. But I not the defensive tackle I would have taken. That would have been Johnny Newton.
Okay, so let's bring in a guest here to get his take on it. Joining us right now from the Volume Network is one of the best draft guys out there. This is John Middlecoff. John,
Yes.
thanks for joining us here on the program. I know you
Johnny.
joined us on some other podcasts earlier in the year. I'm sure you are running on empty like all of us, but what do you make of this Atlanta Falcons draft? Did they make up enough ground here? Despite the fact the order might have been a little exotic, did they do what they needed to do here, in your opinion?
Well, I got to push back on. Can you guys hear me? We all good?
Yes, sir.
Good.
Yep.
On the Lions last year, because I think if we were comparing those, and I'm a big, like anyone that follows the draft, value where you can get players. Last year's draft was pretty bad, right? There weren't as many high-end first-round players. Now, if you want to crush them for not taking Jalen Carter, understandable, but from a character standpoint, you could argue they weren't really built to do it. The running back they got really is much more in the mold of Alvin Kamara, Christian McCaffrey, a dual threat catching the guy. And as we saw as the season played on, I mean, he's a dynamic player. It also gave them ability to get their second-round pick, which got them Laporta. So I love their draft even at the time. And I'm an anti-running back high guy, but the modern-day running back is much more of a hybrid. He's essentially a slot receiver as well. To me, the Falcons, it's insane because, and I'm a Michael Pennix guy, but part of team building, it's pretty clear, right, that they would have been better off giving the $100 million that they gave Kirk Cousins if they knew what they knew today, which they had to have a pretty good idea because of the 8th overall pick. I would have got it if they traded up to get him or whatever. It was a big picture. They had the 8th overall pick. And this was a guy, even through his season, was viewed as probably – by a lot of people in the NFL as like a late first-round guy. So you were going to have a very good chance to get him. They gave $100 million to Kirk Cousins. What if they just would have given Sam Darnold or Gardner Minshew $10 million, signed Wilkins with $85 million, and taken this guy? This is not a project. To me, if you get Drake May or J.J. McCarthy, understand it. Let him be around Cousins, who's a little sensitive and clearly is not happy because his agent came out right away. And you get – Michael Penix is not some sit-on-the-bench guy for 2 years. I mean, I'm not saying who knows if he's going to be good or not. No one ever knows. But he's a plug-and-play quarterback. He's been starting for 17 years in college. He's ready to go. So to me, it's a waste of the allocated resources because the most powerful thing, the Vikings are going to get this, the Broncos are going to get this, all the teams that draft a quarterback, is the contract, right? Because you then can sign $50, $80 million players when they're available. They're giving that to another quarterback. And that's the one position really in sports beside the kicker. In basketball, you rotate guys in. Defensive line, you rotate guys in. Baseball, you can switch guys. Quarterback, one guy plays. So to me, it's a waste of resources, even if you're like totally understand doubling down on the quarterback. And the Aaron Rodgers comp with Jordan Love is stupid because Jordan Love, a lot like even way worse than J.J. McCarthy or Drake May, major project. Mm-hmm. Right? So, and that was at the end of the first round. The other thing is Michael Penix has the 8th overall pick, unlike getting a guy in the late 20s, is pretty expensive. So he's immediately one of the highest paid backups in the NFL. And I don't always agree with Chris Sims, but he had a pretty good point. During OTAs, it's not like Kirk Cousins is going to be out there. Well, who's going to be taking the reps? Penix. What is the Atlanta Falcons full of? Young, impressionable players. They're going to be like, damn. And the one thing Belichick, you could crush him on certain things, was always a lead at locker room dynamics. It's already weird. And, I see people like trade Cousins. He's got a no trade clause. They're giving him $62 million of actual cash in like a 6-month period. And we know the way these cap work, you kind of mess with the cap. But they are pretty obligated on the dead cap for a couple years to keep him around. So it's just it felt like a fly by the seat of your pants move when you would have known probably early on in the process, January, early February, definitely the combine, like we're going to have a pretty good chance to draft this guy. Why not? Okay, Sam Darnold's getting $10 million offer from Vikings. Why not give him $14 million 1 year, right? You could have manipulated a little bit, and maybe they got pressure from the owner, but let's face it, that interaction last night was pretty bizarre. And again, I'm a Michael Pennix guy,
John,
but it's a little bizarre.
You're talking about the squandering of draft equity yesterday. I wanted to ask you a question about a guy that never does. Your old friend, a guy you used to work for, Howie Roseman. We talked about him yesterday a lot, and then in the lead into round 2, the opening bell today, about the philosophy and the ethos of Howie Roseman and the strategy, which I'm hoping you can give the audience a little bit more context for because of your experience in the Eagles building, working there. The way that I see it from the outside looking in, I was comparing him earlier to recalling Ozzie Newsome, the way he used to do it for the Ravens, where you don't get myopic and zero in on positions in rounds. Like, we have to take this position or this position because they're our biggest needs. But that those two decision makers, it was, we're going to stay wide open, our eyes wide open on the board because we're picking later on. And we know that the NFL guys always fall down. And we're willing to take the value, whoever that is. So we're going to keep our options open and just accept the steal that falls down to us this year, that being Quinyon Mitchell. But give us, do you think that is a fair way to describe how he does it? And give us some idea into the process there in the Eagles building.
I would say, obviously, he's become, over the last half decade, I mean, if not the best, I mean, one of the best. And his ability to understand value, I mean, he had to just be laughing, right, at the at what the Falcons did. Because the value proposition of the draft, what you pay, what you use your equity on, what you pay your players is a huge point of emphasis in that building. The other thing is, I was actually a little shocked. Remember when they took Jalen Reagor and Zimmer and Spielman went nuts, and that was a cool moment, and then Jefferson went next. They made a conscious effort the next year and really up till now to go big schools, right? And they've really just kind of pillaged 2 big schools, Georgia and Alabama. It's why I honestly was a little shocked. I think clearly they think this guy's better than the Bama corners, but they have leaned the big schools. And they just said, if we're going to make mistakes, we're not going to go with a smaller school guy because they learned from it right there. They had Justin Jefferson sitting there from LSU. No one knew he was going to be this good, but it was looking back like, what were we doing? This guy was just on one of the most prolific offenses. And I think that they must have really, I haven't even spoke to anyone in the building today, but they really, really valued this player because that's a conversation. Like, they know the Bama guys, every day in practice, let alone their competition on a weekly basis, you feel a lot better. It's why I like Brock Bowers so much. Not just what you've seen on film, but for 2 years, 21 and 22. Imagine the guys he's going up against every day in practice. Iron sharpens iron, right? You guys do podcasts all the time. You get better and better the more and more you do. So they valued this player. I'm sure, like, the reports were dead right that he was sniffing around moving up and got a little lucky. Let's face it, in the sense that 6 quarterbacks almost went in the top 10, right? Basically. And then the 3 wide receivers also in the top 9. So that just shoves all these defensive players down. And the other thing is, historically, pass rushers and high-end corners just don't make it past 15. And it really didn't start till 15 with the pass rushers. So very unique. I just don't know if we're ever going to see anything like this unless football now is just quarterbacks and wide receivers, which honestly might be part of it, but it's wild. I mean, he'd be the first to tell you we got a little lucky that we didn't have to move and get the number 1 corner on the board. Like, that's unheard of, isn't it?
It is. Defensive tackle off the board for the Washington Commanders. Newton from Illinois is on 6'1" and 304. So your guy, Thor, is now a Washington Commander. You say steal. Tell everybody why.
Well, he's just so active. And in this interior defensive line class, you had Murphy. And then after that, you fall down like to Newton. He was the number 2 guy on my board. And then there was another little drop, at least for me, on my board. Newton was the guy, though, heading into the season who was like number 1 with a bullet. And like the fact of him falling down here, I'm a little bit surprised. He is a little bit on the smaller side, but most of these 3 guys are. The reason that I went with Murphy over him, that I was more bullish on that, was Murphy, I see more two-way utility with him. I like the way that Murphy gets the pass rushing penetration without selling out his run game gap responsibilities. Like he keeps the gap integrity and he will just occupy the dude. So like him and Sweat, like the linebackers could just zip around and whatnot. Whereas Johnny Newton is one of those guys who is the riverboat gambler shooting the gaps. He's a fun player to watch because he will get the penetration very, very quickly. But when it's a running concept and he's doing that stuff, sometimes the offensive linemen they like it because he goes the wrong way and they can just really easily get him out of there because of what he's done. But you're getting him to get after the quarterback from very close to the ball, and that interior penetration can blow plays up really quick.
Well, speaking of blowing up things, looks like the Patriots are going to blow up another draft. This is just like a few years ago, Andrew Erickson, that you and I sat on this very show. We were waiting for a selection for a wide receiver, and we got Tyquan Thornton. Instead, now we're going to get the wide receiver 19 on Thor's board, Ja'Lynn Polk from Washington. 122's Thor evaluation overall. Pick number 37, boys and girls. You
could have had Ladd McConkey and you trade down 3 spots and take Ja'Lynn Polk.
We know we could have had Ladd McConkey. You don't have to say it out loud over and over again, but I know, Andrew Erickson, you're going to say it over and over again for a very long time. Erickson, your thoughts and feelings about this selection here.
All right, so we'll stick with the positives first. It is a wide receiver, so that's good. Number one, drafting wide receiver.
We are setting the bar very low here this evening.
Yeah, I mean, look, he's my 13th ranked receiver overall. So there are plenty of guys I would have ranked and taken over him here. The two things to point out, though, he fits systematically to what they already had. Like, he can be an X. They needed an X receiver. They don't need more slot receivers. So I think that he can fill into that type of role. And one of the Washington coaches that was with Polk last year as part of that offense now works for the Patriots. So I'm assuming that coach probably had some influence on this particular pick here, and that's why they went with it.
All right, John. I want to give John the stage here, too, because John...
I don't think he can play on the boundary, I have to say, before you go over it. I think Polk is a slot only, and I don't think he can get down the field.
We'll get to your take, too, Thor. We'll get to your take also. I want to get John in here. You're here all night. John's in and out here. He's a busy man. So, John, give me your take on this selection here. If you're talking about taking guys potentially out of order, this has got to be like Christmas morning for you here.
Maybe he was a top 10 guy on Jonathan Kraft's board, because we know Jonathan Kraft now is the pseudo GM of the Patriots. So, yeah, I've shorted the Patriots organization hard, just moving forward for the foreseeable future. I like Drake Maye. I just think it's a situation that is going to be very, very difficult. I mean, a coach who's been coaching for under 5 years, this guy rose up the ranks really fast. And the negativity surrounding that organization with a quarterback. Here's the thing. When you draft a guy like Drake Maye and your team's bad, no one's going to want to watch 17 games of Jacoby Brissett. So he's going to get thrown in way sooner than he should. And it could be really, really difficult. Now, I'm a Pac-12 guy. I think Polk's a solid player, but I'm with you. Elliott Wolf, born and raised in the Green Bay system, where they're typically a little more height, weight, speed. And right when I looked up, it's not like he's some blazer. He ran like a low 4.5. He's 6'1", 200 pounds. But yeah, I mean, I'm out on the Patriots. There's not many players that they could have taken that would have made me feel really good unless somehow they got Caleb Williams. And I'm for 20 years, I'm a Fresno State guy. We had a lot of guys on that team play for. I've rooted for the Patriots. I'm a Belichick guy, but I think it's going to be a rough couple years. I think it's going to be really, really ugly. And this is a hard situation for these developmental quarterbacks to get thrown into. I mean, look at Thor's guy gets to just ease in Minnesota, right? Mm-hmm. Even Bo Nix, his head coach, might be a little crazy, but is also the play caller and has a ton of experience, right? I mean, you look at Brock Purdy having Kyle, whoever plays for Sean. It's such an easier landing spot. You have this head coach who's a defensive guy, young guy, a lot of moving parts. He has nothing to do with the offense. So they're really tied to Van Pelt, who probably got a raw deal. Deshaun wanted him out or whatever, but because I thought he did a pretty good job with Joe Flacco. But still, I think it's going to be their personnel. Their personnel stinks.
John, the question, I guess, is this, and this is something that, I think Patriot fans have been frustrated with the last few years of the Belichick regime, and now it seems to be carrying over. We thought it might be different this year. They didn't trade back. They took the third pick, which was Drake Maye at the quarterback. So far, so good. But here we're in another situation where you could have had this guy at, was it 68 that they pick again, right? Theoretically, you might have been able to wait and get him there if you liked him and taken something else here. Isn't that the point here where the teams in the NFL, like the Philadelphia Eagles and the Baltimore Ravens, who continue to crush life every single year in these drafts, who don't necessarily have high picks, every year they do the same thing, which is they take the talent on the board where it's appropriate, and then they still stash those guys that they like, those prospects that they think are going to pop, and they get them too. Why can't other teams follow along this same suit? And why is it teams like the Patriots specifically that continue to think they are smarter than everybody else in the room?
Well, I think a lot of teams, and I don't, Jonathan Kraft clearly has his hands all over this. Their coaches get really involved. And the one thing coaches do not care at all about is value. I want this player and I want him now. I want this player and I want him now. And I think when that happens, I think that's where you see a lot of these picks. Once you get past the third round, who cares, right? But in the top, like you said, top 75 picks, drafting a guy at 45 when you could have had him at 70 is pretty devastating. When you could have had two players instead of one with that same guy. And I think the coaches have a very, very strong arm. It's one thing with the quarterback. Honestly, I thought with the Patriots, and people might have thought I was nuts, I thought and I understand the owner wouldn't want to do this, kind of punted on this year, trade back, accumulate a ton of picks, and just draft sweet players. But who's to say if they had made the Drake Maye trade, let's say with the Giants, gone from 3 to 6, added some second and third round picks or whatever, that they would have not just taken these players anyway, so it might have been a moot point, right?
More picks doesn't make you better with some organizations. Just ask the Carolina Panthers. Just ask the Panthers how that works. And that's what a general manager is for. The discipline to say, hey, coach, yeah, you love that guy. Don't worry. We have a plan for that. Thor, you've been so patient, which I know is not your MO. So let's get to you and your take on Polk there. I just want to make sure. See, this is the thing. Thor doesn't have a lot of people up to his cabin in the woods. I'm much more of an Italian host. I like to have everybody over for big Sunday dinner. So you got to give the other people, some new folks, some time to chat here. So we have the Titan selection coming up in just a moment here. Thor, give us your take on Polk here. What went wrong?
With two Patriots homers in here, let me give you the hospitality that I show in Minnesota. What a reach. What an egregious reach by the New England Patriots. Ja'Lynn Polk is a mirage that was created by Jalen McMillan's September injury last year. It very much like Jalen Hyatt the year before when Cedric Tillman went down in September. Let me give you guys some stats. In the 20 games the last 2 years where Jalen McMillan and Ja'Lynn Polk were on the same field together, healthy and active, and played the entire game together, Jalen McMillan, 124 catches for 1,657 yards, 14 touchdowns. Ja'Lynn Polk, 68 catches, 1,210 yards, 9 touchdowns. Every time Jalen McMillan was healthy playing the whole game, he was Washington's second option behind Rome Odunze. Ja'Lynn Polk was the clear wide receiver 3 and distant wide receiver 3. When McMillan comes back the end of last season in November from the injury that he struggled with, throughout the fall last season, this was during the heart of that college football playoff run that Washington had. Of course, they ended up reaching the college football national championship against Michigan. What do you think happened with Ja'Lynn Polk then? He went back on the milk carton where he was before. There was 2 of the games in the last 5 or 6 where Polk plays the entire game. He's healthy, of course, plays a full game. He had 0 catches in 2 of those games. Again, the heart of the college football playoff, during that whole thing. In this awesome passing offense where Michael Pennix, Terry Fontenot's boy, threw for 5,000 yards last year, and Polk had 0 catches in 2 of those games. I don't know what you're doing there. And the projection going forward, I think he's a slot. He did play on the outside there in that offense. I think he has to play slot in at the next level. The explosion, the speed, stuff like that is not his forte. The thing that he leads with, he has awesome hands. I will give him that. but I think he has to be a slot at the next level. It's just an efficiency thing. If I'm putting someone in the slot, I want someone that can stretch the field. That is not Ja'Lynn Polk. I think that's an egregious use of an early second-round pick, particularly in this receiving class where you had, still on the board, you had Troy Franklin, Roman Wilson, Javon Baker, Adonai Mitchell. I would have taken Jalen McMillan above him, his teammate, who's going to go 2 rounds later. For me, a mistake, especially Ladd McConkey was available and you traded down 3 slots and then take Polk. I don't know what they're doing here.
All right, well, let's continue on here because picks are flying fast and furious. The Titans drafted T'Vondre Sweat
Big boy.
at 38. So the Panthers are now on the clock, but they are not because they make a move with the Rams to move up to 39 with the Panthers. So we're going to find out what the Rams are doing. So Thor, give me your 30-second take on Sweat, and then we'll get to the Ram selection, and we'll put them both together for John.
Planet-sized dude, 6'4", 365 pounds, won the Outland Trophy last year, playing next to Murphy, who, of course, gets all the flowers in this class, but it was Sweat last year who got the awards. But in the NFL, the projection, it's the run-stuffer guy, knocking heads together, the ward daddy, not going to give you much utility as a pass rusher. You're just going to use him on the running downs. We thought he might fall a little bit later because of that, and also because of the DWI he just had a couple weeks ago. NFL obviously didn't end up caring as much about that as we thought because he went about where we thought he was going to go before that.
All right, Erickson, give me your quick take here on this first selection that we just had of Sweat. And then we've also got Branden Fiske, now defensive tackle, going off the board. So a lot of the defensive front guys are going off and a little bit of a run here to the Rams. Your thoughts on both of these, Andrew, and then we'll hit John up next.
Yeah, T'Vondre Sweat is a very large man and is going to make it harder for the for teams to run on the Titans. So the Titans have win one of these defenses traditionally it's been really tough to run on. So again, as we're looking at streaming matchups in fantasy, like the Titans defense, especially if they're good against the run again, Sweat's going to be a massive part of that. Branden Fiske from Florida State, he was rumored to be kind of in that first round fringe, a potential sneaky player into round 1. And yeah, we're getting a run on defensive tackles here because of the value of an interior pass rush. That's why we saw guards get paid.
We're also in another universe, too, because Howie Roseman's busy. He just moved up to 40.
Did he?
So now we're really getting...
Oh, nice.
So, John,
let's get John's analysis of this. This will be good.
Well, let's get.
He's always working the phones, John.
Well, I do think on Sweat, from a football standpoint, the Titans got a lot more physical in the last 24 hours, right, with Latham and him.
For sure. You want to talk about some battles in practice, if those guys can't go in the one-on-ones, yeah.
I mean, that's like 700 pounds worth of human between those two. I mean, what's Latham? 340, and this guy's 365. I mean, that is massive. I think from a character standpoint, to get a DUI right before the draft in the middle of the day on a Sunday would be pretty scary. I mean, we all make dumb decisions when we're young. That's pretty nuts. That would scare me. And I know there are some character concerns at Texas, which clearly you get drafted as high as he did because he wasn't some lock first-round pick the way the game's played. I mean, he got drafted, I don't know where you guys think, like kind of right where he was going to get drafted if that never happened. So, I mean, that's, for sure. That was unfazed by Rand Carthen, who spent a lot of time with the 49ers who kind of value that stuff. So it's clearly he doesn't care that much. The Rams, losing the heartbeat and, one of the best players in the history of the franchise, got up physical too these last 2 days with Verse and him. So they put a premium on that defensive line. They're going to be good. I mean, if Matt Stafford stays healthy, I don't see why they'll be right there competing with the 49ers, right? I mean, I don't know where you guys stand on that, but, Verse, I thought he had more of like a AFC North outdoors in the cold feel to him than like in a dome, but he's a good player. Hard not to like him.
No reason you can't bring that mentality to
for sure.
You're starting to use it. You know what I mean?
So
exactly.
They value that physicality. And, for the first, Sean McVay hasn't had a high picks in a long, long time, and he's just taken defensive linemen. A lot of people thought he'd go offensive player. So I credit him. One of his strengths and Kyle's strengths for being offensive, new age, young play callers is they really value defense. And it's not shocking why their teams are good, right? It's not just offense. They put a lot of resources on the defensive side of the ball. And listen, not every pick's going to work, but if you keep taking swings there, you're going to hit on a couple. And they definitely did last year.
Gentlemen, we've got some fun here. I know what the next pick is if you would like to hear it. I'm just going to tell you this much. Thor Nystrom, it's a corner. So not only did they get
they took a second corner,
but they took another one. And who do you think it might be?
Oh, no, Howie did it again.
It's Cooper DeJean.
Oh, give me a break.
The next selection here.
He did it again.
Quinion Mitchell and Cooper DeJean are going to come in for the Philadelphia Eagles.
This guy.
They've got their corners for the next, 6-7 years potentially. What do you think, Thor, about that selection here? Howie again.
It's what he does. It's just over and over and over again. In this case, he doesn't wait back. It's like, all right, NFL, if you really want me to, it's like, I'll give you a couple more picks. Someone take them. And then he's like, all right, fine. They call it and then trade up and we're going to strike. Cooper is the skill set is so versatile. Talked about this a little bit before. Plays the boundary cornerback and the narrative around him, I just think is so unfair. I realize it might be a little bit biased, but I seen a lot of snaps of that kid live, probably every one during his career. Don't miss a snap of Iowa Hawkeye football. But, there's been this thought of like, oh, he's a tweener and you got to move him to free safety. I think there's only that narrative for reasons that I probably will be self-evident to people that haven't seen Coop. But I think that he can stay on the boundary. I'll just say that. And as opposed to thinking about him as a tweener or a position convert, think of him as a chess piece in the defensive backfield. I know that he can play in the nickel. He absolutely can play on the boundary, particularly in an NFL where 60% of the snaps are zone coverage anyway. What do you think the Iowa Hawkeyes play? They play zone. That's the thing when we talk about their defensive backs every year, even their linebackers, Jack Campbell last year, it's like, oh yeah, he's great in coverage, but it's zone concepts. Right? Like Coop is great in the zone stuff. It's just like, that's what he's super duper natural at. So that stuff he's good with. Man coverage stuff, we'll have to see. But in the brief opportunities he got to do it, he has acquitted himself decently well at it. The NFL level on the boundary, that we wouldn't know about. So maybe that stuff you'd have to see in training camp. But I think at least in zone boundary for sure. Free safety, nickel. I mentioned before, box stuff. You can send him after the quarterback situationally when you want. He's one of the few defensive backs in this class that loves hitting running backs. That stuff comes from his special teams background. He was on all of the special teams units at Iowa and is an awesome punt returner. This is awesome value by a guy who does this year after year, after pick, after pick, after pick. And you can probably sense my annoyance about that, especially because he just picked one of my favorite players at pick 40 who should have gone 20 picks ago or so.
Probably. Before we change personnel here, Andrew Erickson, give me your take right now on the Eagles addressing their cornerback issues and then some.
I don't really have much else to add. I don't really know what I'm supposed to say, but Thor knocked it out of the park. Like James Bradbury and Darius Slay are old. Like those guys are not going to be around for much longer. So, yeah, the Eagles, now the two top corners. Yeah,
and aggressive here. They could have sat back here, but instead Howie saw the opportunity and he shot his shot. John, I want to get your take on this, and then we're going to give you some breathing time as well. The Eagles do it again, John Middlecoff, and now they have two young corners here, two of arguably the best two in this draft, have fallen to them, and they've taken both. Is this the right call, or do you think maybe they should have gone with an edge rusher or some other piece, or maybe even a safety potentially? Was this just a no-brainer at the end of the day for the Eagles?
I would say they've invested so much in the line of scrimmage, offensive and defensive line. So it's easy, a lot of teams, nitpick other positions, but Howie has quadrupled down, right? They signed the Jets pass rusher. They drafted the interior guys the last couple of years. Offensive line, basically every guy's on a long-term contract. So you can they don't need anything at wide receiver. They signed Saquon. They already have their quarterback, and they traded for Kenny Pickett. The roster, I guess, it's not a very good linebacker draft. Bradbury, I think, technically still on the roster, correct?
I believe so, technically.
Yeah, he won't be. He's not going to be on the team. Slay, when healthy, still solid, but he's definitely his arrow's pointing down. I think the other thing that this brings in, and you got to think about this because we've never seen it, is this new kickoff return. Like, Thor, do you think this guy has ability on that new kickoff return with that speed, the moves, to be put back there? I know the Eagles have the little guy from Utah, but, that position is going to be something to keep an eye on. Obviously, some teams, like the 49ers, might just put Deebo Samuel back there, right? Because it's not a huge collision play anymore. It's much more like an offensive snap now. So I think that factors in. Their nickel position last year with the Eagles, the outside corner by the end of the season was a disaster. But they had so many injuries inside. I mean, part of the reason they traded with the Titans and for Bayer, but he was slow by that time. He couldn't cover this. They had no one that could cover the slot. And in modern day NFL, if you don't have good nickel corner play, this is not 2006. I mean, you are in for a long day because most teams will eat you alive at that position all day long. And then if your outside corners suck, you have no shot. So you get Vic Fangio in, you get some youth. Remember, they drafted the Georgia corner last year, tall, long guy.
Ringo.
So, I mean, I think they probably feel pretty good just about some of their young talents. And then you just kind of let them go to war. See, let the cream rise, right, with Vic, who's, I know he's had a rough little stretch here, but I think Vic Fangio is pretty good. And their defense can't be as bad as it was last year, right? The key to the Eagles, though, is going to be Jordan Davis and Jalen Carter becoming high-end players. I mean, one of those guys has to become an elite player. And it's probably Jalen has more talent, but Jordan has to be better than he has been. So if those guys take big steps, their edge is going to be fine. It's those guys. And if they become players, their defense has a lot of talent on it now.
Yeah, Jaylen certainly showed those flashes in year one. John Middlecoff, thank you so much for joining us from the Volume Network. Spectacular stuff from you, as always. We appreciate your time. Bringing back Derek Brown just on time because the New Orleans Saints made a move up here to get their man, and it's another cornerback. Talk about the runs. We had the defensive tackle run. Now we had the cornerback run. Kool-Aid McKinstry from Alabama off the board here. So, D-Bro, perfect guy to talk about. Let's bring in the Southern Belle to talk about the New Orleans Saints selection from Alabama.
I mean, look, going BPA here, I totally understand it. The only question that I have with them making this move is you still have so many holes on the offensive line. And maybe this is just, best player available, which is what this move feels like, as well as looking at contract situations. And people are going to say, well, you have a starting trio of Marshawn Lattimore, Paulson Adebo, and Alontae Taylor. Why are you taking a cornerback here? Paulson Adebo is an unrestricted free agent next year. So what they're doing is they're trying to get ahead of that while keeping Alontae Taylor in the slot. I still have big-time questions here. Why are you trading up? You don't have a ton of equity. Your offensive line is still a total mess. Adding to the cornerback room was not paramount right now because you still got all three of those guys starting in 2024. So the only thing I can possibly think is they've had calls on maybe some of their cornerbacks and maybe they move one of them for an offensive lineman.
Well, that could certainly be. Again, sometimes when you see a draft pick, it means there's another shoe to drop at some point in time. But, I mean, can't you just be happy that you took a player appropriate for their draft slot as opposed to me, who is miserable yet again because we can't seem to take a wide receiver who's valued appropriately in New England ever?
That's fair.
But I'm not bitter. I'm not bitter at all.
At least we didn't draft Ja'Lynn Polk. I'll take that. Yeah.
Anyway, what is that selection in your take there? Well, let's talk about Kool-Aid because the graphics up here. Kool-Aid McKinstry, let's get Thor's take on this selection. Then we'll bitch and moan some more about the Patriots selection. Thor, your take on Kool-Aid McKinstry. Give us the lowdown on him because the Texan selection is also in.
Yeah, maybe not the biggest position in need like D-Bro was saying, but I don't have as big of a nitpick about it just because it's good value right here. Even with the stock falling just a little bit, getting bypassed a little bit by the teammate on the other side, Terrion Arnold this past season, that's a guy in Kool-Aid that, in my opinion, should have gone at the end of the first round. So him falling here to 41, and that thing, I don't think that has... I think that has as much to do with the thing that we saw yesterday with the wonkiness with the quarterbacks and the offensive linemen at the top of the board and the defenders getting pushed down, which now we're seeing the opposite manifestation at the top of this round, the market correction to catch up on the numbers. We're seeing more of the defenders starting to go and some of these runs on interior defensive line and the cornerback. You're seeing those guys starting to fly off the board and teams are getting the values on those positions right now. So the Saints are striking on that. I think the interior offensive line, to D-Bro's point, for the Saints is going to come later.
All right, D-Bro, I know you wanted to get your 2 cents in on the Patriots and kick me when I'm down. So go ahead. Here's your chance to do it. But in all honesty, give us your fantasy evaluation of this player because that's what really matters at the end of the day. So do you think this is a player that can be successful at the NFL level? And is the Patriots offense potentially the one where he could do it?
I think he can be successful at the NFL level if we put the right set of glasses and goggles on when we're viewing this pick. Can he be a solid player in the NFL? Not a standout player, not a player that's probably going to be more than a wide receiver 3 or 4 on any NFL depth chart. So is that the type of player you want to select in the second round? No way in hell. Like, I don't understand what the Patriots are doing, as well as they were on the clock, Joey. They could have taken Ladd. What? Unless that was just a gross miscalculation, like, oh, we could trade back and we still get Ladd. And then they were like, oh, well, never mind.
Wasn't it literally the team that they traded with that took Ladd? Like, what are we doing?
I don't even want to answer that question because I feel like Joe's going to start crying on the stream right now.
No, it's Tyquan Thornton all over again. That's what this is. This is like, we don't learn our lesson.
At least Tyquan Thornton can run.
Bad wide receiver.
Tyquan Thornton can run. Yeah, he's running.
He
continues to run all day. He's leading the league in fitness. That's what he's leading the league in.
Cardio, baby.
But I guess the frustration is twofold, because from a Patriots perspective right now, you think, well, Belichick's gone. That stuff's not going to happen anymore. But here we go again, and it's the same old thing, and that is not what the blueprint of the NFL is. So,
have we seen any looks into the Patriots war room? Are we sure that Belichick's dog's not still sitting at the computer? Is that has that been confirmed?
You know what? You line up a couple wide receivers, you give him a chance, maybe put 3 names under a cup. I'll give him a shot. After what I've seen last week,
I would take that to the Zoom draft. I'm all in for it. And by the way, I feel like we should do it, and maybe we should do a poll on this to give another chance to our viewers out there. I hate to say it to the viewers out there, you guys are 0 for 2 right now. I the flannel again probably should have been number 1. I don't mean to keep harping on that, but one idea I have for a poll
seems like you do mean to keep harping on it.
Well, yeah, he does. He's mad. Mr. Peanut won.
That's my best flannel. But I feel like a good poll would be: should we do a Zoom draft once every decade? This is a pet idea of mine that I would like to pitch to the NFL. I feel like once every 10 years, we should get a Zoom draft. How fun was it to see inside of Mike Zimmer's lodge? How fun was it to see Bill Belichick's dog running the draft room for the Patriots? How fun is it to see Cliff Kingsbury in his magazine spread? It's good times.
Was it Vrabel's house that they got the side panel of somebody in the bathroom too? Was that?
Yeah, and he had some weird guy in the blue latex thing, and there was weird stuff going on.
All right, let's get back to the
blue latex. We can't go there.
I think we might have been switching around the channels at that time.
I like the Zoom. I like the Zoom draft idea. But anyway,
you've made that abundantly clear.
Digress.
The Texans continue the trend of cornerbacks. Kamari Lassiter goes at number 42. Thor, your thoughts on this selection of Lassiter now off the board to the Texans? We talked about addressing some of the defensive sides of football. Well, they did.
Lassiter
4 quarters in a row.
Yeah, Lassiter is very skilled. He just lacks speed. And so for this reason, I think he is headed to the nickel of the slot in the NFL. You saw him get burned by some receivers that were not particularly fast in college. But the side-to-side stuff, he's going to take care of you. That's the stuff where he is very, very smooth. He has all kinds of coverage skills. He has everything else that you want in the toolbox, just not foot speed. So he's headed, I believe, again, into the nickel at the next level, and I think he's going to be a good one.
All right. D-Bro, give us your take on the latest Houston Texan, Kamari Lassiter.
I was kind of surprised, considering their depth chart. I mean, we have Stingley to play the outside. They have Desmond King still there, still to play the nickel. So they have to be looking at Lassiter. And to Thor's point, I agree with him being a nickel at the next point. I mean, in the NFL, but they have to be looking as a boundary guy.
You're asking for trouble. He's going to get licked deep in the NFL.
I don't disagree with you, but I'm kind of surprised. Like, we still have Ennis Rakestraw out there. Like, and I mean, again, looking at the way that this is, like, why didn't they take Max Melton if they're looking for a guy on the outside?
Well, it's funny you should say that because Max Melton just went to the Arizona Cardinals.
My boy.
The next
and there you go.
Yeah,
Arizona.
I'm bullish.
D-Bro, I think things make a little bit clearer picture now of why the Eagles did what they did. Because clearly they were sniffing around.
Got ahead of the run.
And the teams decided they were in on corners and they said, hey, we might get shut out of this dance altogether. let's go, not even worry about it. Damn the torpedoes. Let's get to the top of this grouping, take Cooper DeJean, and let everybody else sort out the rest. Debro, do you think that's exactly what happened here with Philly?
Oh, absolutely. Howie's like, nah, we don't get stuck in the run. We start the run, baby.
Oh, we don't get stuck in the run. We start the run. We're fantasy pros. Can we make that into a commercial? I think we should. Thor Nystrom.
Was that your
corner?
Yeah.
No, please go ahead.
No, so yesterday, we start out with the 14 straight offensive guys, double the record. Today, mention the opposite way around. 8 of the first 11 picks have been defenders. The only 3 that weren't were wide receivers. Talked in the hour
and they've
lead.
All been defensive tackles or corners for the record.
Exactly. Yeah. So it's been interesting. You mentioned how he got up ahead of that thing, but yeah, we're grabbing those 2 position buckets and ones that were not hit very hard on day one, right? So we're getting the market correction and the evening of numbers here early on day 2. And what a clever general managers do, like when the winds are swirling one way, you zig when they're zagging, different stuff like that. Yesterday, we had that historical fluke anomaly of the early numbers in the first half of the first round going the way that they did, push the defenders down the board. So now we're getting a run the other way. And Howie Roseman got up ahead of that cornerback run with 2 of the best ones in this class, my number 1 guy and number 3 at the cornerback position in Quinyon Mitchell and Cooper DeJean.
Unbelievable. The Las Vegas Raiders are up next. Before we get to their pick, I just want to remind everybody the stream is brought to you by Betting Pros today. So if you want to make some money this NFL season, I highly recommend to you using the tools we have available for you at Betting Pros. There are basically the best tools on the planet. You can track your bets, get your accuracy boards. You can follow the most accurate wagerers on the site and just trail their bets. You can use the prop bet analyzer, the prop bet cheat sheet. There's so many tools, so many bells and whistles available to you that really it's almost idiot proof. Even Derek Brown and I use it. That's how idiot proof it is. You can sync and track your bets, sync your sports books, get the best lines wherever you want to place your wagers. Again, you can sync it for free. Use Betting Pros for free. And of course, you can upgrade to the premium version too. But if you don't believe me, go check it out for yourself. Go check out Betting Pros right now. Download that app, sync your sports book, and start realizing what the best tools on the planet for wagering really are, because we have them here and it can really change your game. And speaking of changing the game, we're going to go back to the offensive side of the football for the next selection, because the Raiders have taken Jackson Powers-Johnston from Oregon. So, Thor, this is another guy with a potential first-round grade. Once again, you got your offensive lineman. You got your big-time weapon. This is why I do believe I know Debro brought this up in hour 1 when we were in the preview, but I don't have any problem whatsoever with them taking Brock Bowers. I think he's a generational talent. When that guy falls to you, you take him. I'm not saying Derek had a problem with it, but I'm just saying there were some people who were poking around a little bit. You got Jackson Powers-Johnston, probably that last offensive lineman, Thor, I would argue, that has the ability to, you could say, hey, should have gone in the first round, but did not. So, big win for the Raiders here.
Definitely. And speaking to the thing about Bowers in the first round, they improved their passing offense a lot more than their division rival one slot later at the tight end position against the quarterback one. I think the years will bear that out, them against Bo Nix and the Denver Broncos with that thing. I think Brock Bowers is going to provide more steroids to the passing offense of the Raiders. As far as this one goes, this is another really good pick, and the value was here. And the surprising thing about this one, Jackson Powers-Johnston was the one offensive lineman, like we mentioned before, that got pushed out of the offensive lineman party in the first round. Kind of surprising, but we sort of felt the steam was moving away from him in the week leading 10 days leading up to the first round. But then when everything was going crazy for that position group last night, thought that he would maybe sneak into the back end of the first. Didn't end up happening. He was 31st on my board, but the Raiders getting him here at 44, particularly in lieu of the context of last night, it's a smash of a value. And Jackson Powers-Johnston is a guy last year was one of the best centers that we had in college football for a very good offense. And then before that, prior to that, he was a guard as well. So he has at least three position versatility going forward to the NFL. He played some tackle as well in the past, but at 6'3" and a quarter, 326, he's not going to be playing that at the NFL level. D-Bro and I got the occasion in Mobile, Alabama at the Senior Bowl to see this guy up close and personal. His apocryphal cartoonish comp is SpongeBob SquarePants, because that's what he looks like from behind. But it's not funny when you are in a phone booth with him, because he is a nasty dude. And when he gets his meat cleavers into you, he's moving you. The play strength is for real with that guy. So good pick by the Raiders. Joey.
D-Bro, from Bowers to Powers here. We have a selection for the Raiders. Your take on this selection here? The Raiders seem like they did a really good job of taking what was left on the board, especially after that corner run. They kind of just fell into their lap, it feels like.
Yeah, and the biggest thing that I want to highlight is a point that Thor, so I'm going to set Thor up here, but and this kind of pains me, but he made a fantastic point earlier about Jackson Powers-Johnston going to guard in the NFL, and I think that's exactly what the Raiders are doing here. If you look last year, Andre James is back as their center. Strong pass and run blocking grades across the board. So when Thor called it out earlier, people could rewind the tape. He talked about JPJ going to the NFL, maybe going to guard. That's what's going to happen in Las Vegas, because their starting center is good, but they had big-time guard needs in this class.
All right. Lots of movement here in the draft. So the Packers go ahead and select linebacker Edgerrin Cooper at 45.
LB1.
The then move up. The Colts trade, pick number 46 to the Panthers with pick number 52, 142, and 155. So the Panthers are on the clock here. So Edgerrin Cooper gone, and now to the Packers. I'm trying to keep it. I've just gone cross-eyed. So the Edgerrin Cooper goes to the Packers here. The Colts were on the clock. The Colts traded that pick to the Panthers, and now the Panthers are making their selection now, which is going to be in a moment here. By the way, 10 of the first 14 picks in the second round have already been traded. That's a fact there. So
that's a movement
to give us some crazy facts here. But it is stunning because it's all defensive tackles and all corners, which I think is really interesting. You know, you saw all the push to the quarterbacks and the offensive line in the first round. And the second round of the NFL draft, everybody's getting defensive tackles. Everybody's solidifying corners. So really interesting. If you want a snapshot of what the value in the NFL looks like, that's what it looks like. So look at that snapshot. And don't look at the Patriots pick. The Panthers have moved up for a running back, Jonathan Brooks, the first running back off. So the Texas boy with the ACL that's healing, Thor. Let's go through this one. So he has got good vision. He is an elusive player. He is 6 foot and change, 216. Running backs from Texas, certainly a storied history. So what is it we should be excited about with Jonathan Brooks? Or did Carolina put the cart before the horse yet again here and take somebody off potential a little too soon?
Yeah, and they'll go back to the tape on my take of the tickets I bought on RB1 just a little bit ago. But
I don't know what you're talking about.
Never happened.
That's a good host right there. If I'm Carolina, I don't think that this is the position I'm hitting right here. I realize that their running back room is not good, but I think I would have waited around. If you're the Panthers, why are you leading the dance on this? They're obviously one of the teams that likes Jonathan Brooks, mentioned before, and Joe just did in the setup of him coming off the knee injury. But I brought up the context before. The entirety of Jonathan Brooks' evaluation comes off of 10 games. He did look good in those 10 games, but we did not get the athletic testing profile on him before that, earlier in his career, stuck behind Bijan and Roshan. I like the agility and the make you miss with him. He has good contact balance as well, the acceleration, but lacks the long speed. In the passing game, not quite as good with him. I like Trey Benson more. That's a more dynamic back to me that we have seen more tackle breaking utility with and has proven it for longer. And you can do more stuff with him in the passing game, also a better pass blocker. So for me, I wouldn't, especially here at 46, leading the dance. I think I would have let it come to me a little bit more if you're a talent bereft roster like the Carolina Panthers.
Panthers are going to Panther after all. Derek Brown. Sure. If Brooks did not have injury concerns, would that change your mind here about him as a prospect?
I feel like it's still early to select him, but I also will say the Carolina. I tweeted this out I think about 2 weeks ago. I said the Carolina Panthers are the sneaky spot for a running back to land, and because people look at their depth chart and they say, "But you got Chuba Hubbard there, but you got Miles Sanders there." That doesn't matter at all. Chuba Hubbard is an unrestricted free agent after this year. Miles Sanders can be cut next year, and they could save. They'll only be on the hook for $2.9 million in dead cap. So, what do we know about Canellis? His multiple stops last year in Tampa Bay leaned on Rachaad White. He wants a guy that they can run their entire rushing offense through. And I'm not telling you Brooks is that guy out of the gate. But also, Thor talked about his prospect profile. We need to also mention the fact that in 6 of the 10 full games he played at Texas, he had at least 20 carries. So in the small sample, the ability to handle volume. Now, I know he did eventually get hurt and things like that. So you can make the case of, well, did he really prove that he can handle volume? But he did have the volume in the games where he was healthy. Carolina has been one of these teams that I was like, okay, I really think they're going to go running back in this draft because this coaching staff is not beholden to anybody on that depth chart. None of those guys in that room, even the GM, gave the contract to Miles Sanders. None of them drafted Chuba Hubbard. So while Jonathan Brooks might be slow off the blocks from coming off the injury, I think once he's up to speed and he's 100%, good or not, and we can debate the pick, I think he's going to be the bell cow in Carolina.
For sure.
All right.
For sure.
I can tell you this, Derek. I think Brooks is a guy that I will be drafting in redraft leagues, and I'll tell you why. Because you know my evaluation of the running back position lately, which is there's like a handful of guys that I like, and after that, forget it. And it's not zero RB. It's just I'm not taking guys at the cost where there's still valuable wide receiver, tight end, or quarterback talent on the board. So Brooks, to me, is one of these perfect guys that you could throw some darts on late if things are going well with health reports and things like that. At some point, you do think is going to get an opportunity because with the rookie running backs, I'm looking at the last 6 weeks of the season, not the first 6. I'll find some guys early on. Injuries happen. I'll find guys off the waiver wire. I could see myself looking at Brooks, especially since, they were so aggressive with him here, that tells me they are going to find a spot for him sooner than later to get some opportunities again, as long as the health is trending in the right direction. So,
to your point, Joey,
from a standpoint, I could see myself having a fair amount of shares of in redraft. Go ahead, D.
Yeah, I agree with you. And to your point, we also need to talk about the landing spot that has been discussed about Jonathan Brooks, because whether you want to talk about the coaching staff, whether you want to talk about the medical team and stuff like that, the Dallas Cowboys are sitting at 56th in this round. So this could easily be Carolina got on the phones and said, could we trade back? Or they're just worried that Dallas was maybe going to pull a Jerry Jones type of move and move up for Jonathan Brooks. So they felt like they probably had to take him here.
Yeah, it's a great conversation here for sure. The New York Giants pick is in, and then the Jaguars are up next at 47 for the Giants and at 48 for the Jacksonville Jaguars. It looks like the Giants are selecting Tyler Nubin at 47.
Minnesota in the house.
Let's talk about that. Let's get your take on that one here, Thor Nystrom. Tyler Nubin is now a New York Giant. Your thoughts?
Yeah, with 3 consecutive picks, we saw tickets cashed at sportsbooks with Edgerrin Cooper LB1, then Jonathan Brooks RB1, then Tyler Nubin being safety 1 here. Tyler Nubin, safety 1 on my board as well. I had him at 61. The game is, I love the game. The athleticism was the only question with that kid. 37th percentile athlete. The speed and the different stuff he put up in Indianapolis was not quite as good. But on the field, the thing that reminded me, watching him live here locally, the stadium is like, I could walk to it down here. The thing that I don't want to evoke him to Antoine Winfield, so I almost hesitate to say this, but they have one part of their game that was similar that you would see with Winfield when he was playing for the Gophers that Nubin had, which is they would take the 2 steps before the quarterback threw the ball. So it was like you think about anticipating more with the quarterbacks, but they would see the concept before it would happen in terms of that. So it was the early break all the time. Or if it was a running concept, they would get the early break downhill on it. So he's not the best athlete, but he gets a head start in every race, right? And so that in some ways, he's mitigating that. Remember Antoine Winfield and his process. He comes out the whole time we were talking, oh, he's small and he's not as athletic. Because of that, a player who was a stud in college and had NFL bloodlines falls down to the second round, like his buddy Tyler Nubin here, has been amazing in the NFL because that superpower of his, of seeing the thing 3, 4, 5 seconds before it happens, played up in the NFL as well. That thing translated. If it does for Tyler Nubin as well, it's going to be the same thing for him.
Derek Brown, I want to get your take on this before I do. Just letting you know, Thor, the chat redeemed itself for you. Should we do a Zoom draft once every 10 years? Yes or no? 58% said yes.
Okay.
So there you go.
Let's go. So they're
back in your good graces.
I believed in you guys. I always did.
Never lost faith. We never lost faith.
Never lost
faith.
With
the Nubin selection, Derek Brown, one of the things that pops up with Nubin is leadership, which is something I think the Giants could use a lot more of. Do you think that's the important thing with this selection here?
I absolutely think it'd be part of it because they lost one of the big leaders in that locker room this offseason and losing Xavier McKinney. So not only are you filling a need, but a voice in that locker room on the defensive side of the ball. And they've added a lot of parts and pieces this offseason on that side of the ball. So again, this strikes me as a team that says, okay, well, our offense kind of stinks. So we're going to have to win games down and dirty. We're going to have to beat opponents with our defense. So they didn't get a quarterback in this draft. They got a wide receiver. Okay, that's great. That's grand. That's not going to solve everything that ails you. The Giants could be just like, we're just going to ground and pound the ball and try to beat everybody with our defense. And to be honest, looking at their defense right now, they add a corner later in this draft. They probably could do that.
All right, Derek Brown, we're going to say goodbye to you again and bring back Andrew Erickson into the conversation. Erickson, since you left, it's been quite the flurry of defensive tackles, of corners, of defense just kind of overall, and a running back in there too. But I want to get your take on the Jonathan Brooks selection. I know it's gross because it's not the guy you wanted, so you didn't cash your ticket.
No, I'm talking about defensive players.
Oh, well,
offense,
that's
baby.
I
that
know.
was last night.
I thought you were talking about Polk still. We had moved on.
Dude, I just submitted a creative video.
I'm sorry.
I'm just like, yeah, I'm like, again, I was like trying to spin it positive, and then I thought more about it, and then you have the whole like, oh God, it's just a mess. And I'm just very sad. And I'm letting it negatively affect me. I got to snap myself out of it. Jonathan Brooks.
That's Jonathan Brooks. About Jonathan Brooks. Let's talk about the running back because I said to Derek, I could see myself having a lot of shares late of Jonathan Brooks this year. The Panthers obviously have their eye on him. They were aggressive on him regardless of the injury. Again, as long as the medicals are all checking out here and things are progressing properly. I'm talking about the stretch run. That's what rookie running backs are built for here. Let's look at the end game for, Jahmyr Gibbs. I'm not comparing him to Jahmyr Gibbs. Let's look at the end game for a few years ago, the DeAndre Swifts of the world, even the David Montgomerys of the, like all those guys, rookie years, so many of them. It was all about the last 6 to 8 weeks. That's what I'm looking for. And with the rookie running backs, they get brought along very slowly most of the time. Does Brooks fit that bill for you as well?
I think so. I like the landing spot in Carolina. They've done a lot in the offseason to really upgrade that offensive line in terms of signing in those offensive guards. So they really want to bolster it. Dave Canales coming in from Tampa Bay. And I think that what they have in place with Chuba Hubbard and Miles Sanders, like they can use those guys just to kind of ease Brooks back into shape. Like coming off a torn ACL, look, if you look historically speaking, like there's been one rookie running back that has been productive when he tore his ACL his last year in college. His name was Todd Gurley, who's also the 10th overall pick. So again, it's a different spectrum, but still like top 50 draft capital. Like we were not necessarily expecting any running back to be drafted in the top 50, let alone the guy that tore his ACL. But when we were talking earlier in the show about the first running back drafted, like Brooks' tape this past year from Texas, again, small sample size, but it was just so good. Like he was off the charts efficient, playing behind. He never got his chance till this past year because he was sitting behind Bijan and Roshan, but that's strong company to be sitting behind. He wasn't sitting behind slouches. Like there's a reason he didn't get to play.
No scrubs, for sure.
So, yeah, I mean, he's super talented. Just a matter of, okay, when he is back, how much are we getting of him? A lot of people criticized Blake Corum this past year because, he wasn't as explosive as he was the year before. Well, it's because he was coming off torn ACL. Now, everybody's bodies recover differently, but I am optimistic that it's not a situation where he has to be the RB1 from day one, but somewhat a running back that he can slowly take over the touches. It'll be interesting to see when we're going through the usage report every single week. Hey, Brooks' snaps are going up. His touches are going up. They're starting to phase out Chuba Hubbard, starting to phase out Miles Sanders. So overall, I'm pretty happy with this landing spot for Jonathan Brooks.
This will forever be known as the defensive tackle second round because Thor, not one but two more, are now off the board. Mason Smith, defensive tackle from LSU, goes to the Jacksonville Jaguars at 16. And then Chris Jenkins, defensive tackle from Michigan, goes to the Bengals at 17. So Thor, Mason Smith, Chris Jenkins, let's put those boys together and evaluate them both and their landing spots.
Strong pick here by the Bengals in taking Chris Jenkins. You're sort of at the, tail end of a run here, right? With all these different guys going. Chris Jenkins, I would have put near the top of those guys. I had him 41st on my board and the third interior defensive lineman overall in the draft for me for Chris Jenkins. A guy who started on the past couple of Michigan teams that made the college football playoff, last year's team that won the national title. His father, we were talking about before, NFL, played in there for 8 years, 9 years, whatever. And Chris Jenkins, a guy who is an athletic freak as well, at least according to Bruce Feldman that had him on the freak list before. So you have all the athletic traits. He also has a two-way game as well with Chris Jenkins and plays gap and scheme specific football, right? Like keeps in the gap integrity as well. So not one of those dudes that sells out the gap shooters like I didn't mean to, I was trying to think of a way to say that without ripping on Johnny Newton because I do love Johnny Newton, but like not one of those riverboat gambler type interior defensive linemen.
I understand. Yeah. We have a corner off the board now as well. So
his teammate
coming fast and furious here. His teammate
I like him.
here. Mike Sainristil is off the board from Michigan. So Sainristil, obviously part of that national championship team, as you mentioned, Thor. So let's give you the floor for his breakdown because the Commanders got their defensive back.
So Sainristil I compare to Kenny Moore, but you could also evoke, you want to just go to last year in the draft, Brian Branch would probably be the guy that you would toss out. In that Michigan defense, you saw this kid around the ball all the friggin' time. What he's not the first guy off the bus, right? Like he's not the guy you're going to send out and the opponent going to be scared, whatever. 5'9", 182, decent athlete at 84th percentile, but obviously lacks the size. He is going to be a nickel defender because of that. But he does not care. He is the kamikaze guy. He will come up in run defense. And one of those guys who is just super duper smart, the football IQ with him, very, very high, has the coverage chops and then the ball skills as well. Just the ridiculous penchant for making plays. It's just like he's a magnet for the ball. And last year on the Michigan national title team, he's always picking the ball and he's running the other way. And like all these enormous plays. It was, you watch that team, he's like, Sainristil. Like the announcers just kept saying his name. He's a guy, again, very much like Brian Branch the year before, where if you even just added a couple inches, he would have gone 20 slots higher. Tremendous football player. I think Washington is going to love this kid. He's going to be a plus starter for a long time. The one thing he lacks, all it is height.
The Pittsburgh Steelers are up next. Andrew Erickson, any venture guess here of what they might do with this next pick? Because obviously they went offensive line to start in round 1.
You know, Joe, I know exactly what they're going to do. They're going to draft a good wide receiver, because that's just what they do. It's the second round. This is the time where they start to unearth some value.
Is it Troy Franklin?
I don't think that they would want this. I think AD Mitchell has too much of the George. I don't think they need 2 George Pickens potentially. Just I think the alpha attitude from Pickens and Mitchell would be a lot for that Steelers. Maybe they want to embrace it, but I think Troy Franklin would make a lot of sense here as one of the wide receivers.
Troy Franklin, which is funny because the comp that Thor has on Troy Franklin, Deontay Johnson. So that would seem to make a lot of sense there, Thor, don't you think?
Yeah, the personality with AD Mitchell, I don't think of it as alpha. I think it is more like elf. The guy, when the concept's not going his side, he wants to sit on the couch. He doesn't like to block either. And he doesn't run routes that are side to side without it being telegraphed, like he's sending the guy, telling him, in advance before the play, like this is where we're going, whatever. All he does is run down the field, and he needs a runway in front of him to go downtown. I didn't understand some of these apocryphal comps that people had to AD Mitchell. It just made me laugh during the process, like CeeDee Lamb and all these different things. Oh, he's going to be a top end of the first round. It's like, No, he is not. He definitely is not. And I don't believe he's going to go in the first round. And we talked about this, Joe, in advance of the Bell Open tonight. A.D. Mitchell was the odds-on favorite to be the first pick in the second round. It's like, I don't think he's going to go there either. And I think he's in for another fall.
Yep. Steelers do make a selection. It is guard/center Zach Fraizer at 51, and that'll put the Colts on the clock. So
good pick at an acute
them.
Position
they continue. They continue to build out that offensive line, which is a good deal. We're going to continue to build out our analyst room here as Russell Brown is joining us again. He joined us last year. It's great to see Russell back again. So the second round, Russell, well, it's full of cornerbacks and defensive tackles. Last night was about offense for a good chunk of the evening. Tonight's the other side of the football. What stands out to you in those selections there on the defensive tackle and cornerback side from what you've seen so far tonight?
Well, I mean, the fact that the Tennessee Titans moved up for T'Vondre Sweat, pretty surprising. I didn't think that they would draft him this high in the draft. And it's one of those where we had heard that he might fall into the third or the fourth round, and he ends up going where he goes. So a little surprising here. I think you mentioned Zach Fraizer is going to go right now with the Pittsburgh Steelers. I just want to say I absolutely love this pick for them. He is totally a Pittsburgh Steeler. And the addition of Troy Fautanu and Zach Fraizer, it's phenomenal stuff. I don't think there's a center outside of probably JPJ that I would have a pure center that I would have drafted other than Zach Fraizer. This guy is a dominant force in the run game, always driving defenders. So I really like this pick for the Pittsburgh Steelers right now.
Yeah, certainly good size too. 6'2", 313. That's a boy who's going to move other people off the ball, that's for sure. What does this mean for the run game, Andrew Erickson, of the Pittsburgh Steelers? You know the Steelers are always going to want to run the football, so how much is this selection now of Fraizer and Fautanu in round one now going to help that attack in this new look Pittsburgh Steelers offense?
Well, I mean, look at how heavy the Atlanta Falcons were running the ball last year. Okay, now we're going to turn up. We're going to draft 2 interior offensive linemen / tack. Like, that's what they're loading up to do. They brought in Arthur Smith to be like, what are we going to do? We're going to pound the rock with Najee Harris, Jaylen Warren. They're telling us, they're telegraphing what they want to do on this offense by all the offseason moves they've made. And for me, it's like, get Justin Fields in there. Like, add that mobility at the quarterback position too over Russ with this offensive line, with the running backs, and you have George Pickens off the play action throws. Man, like, again, this is what the Steelers offense needs to do. This is their identity that they're establishing. And that can be frustrating for fantasy. Again, it's going to be a matter of, does George Pickens get enough volume to work? But at least from the running backs perspective, like Jaylen Warren, Najee Harris, people may be throwing their hands up trying to think, oh, I don't know which guy to pick. Maybe both guys. Like, maybe both guys can be productive. This offense does run the ball effectively and enough, especially to pair with their, always top 10 defense.
Well, that's an interesting question, because right now when you look at the value of those two guys, people are fading both of them because of what, appears to be another split backfield sort of situation. But because of Arthur Smith, because of the way they're addressing this offensive line, if you look at where Najee Harris is right now in terms of his draft stock, he is at 22 overall in the early rankings, Jaylen Warren at 28. Theoretically, you could wait and take both of these guys. Is that even a reasonable approach in your mind in terms of going at running back this year in 2024? Is that something you would even consider doing, taking both of those guys?
I don't think you should shy away from either of them. Like, maybe you don't necessarily need to draft them on the same team per se, but when you look at, okay, well, Warren is the more explosive running back, but if Najee's the one that's getting the goal line touches, like, that's how you see them both hit, and Warren's a little bit more involved in the passing game. So there are avenues where you should be open to drafting both of them. Again, you tell me what the player's price is, and I'll try to figure out if I want to draft them or not. Like, every player comes with a price tag, and if they're cheap enough, and it's like, this is going to be a top 5 rushing offensive attack. Look at Tyler Algier. Like, we wrote him off because, like, it's going to be the Bijan show. Oh, what do you know? Algier is the goal line back, and all he does is score touchdowns and get fantasy points. So I would be aggressively drafting these Steelers running backs because the Steelers, whether they like it or not, they're going to be running the ball a lot this year.
Certainly are. All right, let's continue on here. The Colts are back on the clock here, and the pick is in. They are going to take a wide receiver, and it is A.D. Mitchell at 52. That'll put the Commanders now theoretically on the clock, barring another trade this evening. So let's go back to Russell Brown, and then we'll get Thor's take on this. Russell, the Indianapolis Colts take a wide receiver that Thor has let's just say, taken a few shots at this evening on Friday night. But let's hear a different, perhaps, point of view when it comes to Mitchell, the wide receiver who has fallen a lot farther than some people might have thought he would. What's your take on the Colts getting Mitchell here at 52?
Yeah, I'll be the other. I'll be on the other side of the coin here, where Thor's always, upset about AD Mitchell. I'll think a little bit differently here. He was my 22nd ranked player. I thought, there was some first round value with him. He did earn a second round grade for me, and I ultimately thought he was going to go somewhere in the second round tonight, just because of some of the character stuff that we had heard. And really, you look at his tape, there's just those lapses where there's no production, no route running happening. The guy doesn't look like he's interested in being on the field. But when you look at him when he's on the field and doing what he's supposed to be doing at 6'2", 205 pounds, running a 4.34 40 with a 39.5-inch vertical, there's so much to be desired there. And it feels like whenever you watch Georgia or Texas in those big games, in a big moment, they needed a big catch. They turned to AD Mitchell. So the hope here is that he goes to the Colts and he's one of those guys that can find some type of role with Josh Downs, Alec Pierce, Anthony Richardson, Michael Pittman, those guys. I think it's a good fit. Just if he can keep his head on straight, he can certainly be one of the better receivers from this draft class.
But from a fantasy standpoint, Russell, you have Anthony Richardson who's going to run the football. You also have, obviously, Jonathan Taylor there. You have a number one wide receiver they franchise in Michael Pittman. What's left here for Mitchell besides the occasional home run? Does that hurt his dynasty stock for you, or you think this is a player that over time and perhaps over the evolution of Anthony Richardson, we might get the best out of Mitchell?
I think it really depends on when you're going to draft him, right? Like in your dynasty leagues. I wouldn't say take him in the first round or anything like that, but depending on where you get him, there could be some value there. I think at the end of the day, he can certainly carve out that number 2 wide receiver role, because I know there is quite a few mouths to feed there, but I think there's still some things left to be seen with Josh Downs, Alec Pierce, and those guys being a little bit more consistent in the NFL, where if AD Mitchell, if he keeps his head on straight, he could easily be a 55 to 65 catch guy in this offense. So I'm very intrigued with this pick. I think it's a good pick, especially considering where they got him compared to, on my board. So I think it's a good fit, and I think it's a good pick.
Erickson, let's get some fantasy perspective here on AD Mitchell here in this selection. So I'm going to give you another home run hitting kind of wide receiver. At 60 overall, Rashid Shaheed right now is on the board. Would you take Shaheed or would you take Mitchell in redraft leagues?
I'm going to take Shaheed. The guy's already done. Like, the thing with AD Mitchell and Russell hit on this is he's going to have big games. Like, he's done that. Like, he's had games in big spots where he's put up major production. And he'll probably have moments of that in the NFL, especially in an offense like with Anthony Richardson, with Shane Steichen dialing it up. But will the consistency be there? I know I comped him to DJ Chark. I know that's what Thor's is to DJ Chark. And what has DJ Chark done in his entire NFL career except for that 1 year? Just like he splashed weeks, like here and there. Oh, DJ Chark caught a bomb, like touchdown, great. And then the next week, he doesn't do anything. Like, that's kind of what I think the AD Mitchell treatment is going to be this year, next year. I just don't think we're ever going to see necessarily the consistency from him, especially with Anthony Richardson. So we didn't see a lot of passing from him last year. So how good is that going to be? I think it's great for the Colts. I think that he's an upgrade over Alec. I think the Alec Pierce experiment has kind of run its course. I think they're ready to kind of move off of Alec Pierce and get a better player in that spot, someone that can stretch the field. But for me, I think this is a major win for Michael Pittman. I was really high on Pittman. I think this means he's just going to continue to see like really high target share in this offense, where Mitchell's kind of opened things up for him underneath, just continue to be fed targets from Anthony Richardson. So I think real life fit, it makes a lot of sense. I know that the Colts were interested in Xavier Worthy, so they get to wait another round. They get the other Texas receiver, again, another one guy that has speed that he can offer. So I think it's a real good a real life fit that fits well. But Mitchell, I think he's going to leave you wanting more. Again, it kind of reminds you also too of Kadarius Toney a little bit, where Kadarius Toney had that one game against Dallas where he went nuclear, and then you could just sell him for anything. Like, if you draft AD Mitchell, keep that in mind. After he has that massive game, maybe you want to just put him on the trade block.
All right. What about Josh Downs now in this offense? Where does this leave him this selection?
I think that it leads him in a good position to see more volume, because I think that's kind of how he wins. He is the primary slot receiver in this offense, so Mitchell's more the splash play guy, where I think the downs thing is more about just how much passing volume is going to be in the offense. Like, how much throwing is Shane Steichen going to allow Anthony Richardson? Because I think that's how Josh Downs succeeds. And it's unfortunate for him because Michael Pittman is also kind of like another possession receiver in that offense. So if he's always playing second fiddle to Pittman, I'm not necessarily sure how much production Downs can really hit in this offense.
All right, the Commanders make a selection here. They select a tight end, Ben Sinnott at 53. The Browns are now on the clock. The Commanders, dare I say it, Russell, I think I might agree with you. You were putting it in our little chat here, and it seems like the Commanders are having a good draft. Is that safe to say? Because it feels weird when I say it out loud.
Yeah, I mean, it does feel like they're having a good draft right now. I mean, to get Ben Sinnott here, he was somewhat expected to be the second tight end. There was some love for Theo Johnson as well, but they have Jayden Daniels there, and they're trying to build around him, and getting pass catchers and getting people that can go in and make plays. That's what it's all about, right? Like building around your quarterback. And I think when you look at Ben Sinnott, I'm late to the party on Ben Sinnott, but he was one of those guys that I was like, man, this guy's a San Francisco 49er all day long. He's going to go right into that role, play H-back, run after the catch. And this is just one of those where I think it's just a great fit. And I love what they've done up to this point. If I'm a Commanders fan and you look at an NFC East that is very winnable with the Dallas Cowboys and the New York Giants and the Philadelphia Eagles, you add Mike Sainristil, Johnny Newton, Jayden Daniels, now Ben Sinnott. I think this is a great pick, and this is one of those things where they're putting some pieces around Dan Quinn to be very successful as a head coach.
Yeah, they are. And Dan Quinn, I think Dan Quinn is a good football coach.
Yeah.
He has had, I think everybody is better the second time around as a head coach. Bill Belichick was, for goodness sake. Most of them are. They get that second shot at things. So I think it's going to be fun for Dan Quinn here. And yes, and not from Kansas State. That is the selection. Andrew, tight ends in this class, it's Brock Bowers and everybody else by a wide margin. But we're looking long-term projectability. Do you think Sinnott is somebody that is going to be eventually a fantasy asset?
Well, he's in one of the better landing spots for a tight end. They have Zach Ertz. How old is Zach Ertz now?
147.
Exactly. So Ben Sinnott, I think, has a chance to at least, again, Cliff Kingsbury loves Ertz. He played Ertz over Trey McBride famously with the Arizona Cardinals. So may take a couple weeks, but eventually Ben Sinnott should take over as the tight end one in the Commanders offense and attached to Jayden Daniels. Look, Sinnott, super athletic, very productive. I get Brock Bowers is the crown jewel of the tight end class, but when you look at the second most productive tight end overall, it was Ben Sinnott in this class. So he has there's a lot to like about him. So in getting second round draft capital is great for a tight end. This is similar to where we saw Maye and Laporta go at the top of the second round. So this is the Commanders, new management. What do you know?
Hey, that's you thought with new management with the Patriots, things would go better. But they have not. You know what? Thor's taking a little break here, so we can ask Russell this question. Russell, what the hell happened with the Patriots at the top of this draft here in the second round? What the hell's going on? Any insight with Polk that you could share that might make Erickson and myself sleep better tonight?
Yeah, look, I don't know why there's so much hate with Ja'Lynn Polk. I mean, I'm going to be honest, because
I don't hate Polk. I just hate the fact that they took him ahead of other guys like Ladd McConkey could have been there. That's my problem.
I understand, and I get that. But at the same time, it's like the board fell the way it did, whether they traded out of that spot or not. It's, when you look at when they traded back and then you've got a receiver staring you in the face, I don't know what other receiver they would have taken that would have made anybody happier. Is it Roman Wilson? Is it somebody else? If you have a preference, cool, but it's clear that the Patriots have a preference for a type of receiver that they're looking for. And I think Polk's a pretty versatile player that can align inside, outside. He was that motion man in that offense at times. So he's going to force rotations in the secondary, which is going to free up, Juju Smith-Schuster, Demario Douglas. It's going to free up a couple of different players in that offense. And I like what he does on 50-50 balls. He high points the football. He makes the proper adjustments. He's physical. He can withstand physicality at the catch point. something that I think Troy Franklin might struggle with at the next level. So I like Ja'Lynn Polk as a number 2, number 3 receiver. I don't think you're drafting him to be your true number 1 receiver. And I don't know if they need to have a true number 1 receiver right at this very moment, because let's be honest. I mean, they picked 3rd overall. Wide receiver was pretty top heavy with the first 3 wide receivers. And then you kind of start to see a little bit of a drop-off. Not saying Ladd McConkey and Keon Coleman and those guys won't be good, but I do feel like we do this every year with wide receivers. Not saying specifically you guys, just we as fans and draft people. You look back at 2021, you look at that wide receiver class. If you go to the middle rounds, there were a lot of guys that I was pounding the table for that aren't even in the league anymore. So we kind of do this to ourselves. I think Ja'Lynn Polk's a fine fit for New England. And if Drake Maye is anything that we think he's going to be as a quarterback, it shouldn't matter what the receiver is.
What do you think Drake Maye is going to be? Because that's a fun take too. I'd love to hear your thoughts on Drake Maye, and also your thoughts on the other quarterbacks that went not in 1 and 2 overall.
Well, I'll keep my thoughts on Michael Pennix for maybe a little bit later, but
for the after dark version of the show.
Exactly. We'll get back to Pac-12 after dark talking about Michael Penix. But Drake Maye, he's so intriguing. Natural arm talent, can throw from different arm angles. I think he's got to work on definitely the lower body mechanics. His footwork is so sporadic. There were a lot of times where he would try to drive a throw and he would pick up his front foot, and it was just more like a baseball motion. And then there's times where he's not resetting his feet, and then he kind of drifts in and out of the pocket. And I think that'll work at times, but it will also get him in trouble. My biggest concern with him was he would leave the pocket prematurely. There were times that no routes were developing downfield, and it was not a designed quarterback draw or quarterback run. He just simply hit panic mode. But I think when you look at the pro comparisons of like Justin Herbert meeting Josh Allen, that's the type of player he can be. They've got to build this thing around him. They're clearly trying to do that with the addition of Ja'Lynn Polk. I would love to see them get themselves a left tackle. I don't like the thought of Connor McDermott in that offense as your starting left tackle right now, but I think the future is bright if they continue to piece things around him.
Must be a record, by the way, fellas, for defensive linemen selected, because the Browns took another defensive lineman, Michael Hall, at 54. This has been an impressive run, to say the least here. The Dolphins are on the clock next. Andrew Erickson, the Browns are on the defensive side of the football. Probably a good idea, I think, at this point. But your take on this pick there at number 54 overall.
Yeah, the Browns did a pretty decent job during free agency of kind of maintaining their own guys because they don't have draft picks because of Deshaun Watson. They're also spending more money on offense than any other team because of Deshaun Watson. So, I mean, look, the Browns only thing that matters is Deshaun Watson, but if he's going to play or not or be effective. So it's nice for them to add another defensive tackle here, Michael Hall. But the only thing that's going to move the needle with the Browns is Deshaun Watson. And is he ever going to recapture his old form? Like, that's what we care about for fantasy football. Like, their defense is going to be good again because, like I said, like they maintained a lot of why they were an elite unit last year, like basically suffocating opposing offenses. And the fact that they're just retooling the defensive line with more bodies, like their defense is going to be fierce again. So it becomes a point where if their defense is so good, it's like they may pull the plug on Deshaun Watson sooner rather than later because, like, dude, like we don't need you. We don't need you to be an elite quarterback. We just need to get like competent quarterback play, and that's why they brought in Jameis Winston. That's why they brought in who was the other quarterback that they had signed? I think it was Huntley. Is Huntley with the Browns too?
Huntley, I believe, is there now.
Yeah,
as well.
so they have other bodies that they just need to get the job done. They'll be like, we just want to win games.
You're right. Look, I think the Browns are within their rights this year. That look, they gave it the college try here. It was a weird decision, a decision I think where they grossly overpaid to find out, and I think they found out. They effed around and found out, and I think they realized that they made a bad decision. At the end of the day, now it's time to play defense, run the football, and see if you can get back on track if you're the Cleveland Browns, and hopefully they can here. By the way, Thor's comp for Laporta, for Sinnott was Laporta. Thor, I want to talk more about that because you were out for the Ben Sinnott pick to the Washington Commanders here. That is a very high comp there of Sam Laporta. So let's hear about more of the why you think he's close to that player.
Yeah, everyone who has been around with us here, that was around for last process, knows how much myself and Debro love Sam Laporta. So it is high praise, and I do love Ben Sinnott, but I would say 95% version of Laporta, but I could not find a guy that fit it, where it wasn't doing like the 95%. So Laporta became the closest guy that I could get to Ben Sinnott. There is so many similarities there. You have the frame, you have the athletic profile, you have a guy that can play inline, gives effort as a blocker every single snap. You can move him around, do that different stuff. And as a receiver, there's two very specific things that I like about his utility as a receiver that I think the NFL will very much appreciate. And very interesting here that he goes in the second round. I was pretty bullish on that. Certainly was a second rounder on my board. So sort of interesting that he gets that equity tonight. But the number one thing, we talked about this a lot, this process with JJ McCarthy and with Drake Maye, about their throws and their efficiency and their success throwing over the middle between the hashes, that 10 to 19 in the intermediate range, and how in the NFL, that's a particularly important sector because you have to make the defense defend that. And then once you do, you get them to have their resources there. That's how you get the one-on-one shots downfield in the NFL. Ben Sinnott is awesome in that range of the field. We don't typically talk about that like with receivers or with tight ends or whatever, but it's a very important skill, being able to catch the ball in traffic and pick around guys and then catch the ball, hang on when you're about to get smacked. Ben Sinnott does that stuff. And then he's awesome after the catch as well. He's a tackle breaker. And that was the other thing where it evoked Laporta for me. Laporta last year, obviously, that's the thing we talked about. All of his process was just a berserker after the catch. Ben Sinnott, big time tackle breaker, pulling up the tackle broken numbers last year with him, 14 last season for Sinnott. For instance, Brock Bowers had 18. And then the number 2 guy in the class, he's going to get picked tomorrow, Dallin Holker, but that was in the G5. Sinnott was number 3 in this class in terms of that. Sinnott also had 15 explosive plays, despite the fact that a lot of that usage came in that intermediate range. He'd catch the ball and then he'd be breaking tackles, and that's typically how he would get those 20-plus yarders. But a guy, again, the two-way utility with him, with the blocking, with the catching. Last year, the blocking grade on him with the PFFs in the run blocking, 76.1. That was the highest of any of my top 6 ranked tight ends. And then if you go to the top, let's see, of the guys that I ranked like top 12, he would have been the number 2 ranked guy in terms of AJ Barner is a stud blocker, but he's not going to give you the receiving utility. Sinnott gives you both of those things.
It's almost as if you planned your break, because as soon as you got up from your chair, AD Mitchell went off the board.
Kismet,
the Indianapolis Colts. It is Kismet at the end of the day. So let's break down the landing spot from your point of view here. Shane Steichen, about as good as it gets in terms of an offensive mind. Is he the guy that could possibly get the best out of AD Mitchell?
I love the landing spot on that. We did talk during the mock drafts we did and everything. Joe, you'll recall we were constantly tossing Brian Thomas at the Colts because we love the fit so much, as far as you have the dude with the cannon arm in Richardson, and then you also have the rushing utility with it. I talked a lot about this with Jayden Daniels, of you have the downfield thing and then you have the scrambling thing, and it's the spacing problem for the defense. If you have to keep the 2 high safeties up, but then you also have the stud scrambler, you can't keep the spy on him. Can he blitz him? Stuff like that. If the Colts have a guy that can consistently win downfield, that's where that issue becomes for the defense, and Richardson scrambling could play up and stuff like that. AD Mitchell, the other aspects of his game, that was the stuff I was crapping on before. The one thing you can't crap on is that guy can win downfield. And once he has that runway and he can get going, that's where he has the world-class speed. He needs that little bit of a runway. The 10-yard split with him was more equivalent to some of the guys who were running in the 4.5s, but that 11-yard to 40-yard of that 40-yard dash, you'd put it up there with anybody. That is when he is flying. There are very few human beings, especially at the dimensions that he has, that can keep up with him there. So the way that I saw him, it was inverted from the way that most people saw him, of like, oh, this guy has a ton of potential and you just have to polish the edges and he could be the superstar receiver. I didn't see that at all. What I saw was a lower ceiling, higher floor, pop to top wide receiver 2 in the NFL. That's just what I think he is. Turns out I think the NFL saw him exactly like I did. Fortunately, it's all the Colts need, right? Michael Pittman is going to be that's all they're looking for, and they got that in Adonai Mitchell. This is a very good landing spot for him.
All right, we have a couple more picks off the board here. The Dolphins take offensive tackle Patrick Paul at 55. Then the Cowboys select edge rusher Marshawn Kneeland at 56. That puts the Buccaneers on the clock. So, Russ, let's get your take on these two picks. Paul to the Dolphins and Kneeland to the Cowboys. Russ, your thoughts?
Yeah, starting with Patrick Paul, I think this one's a little bit of a head scratcher. I understand the longevity with Teron Armstead. He's probably near the end of the road in Miami, but they have a serious need for a starting right guard in Miami. They lost Robert Hunt to the Carolina Panthers. They have Robert Jones there. I get Patrick Paul. I understand why people are intrigued with him. 6'7", 331 pounds, 36-inch arms, but Christian Haynes is staring you in the face, and I thought he was the best pure guard in this draft as far as a guy that's going to come in and be a plug-and-play right guard, which is exactly what they need. They now have 100-spot gap between their next pick, and they take a developmental left tackle who probably is not going to play guard for them year one. And if the Dolphins are in some type of window, as fans like to call it, I don't know if this is the move to help capitalize that window, but to each their own. Patrick Paul, great length, like I mentioned, very patient, has the desired foot speed to mirror defenders. He'll have to work on pad level. He's got to stop opening his hips so much in pass pro, but there's stuff to be desired there. But he was my 95th ranked player, 4th round pick for me. And then with Marshawn Kneeland, I like this fit in Dallas. It's exactly the type of player that they kind of take and they move around playing a 3-tack, a 4-eye, a 5-tack. They move those guys around. So I think this is a really good fit. He was a guy that, talking with Lions fans since I cover the team and stuff like that, they kept bringing him up as an option at pick 61. And everything that I had heard on Marshawn Kneeland up to this point was that he was going to be gone. So I think that this is a great landing spot for him. He's going to be able to play inside, outside, be a part of that rotation. And he's got a great spin move, a great motor, and probably a guy that's going to get better as a pro than he was as a college player.
Russ, thanks so much. We'll see you a little bit later on in the evening in round 3. Fantastic work as always. Thor, let's go back to you and get your take on these last two picks as well. So just to recap again, Patrick Paul, offensive tackle, goes to the Dolphins. Edge rusher Marshawn Kneeland to the Cowboys. Thor, your thoughts on those two players, and then we'll get to the Buccaneers pick.
Yeah, with Patrick Paul, he goes right about where I had him on my board. It was like almost literally the same slot. It was kind of eerie. I think it was one spot off. I think the value is there. And then the other thing I'd say about it contextually, you're running out of tackles in this class, right?
You think?
Yeah, there was very few stops left on the how do you say that, Joe? On the bus stop line, or how? You guys do the subways. We don't have those here on the.
Well, there is subway stops, if that's what you're saying.
Yeah, yes. Very few stops left on the.
There's very few stops left on the line. We had
there you go.
Orhorhoro go. We had Newton go. We had Sweat. We had Fiske. We had no. There's more here. I'm looking through. We had Mason Smith. We had Jenkins. That's 6. And then we had Michael Hall going. So we are up to 7 so far already in round 2.
Yeah. But yeah, with as far as Patrick, so I was talking about like with the slot thing. He was 54th on my board. The Dolphins get him at 55, and nice. The only other tackle that's out there right now that I'm intrigued by. There's one left. All of them went yesterday, and then Patrick Paul just goes now. But it's Kingsley Suamataia, who there is. He has some technical concerns, and I'm wondering if teams are concerned about some other stuff off the field with him. We'll have to see about that if a little slide is in store because of that. But he's the only dude that I think out there where he has the very clear NFL starting utility just on the field. The profile. Patrick Paul to me projects as average-ish, slightly below average starting NFL lineman, high floor, low ceiling. He's super duper crazy long, very, very tall. He has a crazy long arms, and he did it for a long time at Houston. It takes, he's like the dude, it's like running around a cruise ship, trying to get around that guy in pass pro, because he just has that wide setup, and then he's got those like octopus arms. So it's like, it's just really hard to try to like take his outside shoulder. And then everything, he can be patient because of that. It's like, bringing it to him. And it's like the Malcolm Gladwell 10,000 hours. He's just been doing it for so long. You're not going to cross him up. He's not an athletic freak, but he knows what he's doing. So that would be him. And then the Nealon pick made me smile because Russ was mentioning this. Very, very good value pick there. That's a guy that had a shot, I thought, just in terms of talent, to either sneak into the very end of Thursday night, or else I thought he was going to go earlier tonight. He just sort of falls through the cracks. The defensive positions that were going earlier, we had to run on the interior guys and the cornerbacks. The edges, it seems like people fell asleep at the wheel tonight, at least. Up until now, we just had one other one go, we'll talk about in a second. But Dallas, because of this, ends up getting a very good value in the 56 slot. They get him at 34th. The thing with Nealon, power player coming forward, the speed to power thing, you're going to have to teach him a little bit more of the moves, polish off some of that type of stuff. There were some questions about the way he went about the productivity. Was ludicrously productive in the MAC, but the MAC is so far down, and the dudes, he was licking people week in and week out down there, but it was like, these guys that he is destroying in the MAC, they will be accountants in 2 years. So it was like the proof of concept thing. Now he's going to be jumping up. The MAC is one of the proud MAC. Nobody loves MACs more than your boy, but now it's like that in Conference USA, it's like the two worst conferences in Division 1A right now. So because of that jumping up in competition, that was the one question with him. But he did prove the concept of his athleticism during the pre-draft process. 6'3", 267, 98th percentile athlete, 34th on my board. Dallas gets him at 56th.
Your thoughts on a few fantasy relevant things. Zach Fraizer, the guard/center, going to the Steelers. Let's take that one first. What does this mean for the run game? That's 2 offensive linemen and 2 picks for the Steelers. So Arthur Smith, as Andrew Erickson said earlier, obviously showing you that he wants to run the football, and then run the football some more. What does this do to the draft stock potentially of Najee Harris and Jaylen Warren in 2024?
I think to be honest, I think it's probably going to be a push. I think that looking at the offensive line, if you look at this as being a sum positive just for the Steelers or for this backfield, it's because of the fact that the offense can be possibly more efficient. Is it going to change my projection as far as the rushing volume? Not necessarily. Like, I already thought they were going to run the freaking ball. Like, with Russ and Fields, they're not going to... And you only have George Pickens, really, to kind of lead the way. I mean, maybe you go back to Pat Freiermuth, but Russell Wilson, if he's a starting quarterback, hasn't seen the field in the last 10 years. The middle of the field, in the last 10 years. So, unless Pat Freiermuth's going to start playing boundary, Russell Wilson's not going to see him over the middle of the field. So, looking at... I think those two additions both filled huge needs for the Steelers. So, just... more proficient blocking up front can allow them to field just a better offense, because whether it's Fields, whether it's Russ, whoever's under center, I mean, we've seen both these guys tend to hold the ball, and Russ is not what he once was, so you need to give him clean pockets.
Is Joe on mute again?
Oh, did he hit
the
over?
I bought the over 1.5 ticket right before we went live today. And I cashed it. I got to look at my account. That's big.
If only I had the mute button for you once in a while. Let's talk about AD Mitchell here. Your thoughts going through here when we're looking at where he landed with the Indianapolis Colts. We've talked about him as the field stretching guy, the big play guy, but my concern is the way this offense might run, that might not be enough opportunity to make him super fantasy relevant. I know you and I both love Shane Steichen, but is that enough to make AD Mitchell's landing spot there something that's fantasy relevant?
Nope. I just don't think you're going to see enough passing volume for AD Mitchell. But the other part about this is, considering the fit, the Colts aren't going to ask AD Mitchell to be anything more than he was. And I'm sorry, like I've said it the entire time, you can miss me on all the AD Mitchell round one, super X, like he has a round one grade. Thor and I talked about it on the NFL draft show, and it was like, I don't see it. And now you're seeing all of that smoke screen and all the noise and everybody pounding their chests for AD Mitchell. How are you feeling now when people were talking about, AD Mitchell should have gone in the first round?
CeeDee Lamb.
Oh, he's awesome.
Lamb, D-bro.
It's
CeeDee Lamb. Who said that?
I'm not going to name names, but it was out there by more than one.
Wild comps, man. Like
even though he can't change directions and he's not good in the intermediate area, but I guess
I've spent 2 days with both of you, and that's the dumbest thing I've heard all week. That's
AD is going to run clear routes. That's what he was going to do in the NFL, and that's what he's going to do for Indy. He's going to run go routes. He's going to switch the field. That's it.
What he does.
Yeah.
That's what he does.
They're not going to ask him to be what he's not.
More picks flying off the board here. The Buccaneers took defensive end Chris Braswell at 57. Then the Packers went ahead and took a safety, Javon Bullard, at 58. Now, Thor, we've talked a lot in many draft shows about the Packers addressing the secondary. Is Bullard the answer there for the safety position for them?
I like their pick earlier this round of Edgerrin Cooper more than I like Bullard. They needed the linebacker. The Bullard pick to me feels like a reach a bit, especially when you have guys like Jaden Hicks and Cole Bishop still on the board. I don't know why you felt like here you had to grab him. Just a preference thing for me about the players that I prefer at that position. Like I said, I did like the pick of Cooper, but I would not. If you like Bullard more than me, I would have deferred to another position and then kicked that can to the third round. I think there's a shot you could have, or later in this round, tried to trade down. Feels like a little bit of a reach to me.
All right, D-Bro, let's kick the can to you. Braswell to the Bucks, Bullard to the Packers, and now Blake Fisher to the Texans. Your thoughts on Braswell, Bullard, and Fisher? Let's take them one at a time here. Let's start with Braswell.
Braswell fills a need, man. They needed an edge. They need to be able to pressure the quarterback. I mean, the Buccaneers were 21st in pressure rate. And even despite as much as they want to blitz people, they still couldn't get home. So they needed to address that and get more pressure up front. Now, a lot of us had them going, okay, well, round one, they're going to go with an edge and stuff. They didn't do that. This is telling of their board. You know, if they have a really high grade on Braswell, that's fine. I think the addition definitely fills a need, though.
Breakdown is Bullard for the Packers. D-Bro, again, safety was an issue for them.
Yep.
They went ahead and have been addressing the defense here in the second round. Do you think that Bullard is a good fit for the Pack?
I think he's a good fit in the sense that they needed a safety. Now, yes, they signed Xavier McKinney in the offseason, and we talked about, again, the Giants lost him, so Packers gain, but still, they also needed another safety to fill out the starting secondary. Anthony Johnson was never going to be their week one starter, so I definitely understand it, and we can debate which of these safeties that are still on the board, because there's a bunch of them, and so I'm not going to push back on the fit. I'm definitely going to defer to Thor in that regard, but I definitely see that safety was a need. Now, again, we could talk about what the draft spot and things like that, but I understand why they went that direction.
The Houston Texans took Kamari Lassiter with their first pick, the corner, and now the offensive tackle from Notre Dame at 27th overall in the second round. So, D-Bro, let's get your take on that selection. A little bit more help there on the offensive line front for our good pal, CJ Stroud. The question is this the right tackle? Because as Thor pointed out before, tackle, just like defensive tackle, the offensive tackle position kind of got picked apart in the last 50 picks or so.
It did. It got picked apart. Now, I'm very curious. Thor, do you think Fisher is a guy that's going to end up staying at tackle, or do you think he has guard versatility? Because I haven't done, I'll be honest, I haven't done as much work on Fisher as some of the other tackles in this class, but I think that he can be a good depth guy, and I'd have to go through and look at the contract situations for the offensive line. But do you think he has multiple positional versatility?
Right tackle for me, and okay. a guy who everyone else in South Bend loved that Joel was there and everything like that, maybe except for Mr. Blake Fisher. If it wasn't for Joel Blake Fisher would have been the Fighting Irish's left tackle these past couple of years. Blake Fisher went there as a ballyhooed recruit and started out as the left tackle, and then all sort of eased his way in there and never gave the position back to Blake Fisher. I think there was an injury to Blake Fisher a couple years ago that created that opening right there. And then, like I said, Alt never gave the thing back. Fisher goes to right tackle the past couple years, and you see the athletic traits and the flashes with Fisher that led to him being the seen as in the recruiting world the way that he was and getting on the field early at Notre Dame. But the consistency hasn't been there with him, even being on the right side. It's a developmental ball of clay type of guy. So that's why you're shooting your shot here. Particularly, again, we're sort of harping on the same thing, although it's fair in this one because it has been a narrative of the draft so far with the offensive tackles, right? Patrick Paul just goes. Now Fisher, it's you again, what was the subway stops or whatever, you're running out of them, of guys that actually have the ceiling, if they hit, to be long-term starters at tackle. We're literally running out of them. The only other ones I toss out, Christian Jones, Roger Rosengarten, certainly Suamataia, but you're starting to sort of wonder what's sort of going on with Suamataia outside of just the technical refinement and consistency stuff with him, because on talent alone in this world that we're living in where all the tackles are getting pulled up, he should have gone a while ago. But that's the thing with Fisher. That kid will start at right tackle for a long time if you can make the mechanical tweaks with him and work on the technique a bit.
Next up, the Buffalo Bills. They lost Jordan Poyer this offseason, so Cole Bishop is the selection at safety. Okay. At number 60, that puts the Lions up on the clock. Thor, I was looking at your pick here, or you should say your comp for Cole Bishop. It's Javon Holland. He was your third safety on the board, number 68 overall. Buffalo takes him at 60, so pretty close here. So can he be the replacement guy for what they lost this offseason?
1,000%. Really good fit, good value here. And I got to shout out Jim Nagy, the czar of the Senior Bowl. He had a tweet, and maybe on Twitter right now, he's taking his victory lap. I'm not sure, but he had a tweet that I recall 2-3 weeks ago where he said something like, it was like the day before. He's like, tomorrow I'm going to put out a dude that no one's talking about that is going to go in the second round based on what I'm hearing, that literally no one thinks is going to go in the second round. And he's like, people guess. And then I was reading through the guesses, and then nobody said Cole Bishop. The next day he put out Cole Bishop. Cole Bishop just went in the second round.
All right, let's continue on here and get your take, Derek Brown. What do you think of the Bills' fit here with Cole Bishop? It seems to make a lot of sense here.
Oh, it makes a ton of sense. It fills a huge need. Like, they brought back Taylor Rapp, so you got one safety spot locked down. Even despite the losses, Mike Edwards is never going to be the week one starter. You can go back to multiple mock draft episodes that we've done on this channel, and it was like, Bills, safety. Bills, round 2, round 3, safety. They needed a safety, and they needed to walk out of this draft with a safety. And considering now we're seeing these wide, long positional runs. We had the D tackle run, the wide receiver runs, the offensive tackles. Now we're seeing the safeties start going, just popping off the board. So they were like, no. We might have missed the wide receiver run. We're not missing the safety run.
Yeah, Mike Mayer just said something, and I agree with him. Thor, we're going to have to get you on a New York City subway. I think that is a short video waiting to happen.
Yes.
I'd like to see that. Thor's first subway ride.
Ever since I seen that Spider-Man guy was doing the stuff on the subway, and he like stopped it, and then he had the web with it. I don't know if I can go on one of those things.
You think that's an everyday occurrence in New York? Is that what
I don't know. I'm from Brainerd. We don't have.
I don't know how those city folk live.
Exactly.
Yeah. If we put out the Vikings bat signal in New York City, they'll carry you out and they'll say, but be careful, he's a hero.
You think they will?
Yeah.
You're a hero. You're a hero here tonight on the show. Sure. The Lions are making their selection. It's a cornerback. It's Ennis Rakestraw Jr. at 61. So both of you had a nice reaction to this pick. Thor, why is this such a good fit for the Detroit Lions?
He reminds me a lot of a guy that plays locally here in Byron Murphy. I don't think that Ennis Rakestraw at the next level is a boundary corner like he was in the SEC because lacks the size and the bulk. He 5'11" and 183 pounds on the skinnier side. Lacks some playing strength as well, and then the speed. 61st percentile athlete. but he is a fighter. I was talking before about the other corner that I love that flies downhill with the run. Rakestraw is the exact same. Just one of the dudes that loves coming down in run defense. So he's going to give you that. And I think that the utility of playing closer to the ball in the nickel, you're going to see that play up all the more. And so the Lions, well, the interesting thing with them is with Branch there. So we're going to have to see how they work that out. But that's what I would do with Rakestraw. That's how I see him because of that lack of speed. And then you're wondering, at the size on the outside as well. I see the projection into the nickel, but and Brian Branch there in the nickel for the Lions. So
he did, yeah. He covered slot last year.
Maybe. So now I'm kind of confused thinking about it. Maybe they see Rakestraw as the boundary guy. I would just. For me, I would be a little concerned about that. We were talking about this with Lassiter. Rakestraw has better speed than Lassiter, and I did not see Rakestraw get taken downtown quite as much as Lassiter, but I would be a little bit squeamish about keeping him on the outside the whole time. But I like his skill a lot, and I like the ethos that he plays with, just super duper feisty player type. You talk about a kneecap biter. Watching his Rakestraw's highlight film, that kid gets after it.
Well, we like that. Your take, Derek Brown, on Rakestraw.
I love what Detroit's doing because you look. This is a passing league. This is a pass first league. They have to defend the pass. Detroit's run defense last year was elite. So rolling that back this year, and if their run defense is again top 5, top 10, the way that you beat the Lions last year was. Well, screw it. We're not going to run the dang ball. We're going to run into a brick wall. We're going to run for 2 yards a carry the whole dang game. We're just going to throw it over your head because you don't have any corners that can hang with us. What have they done this entire offseason? They've said, you know what, NFC, we're going to the Super Bowl and we're going to defend the pass and we're going to stop you because they traded for Carlton Davis. They brought back Emmanuel Mosley, drafted Terrion Arnold, and now drafted Ennis Rakestraw, which the other part of this is, maybe Carlton Davis is gone after this year. I know Emmanuel Mosley is a free agent after this year. I'm looking, let me see right now. So Carlton Davis and Emmanuel Mosley are free agents after this season. So Detroit's not only saying we're playing for this year, but because of their stacked roster, they're able to pad their depth chart and say, these guys can leave. We're not only stopping the pass this year, we're good for next year, baby.
And putting some metric, Debra, you were mentioning the Lions run defense and the ethos that they have with that. And I was talking about Rakestraw, his, live by the sword, die by the sword, get after the running back, fly downhill kind of a thing. Putting some data to that. Last year, PFF run grade for Ennis Rakestraw, 89.0. Which for a cornerback is ridiculous. He also only had 3 missed tackles all season, despite the fact that he gets in on all the running concepts as well. But the 40 thing is that the 40 against the weight is the one thing that you're wondering about in the projection out to the boundary. 4.51 speed and then 183 pounds. They must be viewing him, like we said, potentially as the boundary guy. I prefer him in the nickel, but you can bring him in and see.
Next pick is the Baltimore Ravens, and we always know what they do, which is take advantage of the board. And they have, once again, taking offensive tackle Roger Rosengarten at 62. So there you go. Offensive tackle goes off the board. And looks like we also have a trade coming up here, too. Oh, no, I'm sorry. We have the... Let me just get this straight here because I'm looking at my numbers at the same time here. Pick number 63. Yeah, Kansas City looks like they've moved up a spot here with the San Francisco 49ers. So more on that to come. The Chiefs move up 1 pick. So now Kansas City is on the clock. But let's talk about Roger Rosengarten for a moment here. Debro, your take on the Ravens once again, taking what the board gives them.
Big need. I mean, you look at what happened to their offensive line this offseason. I mean, jettisoning Morgan Moses, Kevin Zeitler goes to Detroit. Their entire right side of their offensive line is just so they had needed guard. Again, we talked about the depth of this guard class, so I expect them to fill that later in this draft. But tackle, we talked about the tackle class. I mean, that tank is running dry really quickly. So if you're going to take the shot on a guy, you need to do it now. So we can debate his talent level, his fit, all that type of stuff, but it definitely feels a need for the Ravens.
Before we speculate of what Kansas City is going to do here, Thor, give me your quick take on Roger Rosengarten, the offensive tackle.
Yeah, when we talked about Pennix all process, it was like when he has that platform, when the protection, the accuracy played up and everything, like when he was pushed off his spot, it went a little bit down. But the thing, you seen Pennix's sack numbers, they was never touched, right? The offensive line in front of him was so good. Fatana, we talked a lot about this process because he was up there in the first round. Rosengarten was on the other side. We thought that Rosengarten was going to be kicking to the other side this coming season. He was going to be a guy that we looked at as a marquee tackle for the next class, talking about him next spring. Rosengarten surprised us by declaring for the draft early. And maybe it was like this gold rush, leaving, the coaching staff then left for Alabama. A lot of his teammates were leaving. So he hops into this class, not a finished product yet. He has all the athletic traits. He tested tremendously, coming off the good season for sure. But like I said, not a finished product in terms of the technique. The other thing with him, he does have that athletic profile, but the arms are on the shorter side. Are they looking at him as a right tackle like he was at Washington, or are you looking to kick him inside?
Perhaps we understand why the Chiefs moved up, because after Rosengarten went off the board, they went offensive tackle too. Kingsley Suamataia at 63. Thor, why is it a great pick for the Chiefs?
This was a guy in those mock drafts all spring. A lot of times would be given Kingsley to the Chiefs with their first round pick, right? It was like with the Chiefs, it was always like, are they going to take a wide receiver? Are they going to take an offensive tackle? And a lot of times Kingsley was that offensive tackle. I've talked before, when we bring up Kingsley on this show, of polarizing tackle prospect, right? And I think that's why during the tackle gold rush that has happened last night and then earlier tonight, why he gets kicked to the end of it is because he's the one that has the higher band of outcomes. He's the riskier one. There's a lot of work still to be done on his technique. I was wondering, because of the fall, is there something else going on, or our team's concerned about other stuff? But I like the talent quite a bit on him, and was a crazy high recruit when he came out and everything. Like there's on the television broadcast right now, they're showing him doing a standing jump out of the pool and onto
I saw that. I did see that.
He is
Derek
a ridiculous
Brown did that at my
athlete.
house this summer when he came over and stayed for the flex draft. He did that same thing in my
That
pool.
was from one stair to the next one, which is slightly less impressive than from the pool.
Slightly less impressive. You're not wrong. Just ever so slightly less impressive.
Never sending you videos ever again. Ever.
He wanted the same reaction though, and we always give it to him. That's being good teammates and being good coworkers. But yeah, I mean, Suamataia, especially at this, the Chiefs are just so clever with this stuff, especially at this point where there's so few tackles left and guys that potentially could be starters at left tackle in the NFL. So few left right now, and maybe none. Getting him right now, especially if you feel like you box anyone else out. But the last, Rosengarten just goes off. Blake Fisher had gone a couple picks ago, and on my board right now, Christian Jones 76, and then the Kieran Amagaji from Yale. I have a little bit after that, but after that, an enormous drop off to then guys that I have 4th round grades on. Like the rest of it has just been picked to all heck. So I mean, the teams are going to have to start looking elsewhere now. And getting Kingsley at this point, after the NFL was skittish because of the work that needs to be done on him, I would advocate, and I'm sure the Chiefs are going to do this, you put him on the year plan of, we're just going to work on your technique and see the ball of clay. Can we put you in the kiln and get you where you need to go? Wanya Morris was a guy that was seen very similarly taken, on day 2, whatever, that they're bringing up. They clearly have the tackle need. Now you shoot 2 bullets at it. Hopefully you get a long-term contributor there.
D-Bro, the Chiefs took Xavier Worthy in the first round. Now they got their tackle in the second round. How do you think the Chiefs are doing right now?
I think they're doing well. And I mean, I think maybe, I'm not saying that they could go back and do this all over again, considering how fast and furious the wide receivers went off. I'd be very curious, would they go back and redo this, because going with a stronger left tackle, like if you go the 2v2 route and say, could we have traded up for the wide receivers? But considering how fast that position has also, into what their board looks like, how fast those wide receivers have gone, I think it's very, very telling. But I'm almost kind of surprised too. Like the 49ers are a team that I thought like had tackle needs. So they must be feeling better than what I give them credit for as far as the right tackle situation right now.
Well, here's the other thing too, D. I think that worthy pick is Patrick Mahomes. Look, Patrick Mahomes slummed last year and made it work, and not only got to a Super Bowl but won another one. So you can't dog him again. Like if you're like, you had to give him something else to work with there. We'll see what happens with Rice. Kelsey is coming back again, but you had to do something there. So I understand it. I think they had their cake and ate it too. And as Thor saying, an opportunity for them to possibly get a little bit of a project guy, but certainly somebody that has a size and talent. The 49ers instead go cornerback here, Renaldo Green at 64, and then the beginning of round 3. So let's close out things here in round 2 with the 49ers pick. D-Bro, they went corner here. What do you think about the selection?
This is a Thor favorite here. Renaldo Green is a guy that I had to go look at after I looked at the Thor 500 and we were getting ready for a mock draft. I was like, who the heck is this guy? But looking at the needs that San Francisco has, it definitely fills a need, man. Whether you want to talk about, and I'm curious Thor's take on this, but looking at San Francisco's depth chart, Charvarius Ward is an unrestricted free agent next year. Lenore in the slot was not good. If you pull up any stretch of any type of metric, the 49ers got just absolutely they got it handed to him last year versus slot wide receivers. So whether you see this guy as a boundary guy and he takes over for Ward next year, or you see him as a guy, you could roll him into the nickel and he'd be better than Lenore was last year. Either way, this is a W.
Thor, with cornerback flying fast and furiously in the second round, did they reach, or is this a good pick here considering what the board looks like at this time for the 49ers?
I'm definitely good with Renaldo Green. Last year, Florida State undefeated in the regular season. Then I won't get into the whole Florida State CFP thing, but they were the no-fly zone on defense.
Please don't.
I'm not going to disagree with I'm not going to get into that. But you couldn't throw on that team. So in terms of pass breakups in this cornerback class, number 1, Quinyon Mitchell had 14 last year. Tied for number 2, Terrion Arnold, and Mr. Renaldo Green with 13. This guy can cover. I think the reason he got knocked down just a little bit, it's the arm length thing that the NFL, they will knock you down for that. And his, the arm length with him, it was below average for the class. And then not the elite athlete, but not a terrible athlete, 82nd percentile athlete, which, you compare it to Quinyon Mitchell, who's, made by God athlete. And then, even Terrion Arnold with 93rd percentile. It pales slightly in comparison to that, but certainly no bum. This guy knows how to cover, and he has ball skills. When that ball's approached, some of the cornerbacks, even the guys who are amazing athletes, it's really difficult when your body's in motion, and then the other guy's the stud athlete, to then get your head around, get the tell from the other guy. Oh, the ball's on the way, especially when the guy's like the late hand maven, but get the tell on it, then get your hand or get your head around, then make the play on the ball. Right? Like all while you're running at full speed, right? This guy can do that. Make the play on the ball, knock it down, make a play on the ball, potentially catch it, flip the field. I like this guy. This guy's skilled, and I like that pick.
Okay, we are going to officially close the book on round 2. I know the Jets pick is in, but before we announce it here on the show, and I think it's going to get a lot of opinions, as it were, I want to reset things here with Thor Nystrom for a second. So, Thor, you've got the big board here. I want you to take us through who's left at certain positions here right now. Who should be the guys we should be focusing on for the next 5 through 10 picks? The best at each position still out there on the offensive line, out there on the defensive end, out there on the corner spot there. So take us through what's remaining on the third round board here that you like, that you think we should all be paying attention to, and then we'll start kicking off round 3 here live on Fantasy Pros.
Best available heading into round 3. We'll start with the top of the board, then we'll hit some specific positions. But the guys that I still have round 2 grades on heading into this third round, Trey Franklin at the top of my board. I think he should have gone around the middle of the second round. Guy I comp to Deontay Johnson. Super duper clever denoting when it's zone coverage and denoting any kind of coverage, but he will denote it right away. And then he knows what to do, find that open spot, yada, yada. Breaks the tackles despite being on the skinnier side and gets open in the nod to Deontay Johnson. Right after that 43, Junior Colson, the crux point of those nasty Michigan defenses, playing right behind Chris Jenkins, won the national title last year. I comp him to Nick Bolton. And then Roman Wilson right after that, another Michigan kid. Of course, the wide receiver, JJ McCarthy's favorite target, comp him to Golden Tate, 44th overall on my board. Dominic Pooney, Kansas guard, 49th overall on my board. TJ Tampa, the last guy in my top 50 that's still available, cornerback from Iowa State. Then let's see, 5 other guys that I have second round grades on that are still available. Cooper Beebe, I'm a bit surprised that he's still out there just because of the productivity against the size, against the athletic traits, at least coming north-south. But again, another one of those arm length guys, and he has very short arms. The NFL will nick you for that. But 6'3" and a quarter, 322, 93rd percentile athlete, and dominated the Big 12 the past couple of years. Cooper Beebe going to go off the board really, really quick. The next guy on my board available, Christian Haynes from Connecticut, was a guy that Russell shouted out right before he jumped off. Guard from Connecticut. And a yeoman type effort for Christian Haynes. Was a stud on those Connecticut teams that were not very good, including against the good competition, where it was like Christian Haynes against everybody else. It's like Jon Snow when all the horses are coming down. Christian Haynes against everybody. He's got some fun tape. And then the last 3 that I have second round grades on: Jonah Ellis, the edge rusher from Utah; Javon Baker, me and D-Bro's boy, the wide receiver from Central Florida, who I comp to Rashee Rice. Don't think about that. Only think about the on-field stuff. I think that Javon Baker deserved to potentially go at the very end of the second round. I believe that he will get his name called before the end of the evening tonight. And then the last one, another arm length guy, the reason that he got knocked down, he also has some durability concerns, but a very, very good player who is big and he is fast. Peyton Wilson, the linebacker from North Carolina State, 6'4", 233, 99th percentile athlete, was a stud when he was on the field at North Carolina State. But like I said, short arms, you have the durability concerns. Those are my guys heading into round 3 that have a round 2 grade on my board. And we're also going to get some running backs heading off the board in this round. Only Jonathan Brooks has gone so far at that position. Trey Benson, of course, on the board. I think he's going to get his name called this round. Jalen Wright, he's going to get his name called. And one piece of information vis-a-vis this position, I believe that the Dallas Cowboys, based on things that I was hearing the week before the draft, that they have delineated their third round pick, assuming that the guy that they like is available there, that was the one that they were looking at for their third round pick for the running back. So keep an eye on that one.
Well, the Jets have started the third round, and they've started it with a wide receiver, Malachi Corley at 65. Thor,
Speaking of running back,
I had to scroll on your board there to find him. 145. So clearly there is a sickness in the AFC East, and it's catching. The Patriots had it, and now they've sneezed, and they've given it to the Jets.
Yeah, the way that I just disagree with people. I knew that Malachi Corley was going to go around here. That's where everyone else ranks him. My take on Malachi Corley, though, is he's not a wide receiver. He reminds me so much of Amari Rodgers, a guy who his process I argued with everyone about and happened to be right about that one. We'll find out if I am about Malachi Corley as well. But it's the same thing of a guy who is a running back playing slot receiver that doesn't run routes. Like all of the production for Malachi Corley is the Bo Nix of wide receiver prospects. He has
Can we get that on a T-shirt?
He has a lot of catches, but all they are, it's the dump offs behind the line of scrimmage, the outlet screen passes. In the Western Kentucky air raid offense that Clay Helton runs there, the running game, the function of that, it's the slot receiver that Malachi Corley plays, where you just immediately throw him the ball, and then you have the couple of receivers in front that are blocking for him. The thing that he is good at is breaking tackles. He's very good at that, and you see the piling up of the broken tackles. But they all come off these spoon-fed touches to him behind the line of scrimmage. You don't see Malachi Corley running routes, ever. He just doesn't do it. All of his, again, the receptions with that. a couple of times, he won down or not really won down the field. When he went down the field, the 20+ yard receptions, I need to pull up how many he had. It was very, very few. But on the few that he did, the go routes that he did, he just run as fast as he could down the field, and then he just do like an unconvincing like head deke. And then, like, if the ball happened, if they threw it to him and he was open down there, might catch the ball or whatever. But so little of his utility was there. It was all the dump it off to him short and then break the tackles. He was a running back earlier in his career, shifted to that position after going to WKU as a cornerback. I don't see a wide receiver in Malachi Corley. It's not something that typically translates to the NFL at that position. People called him the Deebo Samuel of this class. That is apocryphal. He is nothing like Deebo Samuel. Deebo Samuel is a wide receiver. Malachi Corley is not, at least not yet. They will be setting him up to fail if they try to send him out with a full route tree next year. He won't be able to do it.
I'm going to have to look up that word. In the meantime, an actual running back goes off the board. The Arizona Cardinals select Trey Benson from Florida State. So you're right. There it is. Very exciting here. The Cardinals, we said it yesterday, Thor. It feels like maybe a shift in the earth a little bit for this organization where they've got their quarterback they've committed. They had a really good night one. They took a generational talent at wide receiver. Now you've got a running back to go with him. Again, this running back class a little bit on that lower scale, but there's no denying that Trey Benson was a productive player. There's no denying that he's got the skill sets there. So what's your take on not only Benson, but also now more importantly, his landing spot? And then Erickson, I want to get your take on him and break that down because now it's Murray, Connor, Benson, Marvin Harrison, Trey McBride. That looks like an offense to me, Thor.
Yeah, this guy is going to be the bell cow in year one for the Cardinals. This is the dude right here. He started his career at Oregon, had a devastating injury right away towards ACL, MCL, lateral meniscus, medial meniscus, hamstring as a freshman. It's the reason why he didn't play as a sophomore, and then led to his transfer to Florida State. It was like, what's going to become of this guy's career? But as a junior, so he comes back from that. As a junior, he breaks the PFF record for forced missed tackle rate. Their charting record, became the only player that season to go over 50% in that. So he's a broken tackle guy when he gets out to the second level. And once he does that, once he's able to break the tackle, get out into the open field, hits the Jets, and he has the 4.3 wheels, which he proved in Indianapolis at the NFL Combine. I love that aspect of his game. Doesn't have the joystick agility, but he has the one cut thing. So he has that violent cut, and then once it's the arm tackle off angle attempt, those are the tackles that he breaks. You're not taking that guy down unless it's the flush tackle attempt or unless it's multiple guys. Like I said, once he gets out into open grass with the cut, sometimes he'll get out into open grass. Then it's the Jets. The other thing with him, he played in the Mike Norvell offense at Florida State. Recall Antonio Gibson. Recall the other multidimensional guys that he had at Memphis. The way that he liked to move them around, play them in the slot. The way that he used those guys in the passing game. Same thing he did with Trey Benson. So you would see him in the slot. Sometimes they throw it to him out there, have the blockers in front of him. The other thing I liked about his receiving utility, the thing in the play action game, Florida State loved to do this. Play action. Benson was really good at selling it, then working his way through the garbage around the line of scrimmage, quickly getting around it, making himself available to the quarterback. He got a lot of targets doing that. The other thing, he's a good pass blocker. A lot of running backs in this class, not only are they not, they literally can't do it. You can't even leave them on the field. So he will be able to stay on the field all 3 downs in the NFL. At Florida State, the one nitpick I have about Norvell's usage, you saw this last year, well, going back years with him. He likes to use the multiple running backs. So that was the reason why Trey Benson's usage got a little bit wonky, even though he was clearly their best running back. In the NFL, I think it's going to be a 3-down thing in Arizona in particular.
So Benson's comp, according to Thor, is DeMarco Murray. That's a pretty good one. Erickson, let's talk about that, and let's break that down for a moment if we can, because it feels like, as Thor was saying, this is a guy who could jump in right away, be the bell cow guy. I know James Conner's still there, but still James Conner is towards the tail end of his running back career. I think we can all agree on that. So Erickson, what does this mean here, not just in redraft leagues, but also dynasty leagues, this landing spot here for Benson?
I mean, it's a really good landing spot because, like you said, James Conner is no spring chicken. Like, this is the last year of his contract. So it's still entirely possible that they just ride James Conner till the wheels fall off. But that being said, Trey Benson has the skill set to still be efficient and earn touches even alongside James Conner. So I don't anticipate him totally neutralizing James Conner unless there's an injury, but that's a big part of James Conner. Like, he plays very physical style of football, so he gets banged up a lot. So I think you could see a tandem between the two earlier in the season, but as things kind of trickle down, you could see Benson kind of taking over this backfield, especially if there's a James Conner injury. Then next year, I mean, it's all wheels up because James Conner is going to be a free agent. So it would definitely be Trey Benson's backfield and Marvin Harrison, Kyler Murray. Like, you're excited about this Cardinals offense. So for Dynasty and redraft, this is definitely a slam dunk spot for Trey Benson.
Listen, I'm going to say the same thing I said about the last running back selected. I could see myself in 2024 redraft leagues, late in rounds, taking shots on Trey Benson too, just because. Look, again, I think this is where the value is. It's in the youth of the position. It's in guys who don't have much in front of them. They've got guys that have either towards the end of their contracts or end of their careers. Those are the guys that you want to invest in late that don't cost you anything, because if you can just kind of tread water those first 6 weeks or play the waiver wire or take that hero RB and then figure out RB2, one of these guys is going to hit. It could be multiple of them too. So Benson's another one for me that I am certainly going to be looking at. The Washington Commanders made their selection. Brandon Coleman, guard from TCU. Thor, your thoughts on another selection for the Commanders? They continue to rebuild this organization through the 2024 draft.
Good pick for Washington, but I'm kind of sad because this was a guy that I advocated my local Minnesota Vikings get if he was able to potentially fall into the 4th round. Obviously, that didn't happen. Washington seeing in this guy what I saw in Brandon Coleman, which is a guy with very high potential at the guard spot. Played tackle at TCU at the very end there. Played in the interior earlier on at TCU. Was a tackle last year. He has a very, very unique story, Brandon Coleman, and this speaks to the potential of him going forward in the NFL. Brandon Coleman, the athletic profile, first of all, speaking to that. So Brandon Coleman at his dimension, 6'4.5", 313 pounds, 9.97 RAS. A 10 being the best testing athlete at the position that has ever entered the NFL since, 1985 or whenever the RAS system started. You only get 110 at the position, historically, whatever. Brandon Coleman right under that in terms of the testing, this process. So just a ludicrous athlete. But so Brandon Coleman, his father was deployed in Germany. So that's where he grew up. Got a late start to football, got a late start to the sport, started playing it. Obviously, he had the athletic aptitude. You kick him inside to guard at the next level. I think that his game plays up big time there. I think the problems that last year at TCU, it's both the technique on the outside, again, that's going to work better, the lateral stuff. The north-south game that he has is going to play better on the inside. But also, and I'm not sure how many people realize this, he was banged up last year as well and was playing through some pain. So both those things and them playing what I feel like was out of position at tackle. Some people see him as a tackle. I don't. Move him into guard. I think he's going to be a very, very good one, potentially with the ceiling of a Pro Bowl guy there. And I think he can play earlier on. Maybe not week 1 because you're shifting him inside. But again, he has the background at guard earlier on at TCU. I think this is a really good pick for Washington. He was number 75 on my board.
I think what's happened here, Thor, as the Patriots make their next selection, is that they brought the folder labeled Saturday's draft to Friday.
Oof.
And then what happens is they left the Friday one at home, and then you get there, you get to work, and you go, oh, I brought the wrong folder. I'll just draft whatever these guys are. So offensive lineman Caden Wallace at 68 on Thor's big board. That's number 164. So once again, the Patriots go well into the 100s for a pick. But Thor, can you make me feel better about this one?
I'm sorry. I can't. I didn't like Caden Wallace's tape. With playing with Fashanu, of course, in the first round, this feels like the Patriots getting, it's like, remember when we were talking about Howie Roseman and the thing with Ozzie Newsome and what makes a good drafter? Well, it's not getting myopic at a position. It's keeping your eyes open. And then if, an opportunity falls to you, then you're wide open to it and you can accept the talent that falls to you. This to me feels like a situation where they were like, with that pick, we need a offensive tackle. And then all these other ones have gone in front of them and they're like, well, but we need one anyway. So let's
in all fairness, a lot of them have gone.
But that's what I'm saying, right? Like, and so on their board, obviously, by definition, with them submitting this card, they're telling us that Caden Wallace was the top tackle on their board. I would disagree with that too. But even if that was the case, it's like, yeah, you could probably wait on that guy. I think I don't think that Caden Wallace is going to go the rest of this round. Maybe use your early fourth on him if you like him that much.
We'll never know. We'll never know. Andrew Erickson, any thoughts you'd like to share on this? Thor couldn't make me feel better. Can you?
I was really hoping that I was going to come on here and have that Dumb and Dumber moment when you look at Harry and Lloyd and you're like, Lloyd, just when I thought you couldn't get any dumber, you go off and pull this massive move.
And completely redeem yourself.
And you completely redeem yourself. But the Patriots, why did they just draft another receiver? Like Thor said, if this tackle's going to be here a bunch of rounds later, just double down a receiver. Totally. Troy Franklin is still on the board.
Right, Franklin's still on the freaking board.
Then,
I don't understand.
And I feel justified. It's like, right, then Polk's your third round pick. And you feel better about that. You get Troy Franklin in round 3 or Javon Baker in round 3. And then it's like, okay, the Polk pick doesn't look as bad. God.
Well, one guy who always brings the right folder to work, it's our good friend from Fantasy Pros, Scott Bogman, who's joining us. Boggs, let's get your take first on your Pittsburgh Steelers. They have gone very heavy to the offensive line here. What do you think here? Is the plan for Arthur Smith? Could it be to get back to just running the hell out of the football in 2024?
Run the ball, Joe. I am so excited about these big, uglies offensive linemen up front. I'm so pumped for it. I know everybody wants the skill positions. Everybody wants the wide receivers and the tight ends and the running backs. I don't care. Give me the big uglies. I love it. Zach Fraizer. I'm tired of seeing our centers laying on the ground. Zach Fraizer, former wrestler. He ain't going to be laying on the ground. He ain't going to be laying on his back on many of these snaps. Troy Fautanu, big, nasty, physical left tackle. Going to play left tackle for sure. I was kind of upset with the pick because I thought they're going to try to move him. And I was like, why are we moving a guy that we just picked? Play him at tackle. They said he's the tackle. Super excited about it. Najee Harris, Jaylen Warren, definitely going up boards right now. I love the physicality. The Steelers are going to do that, and that's what they should do. Play defense and run the ball. Keep that defense on the sideline and gassed up. So I'm very excited for it.
All right. You are also something of an expert when it comes to the Texas Longhorns. So I want to get your take on what we've seen so far in round 2. And now, obviously, we're in round 3. So the running back goes off the board there, as we spoke about before. Jonathan Brooks goes. Let's get your take on that first. He lands with the Carolina Panthers. They were aggressive getting him. I never feel good about anything the Panthers do, but I think in this scenario, it feels like a really good fit because I think everybody else ahead of him basically is just nothing more than a Band-Aid at this point.
Yeah, and it's Miles Sanders and Chuba Hubbard, right? So if you want your quarterback that you drafted 1 overall to not fail and be a bust, you have to get him weapons. And I think Jonathan Brooks offers the most upside of any running back in this class. Yes, I'm a completely biased Texas fan, and I will give that up. But I watched him, and it wasn't that much different than watching Bijan the year before. Bijan is on a different level. He's faster, of course, but Jonathan Brooks can do everything. He can make guys miss. He can run them over. He creates in space. The kid is great. He is going to be the best running back from day one on this roster. It's just about when can he come back and play coming off this ACL injury in November. That is going to be the big question. But if you're the Panthers, you're not winning this year. You don't have to have him that successful. So I am all about Brooks to the Panthers. I think it's a great landing spot for him. I had actually mocked him to the Cardinals, who wound up with Trey Benson, who I thought was another good pick for them to get someone behind Connor, because I do like Carter, but he's a complement piece. So, but Brooks going to Carolina, I thought was just a great pick for them. They got to get Bryce Young some weapons. They had nothing for him last year. No O-line and no weapons last year. So spent the money on the O-line, get the weapons. That's tough. Yeah.
Both your wide receivers from that school also went. So let's talk about Xavier Worthy first. Lands with Patrick Mahomes. That's got to have a huge fantasy impact, I think, right away. Mahomes, as I mentioned before, was really slumming it last year. He made the most out of a disastrous situation there. Drops everywhere, guys getting hurt, guys who just were never in the right spot. dropping balls at the biggest moments too, potentially. Then in the second half, you had Rashee Rice emerge, but now some questions will loom about him this offseason. So your take on Xavier Worthy now being the new Tyreek Hill, theoretically, of this offense with the Chiefs?
Yeah, I mean, look, I love Xavier. I don't know if anyone's Tyreek Hill, right? But the Chiefs are going to just keep taking this shot until they find the next Tyreek Hill. And why wouldn't they, right? I think that Rashee Rice going down made it way more imperative. You're not going down, getting in trouble, being a bad boy. But, I think it made it imperative. Yes, they did take Marquise Brown. Marquise Brown is an aging vet who might look amazing in this system for sure, but you have to take shots. It's an arms race in the NFL for wide receivers at this point. Why not take the fastest one when you have a guy like Mahomes? You give him an extra split second to throw the ball, which he creates himself, and you give Worthy a split second, he's gone. He is gone in the blink of an eye. So I think the fit is excellent. I kind of wanted to see him in Buffalo with Josh Allen, but Patrick Mahomes, whatever, we're splitting hairs, right? I am super excited for this pick for Worthy. I know our boy Erickson is super excited for it. He compared him to Tank Dell, when we were texting about Texas players like we do. He was comparing him to Tank Dell. I think the comparison is great, and he might have more juice. So I love this pick for Kansas City, and it's just the rich get richer. And I can't believe Buffalo traded that pick to him. It's like
that's
Buffalo,
the thing that I kept saying. Why would Buffalo would you like to restock and get faster and more difficult to beat in January? Here you go. Here's a pick for you. I could not understand that last night. I can't understand it tonight. Adonai Mitchell ends up with the Colts. One more Texas piece for Mr. Longhorn. So of all the landing spots, is this a good one for his fantasy value? That's the big question we have. Derek Brown and I are kind of negative on it. Andrew Erickson's holding out some cautious hope, I feel like. But where do you stand when it comes to Mitchell?
I think that, sure, if he goes to Buffalo, he's an instant starter, right? I think that is kind of the thing when you look at this spot versus other spots. But Anthony Richardson has a monster arm, right? And Alec Pierce has got nothing done. So I am with a team that has a weak secondary like the Colts, and now you have all of these weapons for Anthony Richardson coming back. You have Michael Pittman, who they franchised and signed. You have Jonathan Taylor. Jelani Woods is going to be coming back over the middle. Josh Downs, you drafted in the slot last year, and you add Adonai Mitchell. I do think in terms of fantasy, he might be, especially as a rookie, a boomer bust player, right? He's going to be the guy that gets one catch for 12, two catches for 20, and then 6 for 93 and a score the next week, right? He is going to have boomer bust because Pittman's your PPR guy for sure. But I do think that it's good. He's not going to come in and be relied upon wholly and completely immediately. I think that is good for his development. So I think for redraft, probably a little bit lower. But for Dynasty, I like the landing spot in Indy, especially with a guy with a monster arm like Richardson. I think it's a really good landing spot. Eventually, this year, redraft, maybe not so much. Oop, did I lose Joe?
You still on mute.
Goes, but in the meantime, let's get you guys caught up on the picks here. We've got going first here to the Chargers, linebacker Junior Colson at 69. The Giants then select a corner, Andrew Phillips at 70. The Cardinals take a guard, Isaiah Adams at 71. And there you have it. And the Panthers are up next, and we'll see what they do. So, Andrew, let's kick it back over to you for a moment here. The Chargers selecting a linebacker here. What do you think of this selection here at 69 of Junior Colson?
I mean, it's the perfect fit, right? Junior Colson back with Harbaugh, baby. Michigan. Wolverines, baby. So
reunited, and it feels so good.
Yeah, we're wondering how many Michigan guys is Harbaugh going to draft, right? So far, I believe this is his first one because they didn't draft they drafted Alt, the first pick, and it was McConkey, Georgia Bulldog. McConkey should have been a Patriot, but he's a Charger, so we got to live with that. But Yeah, I like the Michigan going back home with Harbaugh. It makes a lot of sense. It's a need. Again, the Chargers just need players that are good. And Junior Colson is subjectively just a really good linebacker. So he can kind of do it all. They're rebuilding, and Harbaugh loves him. So A+
There you
for
go.
me.
A+ from Andrew Erickson. The Giants taking a quarter. Andrew Phillips. And then the offensive guard going to the Cardinals. I want to go back to the Cardinals here, Box, because the Cardinals to me are this team that we are so used to just being the whipping boy. They are the punchline. They're the joke. They're the team that doesn't get anything right. They're the team that, makes goofy selections.
My team played them in
goofy
the Super
times.
Bowl. They were okay. Then,
that is true. But the
they've been
Cardinals
bad for a long time. Yeah,
they've
historically
been bad
terrible.
Look, they have, and but also in recent years too, the decision-making process has been terrible. They had a ton of draft picks this year, and so far, I gotta say, everyone where they've made it has made sense to me, at least. Has it made sense to you? And what do you make of this latest one here, taking the guard in round 3?
I really like Isaiah Adams. It's an issue that they had. He can push Wilkinson probably to the bench on that offensive line. They they lost their left tackle. They went and signed Jonah Williams. Paris Johnson is going to play on the other side. Will Hernandez was a good signing last offseason. So I think the O-line is good. You got your number one wideout. You drafted an eventual James Conner replacement. I think that's very smart because they were looking for that last year. They had a DJ Dallas in the offseason. Here they traded for Michael Carter late last season. So I do, these picks have made a lot of sense. The one that I kind of question, I like Max Melton, but there are a couple other corners that I thought were going to go ahead of him. So that one surprised me a little bit. And Darius Robinson, I love him as a player. I question him a little bit as a 3-4 end because he was a D tackle and then they moved him to edge in a 4-3 at Missouri. Is he going to be able to hold up here? I think he can, definitely. But in terms of our IDP ranks, I will have him pretty low there since he's not going to be an immediate pass rusher. He's going to be more of a space eater. So
speaking of IDP stuff, Boggs,
yes.
So far some of these guys in the early landing spots, I know it hasn't been necessarily the most exciting defensive draft compared to some recent years where we had some real superstars lined up there, guys like Aiden Hutchinson, some other really big names, the Surtans of the world. What you've seen so far, who are the guys in certain landing spots where you thought, okay, from an IDP perspective, these guys are really exciting and I like where they've ended up?
I think we just saw two of the best here, right? We just saw Junior Colson go to the Chargers, and we
Tackles,
know, they took Deion Henley last year from Washington State, who I think is a good player, but is a different regime. And Junior Colson is definitely coming in here. Harbaugh has familiarity with him. He's going to start. So I think he's going to rack up a bunch of tackles. And then Trevin Wallace going to Carolina with this pick at 72, I think is excellent as well. Just a dude that can step into another team. They do have Josie Jewell, who they signed. Shaq Thompson is coming off an injury, and he's still there. But I think that's a good landing spot for him, too, because there are so many spots in Carolina that are, that are just up in the air for a landing spot for someone to take. So, I think both those guys, I think the edge rushers in the first are all in good spots. Jared Verse may offer a little bit of complication because he was, he is a guy with his hand in the dirt and he's going to play outside linebacker. Most likely they have multiple fronts. He'll play all over the place for them. But the Rams said, we think that he is the best edge rusher in this class and we think he can do anything. I think there were a lot of good IDP spots and more to go. So many corners. I like Tyler Nubin going to the Giants. I think that's a great spot as well to replace Xavier McKinney. So there are a lot of good IDP landing spots, and you'll be reading about a lot of them in the Black Book this year.
Yeah, you will. That's right. Speaking of corners, how about the Eagles? What they did with Quinyon Mitchell and Cooper DeJean? What did you think of that?
Genius. It's so smart. It was the clear issue of your team last season. So why not throw multiple picks at it? The same thing the Lions did, right? The Lions took Terry and Arnold, who I did have them trading up for in my mock, by the way, and Ennis Rakestraw. I think these combos are good, especially for teams that are complete, right? They don't have many needs. So throw multiple options at it. You saw the Packers do it at tight end last season, right? And it worked out. They were both very, very good. So, I think those ideas have been very, very smart from some of these GMs. Some picks I've liked, some picks I haven't. But I think when you're a complete team and you're throwing multiple picks at guys that fall, I think it's very smart.
Yeah, the Eagles continue to do a heck of a job here, making the most of whatever they have and making moves.
Oh, come on, Joe. You love it.
Get a hoagie and a Coke and a couple cornerbacks. I want a cornerback. Get a hoagie and a Coke at the Wawa and then get a corner. Maybe I'll get 2. It's like 2 buy one, get one free at the Wawa on cornerbacks. It's going to be awesome. Let's get the new picks that are now officially NFL players. The Panthers select linebacker Trevin Wallace at 72. The Cowboys just went on the clock here. They took offensive guard Cooper Beebe at 73, and the Falcons select defensive end Bralen Trice at 74. That puts the Bears on the clock, but no, it looks like, yes, the Bears will be on the clock. Yes. Okay, there you have it. So let's go back to Andrew Erickson here and get some takes on these recent selections. So Wallace, the linebacker, Beebe, the offensive guard, and Trice, the defensive end. Talk to me, Andrew Erickson, about these picks. Which one stands out to you?
So I like the Cooper Beebe pick a lot. I think that he was a player that I was surprised that is still available in round 3. Like, I thought that he had some potential round 1 buzz, the end, or at least the beginning of round 2. So for Dallas to land him here, in the middle of round 3, again, bolstering the interior offensive line, like, just smart drafting. I wish the Patriots would take note. Like, that's really what I'll admit there. So I like the Cooper PB pick to Dallas. Bralen Trice, I think, is interesting to Atlanta. We pointed out how earlier in the show, Atlanta really still needed help on the defensive line at the edge position. So I think Bralen Trice out of Washington, I mean, he was really productive last year, led the nation in total pressure. So is he perfect? No. But I think that Atlanta you got to take shots at pass rush in some way, shape, or form. Like, they haven't had a sack since Jonathan Abraham was an Atlanta Falcon, it seems like. So they need something. So they got to keep taking shots at it. So maybe if Trice can perform above expectation, again, it makes the Michael Penix potential look better. Obviously, they drafted the defensive tackle from Clemson at the top of round 2. So if those guys can deliver, and generate pass rush from the interior and off the edge, then maybe people won't look at the Michael Penix. I know Thor hates it no matter what, but maybe it can be a little bit better, at least for Falcons fans.
There you go. Special thanks to Scott Bogman for joining us tonight on the show. Again, one of our college football analysts and also one of the great IDP minds around. You can check out his work over at Fantasy Pros and over at Betting Pros also. Debro joins the chat. Thor back as well. Me, I'm just always here. That's how it goes around these spots. So let's recap some of these picks here, get Thor's take. Let's see. We already talked to you about Corley and Benson. We already got depressed about Wallace, so I don't want to go backwards. So let's go to Junior Colson instead.
This is a fun
Harbaugh
one.
Takes one of his boys with him to LA. Your thoughts, Thor Nystrom, on Junior Colson?
I'm surprised the NFL let Harbaugh do this in the 69 slot early in the 3rd round. Junior Colson, to me, is the best linebacker in this class. And you've seen it with, with the Michigan defenses the last couple of years. He was a monster last year for Michigan on the team that won the national title, and no one could score on that Michigan defense. Junior Colson was a big part of the reason why for that. I don't know why he fell to the 3rd round. He was number 43 on my board. Maybe because he couldn't athletically test. I'm not really sure why. Clearly, the guy who has the most exposure to him of anyone in the NFL didn't care, seeing as though he just took him. But to me, that is an enormous steal, getting him in the 69th slot. Again, 43rd on my board. I think he's the best linebacker in this class.
My favorite thing, Thor, about doing the draft at this stage too is whenever Erickson goes into the green room, he's doing social videos for us. So he's basically like this, like, "Hey, what's going on, everybody? It's your boy Andrew Erickson. I'm shooting this video about the latest pick, y'all. What's going on?" And it's great. And all the videos are amazing. But we get it.
He's a TikToker.
Sound.
I'm not good with that. We're the old guard, Joey. We don't know how to do that.
Actually, that's not true. Derek knows this. I'm a TikTok.
Well, Debro's become the TikToker. He got a
TikTok guy. He is still in my shadow on TikTok. Let's get to some of your takes, Mr. Derek Brown. Let's start with Junior Colson for you. Michigan linebacker. He was the number one linebacker on Thor's board. Did you have him in that same spot? And what do you think of this selection for the Chargers?
I thought he was probably going to be a third round guy. So I think this is right where he should have gone.
Mm-hmm.
And looking to establish culture, Harbaugh is all about that. So building not only in the trenches, but taking guys where he knows, he's coached him for years. He knows what he's going to bring to the table and knows what he's going to add to that locker room. So as well as installing systems. So we see this in the NFL. When coaches move from town to town or team to team, whatever, they will take other players along with them that have been with them at various spots to also help other players learn the system that they are going to install. So not only is it a good pick, but it's also going to help the transition of other players, people on that roster already.
Let's continue on with some of the recaps of some of the other picks here after Colson. You had Andrew Phillips go off the board, Isaiah Adams go off the board, Trevin Wallace go off the board. Debro, I want to stop on Adams for a second. Cardinals taking an offensive guard. Again, to me, Debro, the Cardinals keep doing what they have to do to improve and rebuild this organization because it had a ton of holes in it going into last year, and it was just basically Swiss cheese. So now it's starting to feel like something you might actually want to put out for company.
It really is. Looking at just this depth chart overall, they're filling a lot of different holes, and they're really not only filling spots of need, but this overall depth chart is just getting better. So whether they're going BPA or the BPA and the need lines up, this is a much, much better roster. But Joe, I want to really talk about the Cooper BB pick here, man. I think that people could be scratching their heads at this one. And I think this makes perfect sense. Like, they're like, if you look at the Dallas depth chart, they're saying, well, why the heck did we draft Tyler Guyton? Because I was told that Tyler Smith was going to move to tackle this year. Okay, well, if you're taking Guyton, then you keep Smith on the interior at the guard. And they're like, well, but I thought we had a center need. So why are we drafting a guard right here when if we keep Tyler Smith inside and we already have Zach Martin on the other side, what the Dallas Cowboys are playing 4D chess here is they're saying, we're going to go BPA here, but Zach Martin is an unrestricted free agent. So whether you are trying to free up the cap space, okay, are you going to hand the contract to Zach Martin when he's a free agent next year? Or are you going to say, well, we're just going to turn the position over to the rookie, and this is the money instead of paying Zach Martin, we're going to in turn either keep Dak Prescott or now is the contract money where they freed it up to pay CeeDee Lamb next year.
There you go. You got to pay that man. That's for damn sure. Continuing on after BB, Braylon Trice to the Atlanta Falcons. It does feel like the Falcons are making every pick. Is that weird? I don't know. It just feels like the Falcons are always picking. Edge rusher from Washington goes at 74 overall. And then the Chicago Bears take Kieran Amagaji, offensive tackle from Yale. This is a guy that you and I have talked about quite a bit in our mock draft shows, Thor. So Amagaji, I hope I'm saying it correctly. Kieran, if I'm not, I apologize. I'm doing my best to me. But let's talk about him, Thor. Your take on what the Bears have done here, taking this offensive tackle from Yale.
Yeah, I sure practiced that one a lot before one of those mock drafts that we had this spring. Trying to get that one down. But you got it down by the end here, and that's all that matters, Joe. Good job on that one. Yeah. And this one, I think we are at Christian Jones is the last tackle left that has, I think, any shot of that you could consider, like, that you would feel okay that maybe he could start and you could feel decent about it from Texas. Amagaji from Yale. He is the interesting ball of clay coming up from the FCS. And that's the Bears have shown an aptitude under this new administration of theirs of going off the grid with these offensive line prospects from the FCS that have the developmental traits later on in the draft. And this would be an example, Braxton Jones would be the good one from a couple of years ago. And I think this one falls in line with that. Amagaji on my board was 81st. The Bears get him at 75th when what we've seen tonight is guys at that position getting pulled up because of what happened last night. Right. And they're just being a dearth of guys at that position. I compare him to Matt Pert, another athletic, tackle guy coming out 6'5", and about a half for Amagaji, 323 pounds. And again, an athletic guy. You're going to have to work with him. I don't think you can get him on the field right away. Although that's what we thought about Braxton Jones, and he was out there sooner than we ever thought. They obviously saw something in this kid, and maybe he can surprise people early on as well.
Let's hope. I mean, if you invest in a franchise quarterback, if you don't protect him, what's the point? So getting him some offensive line help certainly makes some sense here. More picks to follow here as we continue to catch you up. Jonah Ellis goes to the Denver Broncos, edge rusher from Utah. So 2 of the last 3 picks have been edge rushers. So a little bit of a mini run there potentially. And then the Las Vegas Raiders take Delmar Glaze, tackle from Maryland. So Debro, let's talk about this tackle here, 6'4", 315. That's a good size fella, as they would say back in the 1920s. Delmar Glaze is the pick here. So Las Vegas, it seems like a smart pick, though. I'm not sure at this point what direction Vegas wanted to go, but it feels like, as Thor pointed out, as the tackles have been elevated artificially, it might be wise if you have one that you still really like to take him now.
I just think either the Raiders are watching this show or they're using the Thor 500 at this point. I mean,
everyone should use the Thor 500. It's at fantasypros.com right now with 500 comps. There's no comp for me on there, though, because I guess I'm just one of a kind, Thor. Is that it?
That is why. Yeah, that is why.
Yeah, there it is.
Oh, I mean, Thor nailed this pick, though. Like, this is one of his favorite guys, and not only filling a need on rebuilding the right side of that line with taking JPJ and making him a guard, but they had big right tackle needs. So, Thor, I'm going to kick this to you, man. I know Glaze is one of your dudes. Just go ahead. Go ahead.
Yeah, it's funny because what do we have, like a half-hour conversation about Delmar Glaze?
We did
a week or 2 ago, because I was talking to Debro, and I was like, there's offensive lineman in the Big Ten, and I was like, I rank him higher than everyone else, and I was like, I'm not really sure, what other people don't see in him except with as Delmar Glaze, and it turns out that the NFL, or at least the Raiders, ranked him even higher than I did, because on my board I ended up putting him. It was, I think, early 4th. I had him 111, and he ends up going 77th. But that was the whole thing I was talking about with Debra. I looked at boards around, like the other people that I had him like somebody 200s or low 100, like 190s, like whatever. I like his game. And so the Raiders have obviously seen what I saw in him. I think I don't want to say mistake, because you never know the way a player's career plays out. But I think the reason that people were overlooking him, this is the 30-minute conversation that I was having with Debro, the supposition that I was making during that. These are the conversations that Debro and I have. Debro says that he talks to me more than he talks to his wife, which I have to assume is true, because we talk about people,
and also lucky for her.
Delmar, yeah, exactly. She sends me checks to do this, so it's it's like, okay, well, someone will listen to my Delmar Glaze takes. But my supposition about this was that analysts just looked at Delmar Glaze and was like, that guy's going to guard, and they just sort of overlooked him. He was a good collegiate tackle at Maryland, and like the dimensions on him, 6'4", 315 pounds. But I have a theory that he could, and his RAS was only 55th percentile, in terms of the overall athleticism. But I think he has a shot to stick at tackle. And so I think this is kind of a sneaky pick where potentially you get a right tackle here. But if not, I think this guy could start at guard for a while. But, if nothing else, you get the swing utility. But here's why. So this kid, his arm length is almost 35 inches, which is above average for the tackles. Yeah, even the 6'6", 6'7", like whatever. It's more analogous to we were like Fatanu, who we talked about a bunch. He has longer arms than Fatanu, right? Like another guy who is like shorter. We talk about him with like long arms. He has longer arms than Fashanu, right? Or anyway, you could go through, but it's more analogous to that. And then the athletic testing with him, it's leverage at the positions that analytically translate to success over the last 30 years. When we look at the data, like the bench press and the broad and different stuff like that. He also has enormous hands, but again, good in the Big Ten and also a good pass protector. So I think you have a shot at right tackle. That's the first bullet. I would try him there at least. If not, I think he's going to be a starting guard in the NFL, and it's obvious the Raiders agree with me on that.
And now I can say I've had a 30-minute conversation about Daniel Blaze as well, which is really nice.
There you go.
There you go. There you have it. Let's get to some other picks going on here because there was a trade. The Houston Texans move up. The Philadelphia Eagles move back. So 78 and 86 switch. And Philly also picks up 123 overall from the Texans. Then another trade. The Colts get 79. The Cardinals get 82. The Texans pick is in. But I just want to throw this out here. D-Bro, we still don't have a running back for the Dallas Cowboys. Marshawn Lloyd, could this be the landing spot for him? And what would that be?
Oh, I hope so.
I'm manifesting. I'm
please
willing it
speak it into existence, Joey.
That's
please.
what I'm trying to
I need
do.
this in my
Kalen
life.
Bullock, by the way, safety from USC, goes to the Texans, 6'2", 188. He is comp to Marcus Williams, elite range, long and lean. Thor, your take on Kalen Bullock, the selection here for the Texans, who now took a corner and have taken a safety as well.
Yeah, I like his talent, and I like the physical package with him. He played in that defense for Lincoln Riley where it was being coordinated by that dope Alex Grinch for a while there, and he was one of the only playmakers that they had, Bullock. Last year was they got the other kid that they brought in the portal, Bear Alexander, but it was like basically had two playmakers, and then it was like pray for rain there at USC. A lot of inconsistency with Kalen Bullock, but I wonder if being in that bad situation, and there was also the shootouts, and then, like immediately score with the offense, the defense back out there. I wonder if the situation with that and Kalen Bullock having to do so much, again, playing around so many bad players on that USC defense, if that put him into some bad spots, and that's why you saw some inconsistencies with him. I like the talent with Kalen Bullock. So here, on my board, he was 95th. I had to ding him because of some of those inconsistencies. But as far as talent, I'm not going to argue with him as far as being, around 78th in terms of that.
Okay. D-Bro, what do you think about this selection of Bullock here for the Texans and what they've done on the defensive side of the football? Because they've been very active here later in the draft.
Yeah, I mean, I looked at them as a team that had two glaring needs on defense. Well, three, actually. It was corner, defensive tackle, and safety. Jimmy Ward's going to be an unrestricted free agent, and he's getting longer in the tooth. And we saw he was banged up last year. So safety is definitely a quiet need that they had coming into the draft.
Next up for the Colts, they have selected with the 79th pick, Matt Goncalves, tackle from Pittsburgh. He is said to have quick feet. So, Thor, do you agree with that assessment here as the Indianapolis Colts try to continue to protect their asset of Anthony Richardson they drafted last year?
Did you say they announced him as a tackle?
They announced him as a tackle. So
okay.
They did. Yep.
Did they? Okay. Yeah, I think he's a guard. So I wonder, I'm just interested about that. Like if they see him different with that. And again, the tackles were running out of them. So maybe they see him as that. But for the next level with that kid coming out of Pitt, I see him as more the guard. What I like about him, it's the quiet consistency. There's nothing flashy about him, but he understands how to play the game. The technique does not get crossed up, understands what his opponent is doing, has the steady weight on both sides and everything like that. So that's the thing that you like about him. But I would keep him, I would have him inside at the guard. But we'll see how the Colts see him. But that's where I would have his projection to the next level.
Okay. Again, we are now up at the Cincinnati Bengals picking now. So picks coming in fast and furious. D-Bro, you want to take a guess here? What would you give for the Bengals here?
Probably D tackle would be a big need for them.
Well, I don't know if there's any left there.
That's fair. That's fair. Long runs.
You want to talk about runs that have been crazy here. The defensive tackles in the second round. My goodness. But TJ Houshmandzadeh doing the pick here too, which is another fun name to say. So we've run the gamut of fun names. We had Amagaji, we had Orhorhoro, we had TJ Houshmandzadeh, and now we have wide receiver
D-Bro.
Jermaine Burton from
About
Alabama.
to get excited, D-Bro. Get hyped.
Let's go! Oh, baby.
Go.
I'm so
Jermaine
here for
Burton.
this.
Why should we be hyped about this young man now being selected by the Cincinnati Bengals? And does it mean that T. Higgins could be on the move potentially. Derek Brown?
I will not rule that out. Jermaine Burton is a freaking stud, man. And people have talked about him the entire time, and I get it. We have heard in this process about Jermaine Burton possibly falling down draft boards because of off-field concerns. If you take that out of the equation, Jermaine Burton should have been gone in the second round. I understand people will pigeonhole him as a deep threat only because of how Alabama used him. I adamantly disagree with that. Bama used him in a terrible way. He is a stud. Guy's a triple threat as far as 3 levels. Underrated route runner. And this is not me throwing shade at Milroe. If he could hit the broadside of a freaking barn, Jermaine Burton would have had a monster season last year at Alabama. I freaking love this pick. He's going to be a awesome value in dynasty rookie drafts.
That was you not throwing shade at Milroe?
I could get worse. Yes.
Mm-hmm. Well, honestly, I'm here for it if you want to get worse. Yeah, I thought he was pretty underwhelming. He was. Let's call it like it is. I mean, how many times have we sat here in our lifetimes and it hasn't been Alabama guy, and then we had that little Georgia guy run, and now it's like Michigan guys. Like, it's not quite the same thing that we're used to. We're used to seeing the Alabama factory of guys. So this is sort of interesting here that Burton makes his way to this spot. Now, it's becoming a crowded room at wide receiver. So I have to believe, Derek, that a T. Higgins deal could be imminent here. And it's funny because we have not gotten the Aiyuk deal that we thought we were going to yet. We haven't gotten T. Higgins. We don't know what's going on. So maybe tonight there will be some activity into tomorrow morning, but certainly intriguing. I want your take, Thor, on Burton, though, because look, whenever you get a wide receiver who lands with a premium quarterback, and Joe Burrow is a premium quarterback in the league, he's an MVP caliber talent, you have to stand up and take notice. So what sort of compliment is he potentially to a Jamar Chase? Because Chase is clearly the alpha, but can he be the omega? Can he be what Higgins was if Higgins is indeed speculation, potentially him moving on from the Bengals?
If he keeps his head screwed on straight, that's what it comes down to with Jermaine Burton. The off the field stuff is the thing that concerns you. We've heard about that throughout the process. You know what I had in my write up about that. I said I had a full paragraph about it, and so I put in there. I said, and I hesitate to even include this, but it's a contextual fair warning. I've heard multiple NFL teams do not have Burton on their draft boards over character concerns. I reached out to an NFL agent who pursued Burton last year about that and got the following response. Not surprised. Burton faced intense public criticism after Alabama's 2022 last-second loss to Tennessee after cameras appeared to catch him taking swipes at 2 different crowd-storming Tennessee Vols fans, one of them a female, as he walked out the field. Dane Brugler spoke to this on a recent episode of the Athletic Football Show. And this is Brugler, quote, "The talent's there. It's a matter of consistency on and off the field. He's been to 6 schools in 8 years. As one NFL scout put it, he was on the crap list of the coaches of both Georgia and Alabama. He has all the talent that you would want. He does. But it's another guy that Kirby Smart did not mind when he walked out the door. Didn't care at all. In fact, he might have told Jermaine Burton to go ahead and go. Jermaine Burton was, and this might speak to some of this stuff, was like, all right, I'm going to go to your biggest rival and I'm going to beat you. And last year he did in the SEC title game. And it was the reason that Georgia did not have the shot to three-peat, like I was talking about before. And to Debro's point about the usage and the fact that we now moving to the on-the-field stuff, Jermaine Burton has all the physical, certainly the athletic profile, 6 foot, 196 pounds, 95th percentile athlete, but he also has the skills on the field to win at all 3 levels. But last year, because the very eloquent way that Debro talked about Jalen Milroe's game in the pocket, I would leverage the downtown game of Jermaine Burton's on-field utility. That was almost all the way he was used. 20.2 ADOT for Jermaine Burton last year, because that's what Jalen Milroe is. He is the scrambler, or he is throwing it deep. The rest of the stuff he struggles with. That 20.2 ADOT led the class, but the route running with the athleticism, he's going to be able to win at the other levels. It just comes down to, can Jermaine Burton ingratiate himself with his teammates, not be grading in terms of that, the off-field stuff in the locker room. Will that stuff jive? Because if it does on the field, he has all the talent in the world.
Thor, you and I talked. Speaking of, go ahead, Joey.
Well, I just want to say, put a round on him, D-Bro, because I think this is an important conversation in Dynasty rookie drafts. Like, is this a guy that you take in the 4th round and you wait on and say, okay, I'm going to make an investment, or does he not even fall that far potentially in this?
He doesn't fall that far. Year? Nope, okay. He doesn't fall that far. I'm pulling up my rankings right now. In Superflex rankings, I've got Jermaine Burton as as 20th overall. So I had him as my wide receiver.
Right, that was before he landed with
spot. I had
right now with the landing spot. Can he leapfrog somewhere else?
I mean, I'm keeping him around where I'm at because the guys I got above him. Well, considering we still have Javon Baker out there, we still have Troy Franklin where they land. Mm-hmm. I think if anything, Jermaine Burton is going to go up for me. And Thor talked about it. If he is focused and can put all of the off-field stuff behind him, the talent is absolutely there. Thor and I have talked about him in spades. Speaking of phone calls, if it wasn't for that, like I said, I had a round 2 grade on Jermaine Burton just based off of the freaking talent. And if anybody pushes back, go watch the game against LSU this past season. And people think I'm hating on Milrose so much. Jermaine Burton would have put up a nasty, ridiculous. He was burning the LSU corners for days on double moves, and he's running down the sideline wide open, and he gets to see the ball go pew, over his head. Like, well, guess what? So much for that 60-yard completion.
More picks are in after the Bengals selected Jermaine Burton at 80. The Seahawks took offensive guard Christian Hayes at 81. Then the Cardinals took a tight end, which is sort of interesting here, Tip Ryman at 82. Thor, can you walk me through Tip Ryman here and why this might be for a team that's already got one of the right young stars at the position of tight end in Trey McBride? This makes very little sense to me. Well, unless you're just talking as a blocking tight end and he's an extraordinary blocker.
Yeah, first thought that Christian Haynes pick was tremendous. Love that pick. I know Russell brought him up before. That pick is great. That Cardinals pick was bizarre, especially for a team that I thought was having a pretty good draft up until then. You said the word tight end. There was like 6 names that came into my head. That was not one of the 6. I don't really know what they're doing. That, to me, I think is just an athletic traits shot in the dark. I watched that kid's tape. He's not a good receiver. I don't know what else to say. You can block with him a little bit in terms of like the size. He's almost 6'5", 271. And to the point of why they're drafting him here, it's because of the 99th percentile RAS. That's the reason why they're doing it at that size, 4'6", 440. And like I said, but the rest of it, I was not his tape. I did not love.
So
they just drafted. Go ahead,
don't
Joey.
get too frustrated. Just the tip. It's just the tip.
Oh God.
Let's get Russell Brown. Let's get Russell Brown in for a moment. I want to get your take on the next selection here of the Rams, because the Rams have taken a running back. It's Blake Corum at 83. So Russell Brown.
Jim Harbaugh is so ticked right now.
Your name's not Russell Brown. It's Thor Nystrom. It's Russell's turn. Russell Brown, you give me your take here on Blake Corum, another running back off the board. Here for the Rams, your thoughts and what it means for fantasy.
Well, I mean, this is the player that made J.J. McCarthy look so good, Thor. Blake Corum, though, 54th ranked player on my board, 2nd-round pick as far as evaluation. I think he was the top back in this class. Ran a 4.53 40. That's okay. Long speed is not his game. He's a downhill runner, always able to run forward, fall forward, get that short yardage. He runs with great contact balance, consistently running through that initial contact, really good lateral movement for a player his size. And he's just got great vision. He changes direction so well. I know that long speed will get brought up a lot. I know limited explosiveness is there. And I know he's going to be one of those guys that might be a little boring for some, but he just reminds me so much of David Montgomery. And I think he goes to a great situation with the Rams where they showed that they want to commit to running the football last year. And I think that they can split those duties in that backfield pretty well. So I like this pick a lot for the Los Angeles Rams.
5'7", 205. What do you make of the size here of Blake Corum?
I actually like running backs to be a little bit smaller. For example, Trey Benson, fun player, but being over 6 foot tall, that's always a little concerning. Like, I compare Trey Benson more so to TJ Blake Corum. I think that smaller, compact frame, that downhill running style can translate to more success as far as getting those yards, yards per carry and running between the tackles. So I like Blake Corum a little bit more than probably the consensus.
Andrew Erickson, let's bring you in and talk about Blake Corum, the latest selection. Finally, the Rams took an offensive player. Everybody would have thought Sean McVay, he's just going to go ahead and take all the offense. No, lots of discipline there from Sean McVay. So Erickson, your thoughts on Blake Corum? What do you think of the selection of the Michigan running back, now a Los Angeles Ram officially?
I absolutely love it because as bad as my bets have gone today, I had a ticket plus 4,000 on Blake Corum to be drafted by the Los Angeles Rams. So, so that's saving my bacon.
You hit the big ones. I got to give you that. You might miss the small ones, but you swing for the fences, and the big ones you got. You got a plus 3,000 on Pennix, a plus 4,000, you said, on this one?
Yeah, plus 4,000 on Blake Corum draft. But that's how you play the NFL draft. Like, there are plenty of these plus 200, 500, like, that have all flamed out because, again, sometimes the chalk hits. But when the odds are there and in value, it's like, I could see the Rams drafting running back. Blake Corum should be available. The Rams have a bunch of picks in round 2 and round 3, and plus 4,000, sign me up. So it worked out. So happy about that. But I like this fit a lot. I think that Blake Corum offers a very similar skill set to what Kyren Williams can do. Like, I think that if Blake Corum got the volume that Kyren Williams did, he would be an RB1. Like, I really don't think that that's being too overly aggressive with Blake Corum. It's just a matter of how much volume is a offensive coordinator or head coach going to load him up with. And he showed at Michigan that he can handle load. So I think that he's a very intriguing handcuff option. I still think Kyren Williams will be the guy, but it's like, okay, well, if Kyren goes down, are they going to go right back to him like they did last year? Last year, it was just Ronnie Rivers. Like, that's who they had as their backup. And then they did the Darrell Henderson experiment, off the couch. So I think this is a really intriguing spot for the Rams with a guy like Blake Corum who can handle the workload. And the thing that I compared him to when I talked about him, he was my RB2. So, like Russell, I think I was higher on him than the consensus because I just felt like he did everything that coaches wanted a running back to do. Like, he's not perfect at everything. Like, he's not the most explosive running back, but he just does his job. Like, and he obviously has that instilled from what's set up at Michigan under Harbaugh. So I am really intrigued by this for the Blake Corum, and obviously very happy that he got drafted by the Rams. So,
well, guess what? Another Michigan guy goes off the board. The Steelers select Roman Wilson at 84. Russell, let's get to you. Roman Wilson now, comp that Thor gave for him is Golden Tate. That would work out very well for the Steelers here in this situation. So, Russell, what do you think about this selection here for the Steelers? They took their offensive lineman. They had a need at wide receiver. Some other teams have taken some wild swings at that position. We'll see if they hit or miss, but from most big boards here, this seems like a win for Pittsburgh. What do you think?
Completely agree. I mean, I'm not a Michigan fan by any means. I live in the state, but I'm a Michigan State guy. I don't know how I get stuck talking about all these Michigan guys. But
well, when they win the national championship, that happens.
I know. 5'10", 185, ran a 4.39. This guy's a burner. He is so efficient over the middle of the field. I mean, he can run those shallow crossers, deep crossers, dig routes, dagger concepts. He provides all that. Just a fluid route runner that can beat defenders with head and shoulder fakes consistently. I love what he can do after the catch. He had a great Senior Bowl, and there was some thoughts going into today that he would be the 51st pick for the Pittsburgh Steelers. So the fact that they took him 84th overall, that's just great value to me. I think he was a second round type of player. The pacing of his routes could improve a little bit. I think he'll struggle a little bit with the physicality in the NFL, but again, just getting open, that's going to be the name of his game. And this is about getting a number 2 into that offense with George Pickens. I think it's a great fit, and also fun story just about his high school career and the fact that he had to like hop on planes and go from one part of the islands in Hawaii to another part. He would get up at 3:30 in the morning just to get to school. And it's like, okay, this guy was really dedicated to his craft and playing for the high school of St. Louis High School there in Hawaii. So just a great story. And I think it's a great fit in Pittsburgh.
What do you think about the Jermaine Burton selection there? The boys were very excited about that pick for the Bengals, the wide receiver from Alabama. Are you equally excited about it?
Absolutely. I think he goes to a great landing spot. Obviously, we'll see what happens with T. Higgins, but when you look at Jermaine Burton on my board, 3rd round grade, 82nd overall player, so right exactly where like the value fits, 4.45 speed, and he's a guy that the explosiveness off the line of scrimmage is some of the best in class. I mean, his 10-yard split was only 1.53 seconds, but he gets 10 yards in the snap of a finger, and he can create separation due to that speed. He's going to win in all 3 levels of the field, like Debro said. So I like that fit for Jermaine Burton in Cincinnati just as much as I like this one with Roman Wilson in Pittsburgh.
Roman Wilson to the Pittsburgh Steelers. Andrew Erickson, let's get your take on this one. So Steelers had a need. They got their wide receiver. What do you make of Roman Wilson now officially in the black and gold?
I think that Roman Wilson will be very efficient. The Pittsburgh Steelers just have a very strong track record of successfully drafting receivers in round 2 and round 3 of these middle rounds. So mining for value on day 2 is something the Steelers, it's a good bet to bet on guys that they like because they know what to scout for. So the only concern is where is he going to get volume in this offense? Like we talked about with Boggs coming on, they want to run the football, right? And part of the reason why Roman Wilson's counting stats weren't so great is because he played in a run-first offense in Michigan. So again, they saw what he could do in a run-first offense to be really efficient, vertical threat down the field. So the Steelers obviously see that and they're like, oh, this guy can really work in our offense, which is also going to be run dominant. So I think it might be a case of he's a better real-life fit, but in terms of fantasy football, if he's strictly behind George Pickens, they still have Pat Freiermuth there who's going to be backing him up targets underneath, is 3rd in the pecking order, also considering the running backs in the passing game. Is that enough for fantasy football? So again, as I'm kind of ranking some of these rookies as they've hit these landing spots between Burton and Wilson, in this next tier after some of the guys that went yesterday, I'm trying to keep that in mind where not trying to overvalue real life spot versus, okay, at the end of the day, they got to score fantasy points. Who's going to score? And Roman Wilson, to me, it might be a better real life fit than necessarily for fantasy.
I don't know if I got your take on this one. Jermaine Burton. So far it's 3 for 3. The boys are all very excited. You want to make it a clean sweep here as Burton for the Bengals?
Yeah, the only thing hesitance was just the off the field stuff. And considering that it did not really hinder his draft capital, or if it did and it only resulted him falling into round 3, then that's pretty good. So going to Cincinnati, the writing is on the wall that T. Higgins, whether he's going to be traded this year, it doesn't seem like he's going to come back at least next year. So they have another answer at wide receiver opposite Jamar Chase. So Burton, to me, not a player that's going to, again, soak up a ton of volume. But if I'm looking for, okay, I want a deep threat or a vertical threat that can make big plays, I would rather have it in the Bengals offense versus the Steelers offense. As you're making comparisons to some of these players being drafted near each other, just think about that, take a step back and be like, yeah, I made the talent of Jermaine Burton or Roman Wilson maybe more than Jermaine Burton, but is it by that much where in an offense that's going to throw the ball significantly more, okay, it's much easier to see Jermaine Burton's path to success, especially in the long term attached to Joe Burrow versus a guy like Roman Wilson where he may just be efficient, but doesn't actually translate to a lot of fantasy success.
Looks like the Eagles making another trade here. The 49ers get 86. The Eagles get 94 and 132. The Browns are on the clock at 85. So we are waiting for the pick. The Browns took offensive guard, Zach Zinter ahead of that. So there you go. The 49ers are now on the clock after that selection of Zinter. So another offensive guard goes off the board to the Browns. Again, makes sense. Build your teams in the trenches. That's what the Browns are doing here. So hopefully that'll work out for them. The 49ers are up next. We'll see who the Niners are going to take here. As again, we're still waiting for shoes to drop here with any trades with the 49ers. So many rumors about Debo, about Brandon Aiyuk have been floating around here the last couple of days. So we'll see if any of them have any weight in just a few moments here as we await that selection from the 49ers. Russell, I'm going to kick it to you here with what they do next. I imagine they're going to go on the line, and they do. Dominic Pooney from Kansas, a guy who is 6'5", 313. Russ, what do you think of this selection here? We talked about the 49ers looking for some tackle help, and did they get it here with the selection of Pooney?
I think so. I mean, Puny's one of those guys that's versatile. He can play guard, tackle, potentially even center. I like him a little bit more as a guard, but going to San Francisco, we know how they develop these guys. And he was a guy that just popped all week long in Mobile at the Senior Bowl. And when I was flying out of there, he was the guy that I watched the most of on my flight back. But 6'5", 313, like you mentioned, ran the 40 in 5.35 seconds. That is what it is. But he has got really good balance, very good body control in pass pro, good quickness when pulling and reaching. He'll seal off defenders at the second level. I think his pad level, a little bit too high at times. He opens his hips too much in pass pro, which is important when you're getting in those vertical sets or those jump sets. You don't want to open those hips and open the door for the pass rushers. But I think he's got the tools to develop and stick onto the NFL roster that is the San Francisco 49ers that I think needed help up front. So I like him maybe as a swing tackle if needed. Again, better probably as a guard, but I think he's worth this pick on day 2, and he could be a developing starter down the road. A guy that, started 13 games at left tackle. He's played some time at right tackle. So it'll be interesting where they fit him and where they play him, but comes from a family of athletes. His sister, Brianna, played college basketball at Eastern Michigan, Illinois State. He competed in volleyball, track and field, so he's a good athlete. I like this pick. I think San Francisco just always finds a way to kind of draft and mold these offensive linemen from just anywhere in the country.
Did you like the selection of Pearsall at the end of round 1 yesterday?
I did. To your point, I don't know what's going to happen with these wide receivers of Debo or Brandon Aiyuk, who they're going to trade, but I do, because Pearsall he gets open. I mean, he makes acrobatic catches after acrobatic catches, great adjustments to the football, and a young receiver comes in there if he's staying healthy. I mean, that's the biggest issues with Debo, right? He doesn't stay healthy. That was some issues with Aiyuk, throughout parts of his career with the shoulder concerns. You get kind of a fresh slate with a guy like Ricky Pearsall, and that should be somebody that, as they transition into maybe a new look offensively, you have some new pieces here with Dominic Puny, Ricky Pearsall.
We have the pick in for the Dallas Cowboys, and I don't want to disappoint everybody, but it's not a running back. Now, does that surprise you, Russell? Like, what are they doing here? I understand running backs have been pushed and pushed and pushed, but it doesn't seem like the Cowboys seem to care to fill this giant gaping hole in their offense.
If they're really sold on Royce Freeman, send me to the moon, man. I don't know. I don't know what they're waiting for here. You got Marshawn Lloyd. You have Ray Davis, Jalen Wright, Bucky Irving. These guys are available, and you're just passing on them. I don't know. I don't know who they picked yet. My stream's a little bit behind, but it's one of those things where if you're not taking a running back, I don't know. I mean, that's the biggest need that they have, I think, left offensively that they have to take.
Well, they took a linebacker. It's Marist Liufsu, pardon me, at 87. Marist Liufsu is taken, and now the Packers are on the clock. So there you have it. Again, I don't know if that's a surprise. I guess, we are fantasy pros. We are fantasy people. We're looking at everything from a fantasy lens, but from a football lens, I don't know at this point. Like, we kind of gave him a pass last pick. We're like, okay, you wait a little bit more. Maybe a guy, look, Lloyd's still on there. Is that a swing and miss for the Cowboys in your opinion here, Russ?
I think so. I mean, you're taking a day 3 linebacker in this spot. I mean, obviously the NFL views linebackers a little bit differently. And in my top 101, I only had 5 linebackers graded. So I thought it was a little bit of a weaker class. I felt like you kind of had to force yourself to like a couple of these linebackers. And I think they did the exact same thing. I know, Van Der Esch retires, but you have an offense that can score at will, it feels like, at any given time. And I'm not, as much as I like Deuce Vaughn, I'm not sold on that. And you can't sell me on Royce Freeman and those guys. So I think you have to take advantage of the players that are on the board at that position, and they're not doing that currently. So maybe they try to move up here in the next 10 to 12 picks, but just some really shocking stuff by the Cowboys on passing on a running back when we thought for sure they were taking Jonathan Brooks.
Russ, thanks for joining us tonight on the NFL Draft. Tremendous work as always. We appreciate you hanging out with us, and go get some rest. Enjoy the rest of the draft there. All right, let's get back to Thor Nystrom. Thor, getting you caught up here. A few picks on the offensive side that I want to get your take on. First, Blake Corum, running back from Michigan, going to the Rams, and then his teammate Roman Wilson going to the Steelers. So you had Corum at 19 to the Rams, and then Wilson at 20, or 84 overall, I should say, total, to the Pittsburgh Steelers. Thor, your thoughts on these two selections?
Yeah, I made the crack about Jim Harbaugh getting ticked off that McVay did that to him with Corum. Harbaugh loved Blake Corum. 2022 Blake Corum was an absolute beast. He had the injury at the end of that season, which if that had not occurred, Blake Corum would be coming off his rookie season in the NFL right now. He had to go back to school because of that injury. Last season, when he comes back, he was sluggish at the beginning of the season. He played a little bit better at the end of it, but he didn't test very well, and then in the process as well. The things that he is very good at, a lot of them you can't test for in Indianapolis, like the feel, the running with tempo, the vision, different stuff like that. The agility he showed, that's the athletic trait that he has. Bowling ball build. That thing in conjunction with the vision and the feel and the tempo, that's how he gets his yards, right? And then he can get into the second level sometimes. Categorically lacks the long speed. One of my favorite plays from J.J. McCarthy's tape was his true freshman year Big Ten title game against Iowa. Hands the ball to Blake Corum. Blake Corum gets into the second level, then the third level. J.J. McCarthy just sprints past him, and then at the goal line ends up waiting for Blake Corum to get there. Blocks a guy, and then that gets Corum into the end zone. But Corum, good back. The receiving utility, that's one thing that we don't know about. He wasn't used a ton as that at Michigan. But the Rams, we know this. They don't care as much about the testing data that we get during the pre-draft process. So it's not a surprise that they would be attracted to a back like that. He will be a compliment for Kyren Williams. Kyren Williams, a guy who is a very good receiver at Notre Dame. I think you can mix and match those guys. So that's those two guys. And then, of course, his teammate, Roman Wilson, cool little bit of symmetry there with him going off the board right after that. And a great value there for the Steelers at an acute position of need. Roman Wilson was number 44 on my board, wide receiver 9, ends up going 84 to the Steelers. I think he gets undersold a bit because of the size, right? Like he's a hair under 5'11", 185, 85th percentile athlete. He does have the speed. Played in the slot at Michigan, and he's going to be a slot in the NFL, but he can win at all three levels. He can win down the field. Maybe not in the true contested situations, but he was able to win separation down the field. And when he does win the separation down the field, he will track the ball and catch it down the field. Had some explosive plays there. Certainly short and intermediate. Intermediate, I think, is where he makes a lot of his money and his hay and his targets in the NFL. I think that's where Russell Wilson will be targeting him a lot next year. They need guys to target the ball to next season in that offense. And then Zach Zinter, he had the 3 straight Wolverines just flying off the board there. That one was interesting to me that he ends up going there for the Browns because the Browns did not sort of bake in any of the injury stuff with Zach Zinter that you typically see with the dude who has the injury. Like, reminded me of, in terms of like Andrew Voorhees the year before from USC. He fell down to the 7th round because of the injury that he was coming off of. Zinter is, with his injury, it's possible that he will be back by August, September in his recovery timeline. But I thought that he would get dinged a little bit more because coming off of that injury. Turned out he went right around where he would have gone if not. He was very, very good when he was healthy, a very, very good collegiate guard. So the Browns obviously are pretty bullish on that. Their medical team must have just totally cleared him. And a big guard, 6'6", 309 pounds, obviously could not athletically test. The guy that I really liked, though, in that couplet, after we got done with the 3 straight Wolverines offensive guys, the San Francisco 49ers at 86 took Dominic Pooney, a guy I saw a lot of the last at Kansas, Rock Chalk. Dominic Pooney played tackle when he was at Kansas. I think he's headed inside to guard, and I think he's going to be a very good one in the NFL. He was a very good collegiate tackle. He bounced up when he had played at the subdivision before. Lance Leopold and the staff identified him, pulled him up. And then last year, Kansas was a good team. They played him at left tackle, and he took care of all the good edge rushers that they played out there on the blind side in the Big 12. And like I said, the projection to guard, very easy for Pooney. I don't think he'll be able to handle a tackle, so I didn't really consider that. But 6'5", 313 pounds, 81st percentile when projecting him to guard. And I think that's a pretty easy one. The weird pick for me, and that we're sort of catching up on, was that Maris Lafu one, the Notre Dame linebacker. That one to me seems like a projectable trade one by the Cowboys, because that kid has crazy long arms. I got to pull up the his dimensions. Was like the super duper unique thing about him.
But while you're pulling up those dimensions, let me just get someone caught up, because we talked about possibly why not take Marshawn Lloyd there if you're the Cowboys instead. So
yes.
Regardless of the arm length, Marshawn Lloyd did go with the very next pick to the Packers. And D-Bro, I don't know if I love this or hate this, because Josh Jacobs is already there. A.J. Dillon's on this roster too. So explain this one to me, D-Bro. Is this one of these, well, we'll love it in 2 years kind of things?
I'm fine with the pick right now. Looking at Josh Jacobs, we didn't see the same Josh Jacobs. Now everybody's looking at him and talking about, oh, he's a bell cow, he's going to be that. They look at the contract and they say 4 years, $48 million. This is basically a 1-year deal, a really puffed up 1-year deal by the Green Bay Packers. If you want to get very, I want to say, look at this in a positive light, look at it as a 2-year deal. But the reality is the Green Bay Packers, if Josh Jacobs doesn't bounce back, which his tackle break metrics were terrible last year, after the previous season where he racked up, I think it was over 400 freaking touches, he was worn down. He got hurt. He wasn't breaking tackles, and he struggled last year. And people could try to wish that away, but it's the reality of it. If Josh Jacobs does not bounce back, the Green Bay Packers could cut him and only be on the, now I say only, they would have to absorb a $9.3 million dead cap hit, but they would be jettisoning him. Marshawn Lloyd is going to be the quick RB2 on this depth chart over A.J. Dillon. I'm not worried about A.J. Dillon. A.J. Dillon hasn't broken a tackle since probably his first year in the league. Joey, we got the over, what is it, 4.5 on mute?
I already cashed my ticket like an hour and a half ago at the 1.5 before they had said it.
Well, I'm trying so hard to catch up on all the other
You haven't said any baseball names. I'm just happy about that, okay?
Hey, it's the small joys. It's the small joys. Here's a question for you, though. But don't you think the perception out there is going to be he's buried on the depth chart? Whether you are right or wrong, I think the perception is clearly, oh, well, I'm not going to take him with my rookie picks because he's behind Josh Jacobs. He's, A.J. Dillon's still around. This guy's buried on the depth chart. I think that perception makes him an intriguing dynasty league value, I think. And you certainly look at it that way.
Hit the nail on the head. I think that people are going to tell themselves two very, very different stories with two running backs that are basically in the same situation. Now, you could talk about, okay, well, James Conner's a free agent next year. Josh Jacobs could be a free agent next year. So while people will jump on the Trey Benson stuff and say, oh, well, look, James Conner's definitively out the door. He's gone. They're gonna sleep on the fact that maybe Josh Jacobs is gone after this year. So if you're telling me Marshawn Lloyd is going to become an even better value in dynasty rookie drafts, I'm here for it.
Thor, what the hell are the Cowboys doing here? Like, I don't know. We are 90 picks deep. The filter's
nobody knows.
I don't understand here what the thought process is. Like,
it fell
in their lap, it seems, and they still passed on it. That's what's so amazing. Like, we talked about this the last time they picked. They said, okay, maybe they'll wait it out and they'll get lucky. Then they did, and then they passed a second time. If I'm a Cowboys fan and I'm not, I think I'd be furious right now.
For sure. Yeah. And this was the pick where I was told that they were sniffing around that running back, and there was one right there for him. And the value was there with the guy that got taken by one of their conference rivals, literally the pick right after that. And instead, Lloyd's going to be buried behind the two other guys next year. I hope it works out, but yada, yada. With the Cowboys, it would have been wheels up. Instead, they take this long arm Notre Dame linebacker who the reason I rate the kid so low, he has the huge arm, the very long arms, but he has this super duper weird profile where he misses all these tackles. And so it's like, well, great, you have long arms and everything, but you don't have an interesting, well diversified game, and you miss all these tackles. You have a huge net. You're a fisherman with a huge net, and that's great. Theoretically, you should be able to bring a lot of fish onto the boat, but you never bring any fish onto the boat. Every single one, they get, like, I don't really understand the Maris Lafu thing. He wouldn't be the linebacker prospect for me. And you had this pick where you could have gotten a immediate starter for your offense at the skill position there, and it was taken one pick after you and Marshawn Lloyd. That's a confusing one.
It's a confusing one. I feel like one that's going to haunt them potentially all season long. Let's get you caught up on the rest of the picks here because they are still continuing to float in here. So after Marshawn Lloyd, Tyke Smith from Georgia goes to the Tampa Bay Buccaneers at 89. At 90, the Arizona Cardinals select Elijah Jones, the corner from Boston College. And the Packers back again, Tyron Hopper, linebacker from Missouri at 91. So Thor, Hopper, Jones, and Smith, your thoughts on one or any of the above?
Isn't Hopper the guy from Stranger Things, or is that a
yes?
different
Hopper
guy?
is very good.
Look at that.
Thor got a reference from this decade.
I'm so proud of you.
We're getting there.
He's all grown up.
We're getting there. The guy that I really like of that little trike was Elijah Jones. Big fan of Elijah Jones. He was slept on in this cornerback class. Boston College guy. I comped him to Sean Murphy Bunting. 6'2", 185, 90th percentile athlete, 4'4", 40, 42.5-inch vertical, which was only matched by Derek Brown when he was coming out of college. Sorry.
Different Derek Brown.
No, you, Derek.
We saw the action in the pool. We saw, that big jump on the step.
We're back to that, are we?
This kid Jones, and you can quibble about the receivers that he was facing in the ACC last year, but it was the Power 5 level. I'll just give you some data on it. I like him in coverage, but I'll just give you the data on it. Last year, 86.5 PFF grade for that kid. And he's big, and he has all the athletic traits that you would want. I was surprised he didn't get talked about more higher up, but obviously he had some fans in the NFL, and he ends up going higher than some people. Like, I ranked him higher, I think, than a lot of analysts out there, and he ends up getting the higher draft equity. I think that guy's going to start for a long time in the NFL.
All right. Debro, your thoughts on the last few picks here? Anybody stand out to you as a really good fit in their respective spot? Again, just to kind of run through them again, it's Tyke Smith to the Buccaneers, Elijah Jones, the corner, to the Cardinals, and Tyron Hopper to the Green Bay Packers.
I think Tyke and Elijah were definitely two needs or filled needs for both these teams, because people could be scratching their heads about the Buccaneers and say, why did you just draft safety? Antoine Winfield could be a restricted free agent next year, unrestricted free agent next year. So again, teams at this point of the draft, not only are they filling needs, but we're talking about they're insulating themselves both from injuries and looking ahead in the future of guys that are on the last year of their deals or could be gone next year.
Well, the Buccaneers didn't just go ahead and take a safety. They also took a wide receiver just now with the 92nd pick, Jalen McMillan, wide receiver from Washington. Thor, let's take a look into his comp and his potential for fantasy in 2024 and beyond. What do you have on McMillan?
Yeah, so we're going to come full circle, closing out the night now, because I believe that Jalen McMillan is, and Joey, I hate to do this to harken back to earlier, but I believe he is a better prospect and player than Ja'Lynn Polk. And the only reason that people don't think that, and obviously Elliot Wolf doesn't, is because Jalen McMillan got injured in September. When those two guys were healthy, I mentioned this before, there was at no point when those two guys were on the same field together, did Michael Penix or Kalen DeBoer, did they ever think that Ja'Lynn Polk, by the usage and by the way that they were using them, was better than Jalen McMillan? And I also believe, of course, that those guys are both going to be slots in the NFL. I think Jalen McMillan is going to be a very, very good one. He's going to start for a long time. I comp him to Tyler Boyd. That's what I think he is. He's the super duper crafty guy, well fortified. Is he going to blow your socks off, go downfield? No. It's the intermediate stuff, just the clever get open out of the route break kind of stuff. He introduces doubt into the defender's head. By the way he's running the route, he's going to create a little bit of separation. He's going to catch every ball. That's what he does. It's the efficiency stuff with Jalen McMillan. You can pound him with targets. That's what he's going to bring to his NFL offense. I liked him a lot. I think I had him wide receiver 15, somewhere in there. I had Polk, 4 spots or so on my wide receiver rankings below that. But this is a good value. It's funny. I was bullish, as D-Bro knows, I was super bullish on McMillan. I had him ranked above, I believe, maybe anyone in the industry, ranking him 93rd overall. He just went 92nd in the NFL draft. So
bullseye, baby.
The NFL ended up seeing him exactly like I did, the Buccaneers did. And I think, like I said, I think he's going to start in the NFL for a long time in that slot. And I think he's a guy that you can pound with targets.
Well, is there a reason why Troy Franklin's still on the board, Thor? Just out of curiosity.
Oh, man, that's going to hurt me.
Troy Franklin? Yeah,
he's your wide receiver 8. And I'm just curious why he's still on the board here. We're almost at 100.
Wow.
Troy Franklin should have gone at least one round ahead of his collegiate quarterback, Bo Nix, and probably more like a round and a half.
He's not wrong.
Tell me where I'm telling lies.
Bo Nix should send him like half of the contract that he gets from Denver because Troy Franklin made him so much
just
money.
Make sure he's really close when he hands it to him.
So. Exactly.
Can't toss it far.
Bo Nix, 30% of his passes were screen passes. A bunch of them were to Troy Franklin, the shortstop, whatever. And then the broken tackles. But Troy Franklin can win at all 3 levels. We talked about this during the process. You're asking me why is he still available here? It's a measurable thing. He's on the skinnier side. He's not a freak athlete. At the NFL Combine, it wasn't the most impressive thing for a guy that you're looking for who is so skinny, but he gets open, number one, and he's super duper clever, denoting the coverages against his, it's like you see the zone, you see the man, he knows what to do right away. I really like that about him. And then breaking the tackles for a dude that is skinny. The NFL looked at him and they're like, oh, the athletic traits for a guy that's on the skinnier side. Oh, we don't like that. But it's like, watch the kid's tape. For a dude that's skinny like that, why are you breaking so many tackles? And he can also make contested catches, right? Like, that's the thing that you should be judging that body type against, right? Like, Devonta Smith would be on the far side of this polarity, but he ain't Devonta Smith. I'm not saying that, but
no,
like
I understand you're saying that.
Sort of the attributes like that. The wide receiver position, I think this is one mistake the NFL makes with this. They want the Ferrari athletes out there when that's not the thing that creates separation, where you can throw those guys the ball. It's the cleverness, the subterfuge, and different stuff like that, where you create the separation, the recognition of the coverage concepts. Again, the recognition of the zone. He's so good with that stuff. And then when he has the ball in his hands, really good runner, breaks the tackles, very slippery. He's going to be a very good value wherever he goes.
Speaking of value, the Baltimore Ravens just took edge rusher Adisa Isaac from Penn State off the board. So there you go. They continue to do Baltimore Ravens things. I want to get your take on Jalen McMillan here for the Bucs. So, D-Bro, obviously, we're talking about a Buccaneers team that's kind of hanging on here to the last remnants of a foregone era. And last year worked out well for them. Mm-hmm. How soon can Jalen McMillan be a contributor for the Buccaneers?
He could be a contributor this year. I think that he automatically takes over the slot role from Trey Palmer. And even after that, again, Joe, what did we just talk about with the last Tampa Bay Buccaneers pick? They took a safety because maybe Winfield walks out the door. Well, guess what? Chris Godwin is also a free agent as of next year. So Tampa Bay just said, well, both guys walk. We got 2 rookies to sit here and replace them.
Fair enough. What do you make of the Isaac pick here by the Ravens just now?
Good value. I mean, this is just going BPA. Isaac at this point in the draft. I thought, and Thor could disagree with me because I don't know where you had him in the Thor 500, but I thought he was going to go anywhere from the top of the third to the middle. So the fact that they just got him here at the tail end of the third, I think it's just a good value.
Thor, your thoughts on Isaac to the Ravens?
He's an interesting player where he's like the undersized edge who comes forward and he's like his ethos, like I see why people like him. And maybe I ranked him too low. He he has sort of a, and maybe I didn't. I had him 101. He goes 92, but he has like this sort of John Wick ethos on the field. He's this undersized dude who doesn't know he's undersized. It's attack, 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 attack. He's way better against the run than you would think for a guy that size. And he will actually engage with offensive line. It's my nitpick about the edge rusher that my Vikings took in the first round. Is sometimes I see him steering around those SC tackles because he's that Ferrari of an athlete. Isaac he attacks. Like I said, he doesn't know that he's only 6'4", 247. He comes down, he can attack, and he gets after it in the run game. Of course, as a pass rusher, he's been able to overcome some of that different stuff. He was overshadowed in college. The guy on the other side, of course, Chop Robinson. But yeah, going here, it's not bad value. I'm not going to quibble with that, and I love the way that he plays, of course.
All right, let's see if you want to quibble with this one, because this is one that I admittedly not very familiar with. Jalix Hunt, edge rusher from Houston Christian University, Philadelphia Eagles. Once again, doing Philadelphia.
Oh no!
Eagles. So you got to.
I was happy until I heard that.
Educate us on that one. So educate us on this. Yeah. So what is Howie Roseman getting here in this latest selection by the Philadelphia Eagles?
I hate that I have to give Howie and the Eagles an A+ every year, and then our boss Mike Mayer, I have to. I feel the A+ is coming. Jalix Hunt, a player that I ranked as edge 10 and 80th on my board. This dude is intriguing, super duper intriguing. So he comes out of Houston Christian, almost 6'4", 252, 92nd percentile athlete. This kid was playing safety a couple years ago. Okay. Yeah. And then he bulks up. He still has that athleticism, and now he's coming at you off the edge. I think the developmental arrow on this kid is pointing up, and that's why I was so bullish on him. The athletic profile speaks for itself. You see that on the tape. He proved the concept of that during the pre-draft process. Obviously, it was Houston Christian. It's the FCS. So, the stats there and yada, yada. I mean, whatever. He had 9 tackles for loss, 6.5 sacks. But again, you give him the context of he switched 2 levels up, to play the position that he was. This is a dart throw on potential and a super duper intriguing one by Howie. Howie does it again.
Howie does it again. What do you think about this pick here for the Eagles, Derek Brown?
It's Howie doing Howie things. I mean, we keep saying this over and over again, but why does the NFL let him get away with this stuff, man? Like, why does this keep happening? Like, is nobody going to smack the Eagles down with this stuff? And yes, I keep repeating it like it's a broken record, but it keeps happening. And yes, again, Mike Mayer is going to be insufferable tomorrow.
That's the worst part about this. I got a question, though. Isn't it tough, guys, to judge the tape of a guy from a school like that sometimes and how it's going to translate to the NFL?
For sure. Yeah. And you're looking, I mean, you're looking just for the traits with a guy like that. And certainly that he is coming up from the safety position. So you have to bake in some benefit of the doubt early on as far as his technique goes. And again, the early part of the developmental curve, the developmental traits are there. 92nd percentile athlete. You have all that stuff. That was the impressive thing with him, right? Like you have to work on the technique, certainly. But again, the 6'4", 252, the 92nd percentile athlete, you keep working on the technique out there, all that athleticism, he kept it all at that bigger weight as he bulked up. That's the impressive thing about that kid as that outside linebacker. They use him as the outside linebacker crashing down off the edge as that edge rusher. As that thing in the NFL, just keep working on that early on, maybe a special teamer situational pass rusher. Just keep working on it. What he has shown so far, overcoming the odds doing that, it's a weird story. But again, the developmental arrow shooting up and a very interesting dart throw that I am 1,000% behind for Howie on this one.
All right. Question for you on the next selection, because we have another one coming in just a second. Before I do, I just want to remind everybody, don't forget, we are brought to you tonight by Betting Pros. make sure you subscribe to not just Fantasy Pros, but also the Betting Pros YouTube channel. We've got the podcast there. We'll be breaking down the NFL futures and what it looks like very soon after the draft is done. But download the Betting Pros app, track your picks, measure your accuracy, but also, most importantly, get the best lines to make the best bets with the best tools. And that's what Betting Pros is all about. So if you haven't already, download Betting Pros app and sync your sports books for free. Thor, as we're coming up here on pick number 96 with the Jacksonville Jaguars, who do you think has won night 2 so far of the NFL draft? Who's crushing life besides the Eagles? Because I know that's probably the easy answer here.
Yeah, I'm not throwing any more flowers at Howie's way. We're not doing that. I would say the Chargers are having a very good night, which started out with Ladd McConkey, who I saw as the late first rounder. They got him at 34, early second round, and then getting Junior Colson, which of course, played for Harbaugh, but the value of that pick was ridiculous as well. Obviously, that's a devalue position linebacker in the NFL. But the fact that they were able to get him early third round, I saw him as 43 on my board. They got him at 69. The Chargers are doing a very good job in terms of value. And in the first round, they got Joe Alt, top 5 pick, very, very good play, crazy good left tackle prospect. So the Chargers are doing very good in Jim Harbaugh's first draft there.
All right, let's bring back Andrew Erickson, get his take too. Andrew, who do you think has won night 2 of the NFL draft here? We are almost done with the third round. We're waiting for the Jaguars pick to be announced. But Andrew, as you're looking back here of what you've seen, is it the Chargers for you? Is it another team?
Well, I will say I've liked what the Bengals have done. Adding Chris Jenkins at defensive tackle. Again, we talked about the Jermaine Burton pick. If his head's on right, this guy can be an explosive playmaker for this Bengals offense. And they got Amarius Mims in the first round, keep Joe Burrow upright. If any team can push their chips in on this year, keep Higgins around for one more season, the Bengals can make some noise in the AFC as long as Burrow's healthy. So, last year it seemed like if they just stayed healthy, they could have taken a shot at the Chiefs, who were definitely weaker than they usually are. Unfortunately, the Bengals got injured, so that didn't end up happening. But I've quietly liked what Cincinnati's done here. I wish my Patriots would do the same.
Well, you notice I didn't ask you who the loser of the night was, because I think we already knew the answer to that question, so I don't want to beat a dead horse until it's glue. But that's pretty much, I think, what we know at this point in time. But besides the Patriots, who do you think whiffed tonight? My vote is still the Dallas Cowboys. Andrew, I don't know about you.
Yeah, it's interesting what Dallas is doing. I understand they needed a linebacker, but in linebackers, I feel like you can find guys on day 3 that just can you tackle? That's all we need. Just plug in someone to tackle. We see guys come off the street, veteran free agents that come in oh yeah, I'm gonna play linebacker this week. So running back is such a need, unless this Zeke signing has convinced them, well, we got Zeke, so we don't need to sign. We have Royce Freeman. We have all these guys. We don't need to sign or draft a running back. Maybe they're just kind of playing running back chicken. They're how long can we wait? They're targeting, one of these bigger running backs like an Audric Estime. I'm still hope for Estime, even if he gets bad draft capital. If he goes to Dallas, I feel more excited about him. But Braylon Allen's still out there. Obviously, we saw Marshawn Lloyd come off the board to Green Bay, but Jalen Wright, he's out there still too. So again, it's going to be weird though if they draft a running back in the 5th round and then that guy's a rookie pick in the first round. That's scary when you're investing a lot of draft capital in your rookie drafts in a guy that's a 5th round pick or a day 3 pick. I was on a show last week and brought up Keyshawn Vaughn as a player that got bad draft capital but landed on a really bad depth chart, and he just vaulted up into the first round of rookie drafts and was a terrible pick. So
sure was.
It's something to just kind of keep in mind, that the less draft capital these running backs get, the less leash that they have to really be the starter.
Yeah. Lessons learned here. That's what we're trying to do. The Buffalo Bills at 95 took Dwayne Carter, defensive tackle from Duke. Then Jarrian Jones for the Jaguars, which is really good alliteration, at 96, cornerback from Florida State. And McKinley Jackson, another defensive tackle tonight from Texas A&M, goes to the Cincinnati Bengals. So Thor, Carter, Jones, and Jackson, what do you like here?
Yeah, Carter is 3 technique, get after the quarterback, the interior pressure thing. I comped him to BJ Hill, to Carter coming out of Duke. Jerryon Jones, another guy coming out of the ACC, although he a nickel defender. We talked about his teammate, the cornerback that got taken earlier today, outside corner. Jerryon Jones is the dead red nickel projection to the next level. Stud athlete, Jerryon Jones, speed, demon, 4.3 speed, and the overall athletic profile, 9'6" RAS on him, 6 foot 190. Super duper short arms with him though. One of the reasons he inside at the nickel, but a very good run defender with him, and he is also pretty good in coverage as well. Again, dead red on the nickel to the next level projection, but he is going to start in the slot for a long time at the next level. Jerryon Jones.
Pittsburgh Steelers pick is in. The Rams are on the clock. We'll announce that pick whenever we have it. Thor, who took a big swing and took a big miss here in night 2 for you when you're looking back?
Arizona has had a weird round 3. I'll say that for
okay. They had a good round 2 though. A good round
did.
2, I thought.
And they had a good start to round 3. I love the Trey Benson pick. So I don't know what's happened recently here with them. Again, like love the Harrison pick to start things off last night. I like the Darius Robinson pick. I like the Max Melton pick. I love the Trey Benson pick. The Isaiah Adams pick, you're going YOLO there when there was better offensive linemen on the board. And if you wanted to do the offensive line, you should have gone earlier with that one and swapped out one of the other positions earlier on. The Tip Raymond, I have no idea what you're doing there. I have no idea. Did you let like the nephew pointed his favorite name on the board and then we'll turn that card in? I don't know what they were doing as far as that one goes. So that would be one where they sort of submarine their day 2 progress and their draft progress with their last couple picks. But that's one that has me sort of scratching my head.
Yeah, scratching my head as well. So McKinley Jackson, the last pick there for the Bengals. We're waiting for the Steelers, and then we're going to lock up these last 3 here. What do you think the Pittsburgh Steelers should do here, Andrew Erickson, with this final pick of theirs in the 3rd round?
I mean, I think they still need another receiver. I mean, I know they drafted Roman Wilson, but actually, probably don't need another guy.
Isn't the Pittsburgh Steelers way to take a defensive player? I mean, that's what it feels like to me, Thor. You got your 2 linemen, you got your wide receiver. Defense, right? I mean, that's the Steeler way. So who's the best defensive player on the board for you?
Well, so they just took I see they just took Peyton Wilson. Peyton Wilson, I have 63rd on my board. They just got him in the 98 slot.
There you go. That'll do.
I brought this up a couple. We've seen a couple players in this invariably happens on day 2 where it's guys that should have gone higher, but it's the arm length thing. The NFL will ding you hard on that. And then if you have the arm length thing with the durability questions, the NFL tends to be punitive with your evaluations on that. That we talk about red flags. That is 2 big red flags right there. Peyton Wilson has everything else. When that kid's on the field, he's a stud. And with the linebacker play, he has every part of his game outside of that. Sideline to sideline, very active. He has coverage skills, everything like that. For the NC State defense, he was a monster. 6'4", 233, 99th percentile. He's a crazy athlete. I comped him to Leighton Vander Esch. He's that, but with short arms. Okay. Leighton Vander Esch with short arms, including the medical concerns with Peyton Wilson.
That's not a good thing.
Yeah, and that's what it comes down to. Can he overcome the lack of arm length, and will his body not betray him at the next level? But for the Steelers getting him here at 98, the rest of the NFL is like, and it's a position that's been devalued, but getting him at 98, objectively a steal with a comp pick here. And the Steelers, just talking about their draft so far, steal here, getting my 63rd prospect at 98. Pick before this, you get Roman Wilson, you steal him at a position of need, a guy that was a stud on the national champions. The pick before that, Zach Fraizer, immediate starter. We talked about the Steelers desperately need the starting center. Zach Fraizer is going to go in right away and do that. Was a stud, high school wrestler. Love the grapplers. And that is what Zach Fraizer is. We've seen that in the Big 12 when he was there. He's going to go in and play right away. And then in the first round, Troy Fautanu, they needed the starting tackle. They may have gotten at this point 4 immediate starters in their first 4 picks. That is pretty good. And by the way, they also, with the quarterback position, enormous upgrade there. Quietly, the Steelers have gotten way better this offseason.
Cameron Kinchins goes next at 99, the safety to the Rams. which means the Commanders are up next here with the final pick as we look ahead. Now, don't forget, everybody, the NFL draft doesn't stop just because we're going to go off the air here after the last pick. In fact, we're going to be doing a lot of post NFL draft work here on Fantasy Pros. FantasyPros.com is going to have a million articles up there. All the draft grades, all the winners and losers, that's all going to be up there. Our social media outlets too. Fantasy Pros on X, on TikTok, on Instagram, all of those reactions, all those videos you can watch there. And most importantly, our YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe. You can drop your comments below. We're giving away a Jameson Williams jersey tonight. If you might be that lucky winner, make sure you remember to ring that bell for notifications so you know if you're the big winner of the jersey. And every time a piece of content drops here on the channel, we've got the live streams, we've got the short form content, the podcast, long form content. We've got Thor shopping for new flannels. We've got everything on the channel you could possibly
Not after
imagine.
I finish third.
Well, no, they redeemed themselves tonight. They want to
Okay,
bring
fair.
back your once every 10 years Zoom draft. So that's going to be a good time. So we can all look forward to that ahead. The Commanders, another team, Andrew Erickson, as they close out here with one more pick at number 100. You could say they've had a pretty good 2 days. Wouldn't you agree?
Yeah, no, I was going to say that they were my other winner from rounds 2 and round 3. Just looking at their haul, I mean, Jer'zhan Newton, I mean, he was talked about as a potential first round pick, fell to pick 36. So, they traded away all their defensive linemen last year, and now they got a guy that can inject some life into that defense. So
They're
I like
killing
that pick. Sainristil from Michigan, former wide receiver, can play defensive back, just like he was on Bruce Feldman's freaks list because he's a freak. I think that he is a really interesting and polarizing player. Ben Sinnott, again, they need a tight end. Let's get some Sam Laporta-esque playmaking ability with Terry McLaurin, with Jahan Dotson. Give Jayden Daniels as many weapons as he can handle. So, yeah, I'm interested to see what they do with this last pick here too. But yeah, overall, the Commanders, and then Brandon Coleman in round 3. I like that. I like that tackle. So.
Well, the last one is a name familiar to a lot of fantasy managers out there. It's Luke McCaffrey at wide receiver.
My boy!
Commanders at 100. So there
Let's
you
go.
Let's talk about it. What excites you about McCaffrey, and should we be excited about him as a Commander?
We should. Yeah. Especially with Jayden Daniels' game. I was pounding the table for McCaffrey all spring long. It ends up going in round 3, kind of crazy. And when people that look at like Christian's brother, yada, yada, keep in mind, this guy, when he came into the process, was being talked about as a UDFA or round 7 guy. He goes into the pre-draft process, was impressive in Mobile. Then it was really when he went to the combine and tested like he did when people really opened their eyes to his game. But he was a guy, when he comes into college, he was a dual threat quarterback, a good one, top 100 recruit, but he failed at quarterback. He goes then to Rice, finally, after a couple of years failing there, Nebraska, Louisville, transfers down to Rice, finally transitions to receiver. His first 2 years at receiver, so the last 2 seasons, dominated Conference USA. 80% of his snaps were played in the slot, 20 on the outside. He might be able to hang on the outside, but especially in G5 conferences, they will play their best receiver in the slot. You get him closer to the quarterback, the accuracy of verse guys. Luke McCaffrey wins down the field. His hands are awesome. He doesn't drop anything. His contested catch rate is ridiculous. Especially, you look at him down the field. Debro and I, we had so much fun watching his tape. When you look at the amount of catches that he caught where his helmet popped off, we saw more of that with McCaffrey than we did with the rest of the wide receiver class combined. The concentration that he has, both with getting popped, but also the times where like JT Daniels would try to fit the ball in with a descending safety, and then you had the cornerback from behind try to fit it into these tight quarters. He would see the ball in through, in these situations where other receivers, the concentration just isn't there. I was just a huge fan of his game the past couple of years in Conference USA. Proved the concept of the athleticism, which he probably shouldn't have had to do since his brother's this athletic freak at NFL royalty, the bloodlines, obviously Ed, Denver Broncos and whatnot, and prove the concept. And again, the other thing I wanted to, the context of it, keep in mind for people out there, he has only been playing the receiver position for 2 seasons. And the things that he showed doing that the last couple of years were very contextually impressive. You now put him with Jayden Daniels, a guy who is an absolute killer throwing the ball down the field. That's what Luke McCaffrey did at Rice. I love this pick for Washington.
Erickson, your thoughts on McCaffrey before we shut it down for the evening?
His brother's pretty good at football. So, I mean, chasing those bloodlines.
Well, I mean, come on. Just because someone, that's crazy talk. We could talk about some other brothers that were not as good as their other brother at certain sports all day long. So, Jose Canseco and Ozzie Canseco were twins, for God's sake. Let's not forget that. So, what can McCaffrey do in fantasy for folks? That's the real question.
Well, it depends on how he slides into the depth chart. Now, you look at the way the Commanders are set up. You have Terry McLaurin as the number one. Jahan Dotson took a step back last year after an impressive rookie year, but he's still probably going to be at least the number two. So then Sinnott joins the crew as the number. They still need a number three. Like, that's the way I look at it. So Zach Ertz, no. Ben Sinnott, the Diami Brown, Jamison Crowder, those types of players, yeah, you could see Luke McCaffrey carving out that starting slot role, with Jahan Dotson and Terry McLaurin in 11 personnel. So that's pretty exciting. I'm always kind of hesitant to just buy into Cliff Kingsbury, but with Jayden Daniels there, Commanders just, talking about how good their draft has been, how they haven't done what it seems like Commanders or Washington has done in the past with draft picks. They're heading in the right direction. So, when Luke McCaffrey was drafted here, it's oh man, it seems like this is much higher than I anticipated him drafting, but maybe it's a signal to, hey, he's legit. You should take note. So I'm going to move him up my rankings significantly. And I need to go back and kind of reevaluate McCaffrey now that, he's been drafted so high.
107th on my board, just won 100th. But, I was higher on him that I'm pretty sure than anyone in the industry. Pretty interesting that in the NFL draft goes right about there.
Yeah, right about there. So once again, that'll do it for us here. What an amazing 2 days of live coverage we've done here at Fantasy Pros. Don't forget to subscribe to the YouTube channel, ring the bell till it goes ding, drop your comments below, and we appreciate you joining us for night 1 and 2 of the NFL draft. Shout out to Mike Mayer feeding us the picks all night long. Shout out to our creative director, Chris, for helping organize all this, our graphics workers, I should say, especially Ethan. And, of course, John, our incredible producer the last 2 nights, who is working on, 5 or 6 hours sleep at the most. He's been incredible these last 2 days. And, of course, so have our guests, John Middlecoff, joining us, Russell Brown, Scott Bogman, and, of course, our analysts, Andrew Erickson, Derek Brown, and that guy right there, Thor Nystrom. Thor, it has been a pleasure to spend the last 2 nights talking college football with you. The draft will go on tomorrow, but without us. However, we'll be back in the grind on Monday, I'm sure. So make sure you go to FantasyPros.com for all of our coverage. And, of course, subscribe to the podcast wherever you get your pods. And, of course, our YouTube channel where everything is rocking and rolling, all things fantasy football at all times. That'll do it for us. But the story of the draft goes on. For all of us here at Fantasy Pros, I'm Joey P. We'll see you next time, kids. Enjoy the rest of the draft.